Chapter 761. Huang Yi-Lu, do you want to die? While Huang Yi-Lu was still in a state of shock, the voices of the northern and southern dynasties sounded again. The storm formed by the eternal immortal wind suddenly became agitated, as if it was going to tear Huang Yi-Lu apart. Trapped by the eternal immortal wind, Huang Yi-Lu's facial expression changed dramatically. He knew that he had delayed for too long. Nanbei Chao's patience was limited. If he didn't surrender now, the eternal immortal wind would tear him into pieces, and the entire Huang family would suffer a great calamity. Stop, Prince Nanbei. My Huang family is willing to submit to you. Huang Yi-Lu didn't dare to show any signs of neglect. He immediately shouted. Voila! Under the control of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind returned to his body like a tide. Then, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties decreased, returning to the first-grade minor saint. Huang Yi-Lu wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. His admiration for the northern and southern dynasties increased even more. There were techniques that could increase one's combat power for a short period of time in this world, but these were all forbidden techniques that were extremely rare. However, the cultivator would have to pay a certain price after using these forbidden techniques. After the technique ended, the cultivator would enter a period of weakness. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of him had increased by 2 grades. Now, their cultivation grade had returned to the first-grade minor saint, but their chi didn't change at all. They didn't seem tired at all. This was too shocking. Perhaps, only the powerful immortal soul could do this. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your Huang family will receive great benefits by following me. You are undoubtedly lucky to be able to witness the path of domination. All the minor saints of your Huang family should be prepared. Tomorrow, we will attack the other major powers of this domain. If they don't submit, we will kill them all. All the wealth and treasures will belong to your Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. A great power that dominated a region, a terrifying overlord, a great family, and yet they had so easily conquered it. Perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties could do this. The members of the Huang family had ugly expressions on their faces, but they had clearly seen the battle just now. There was no need to talk about the white tiger, but this young man was too powerful. Even the patriarch wasn't a match for him. The Huang family didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Since their patriarch had already submitted, what reason did they have to not submit? Furthermore, looking at the other party's ambitions, they definitely wouldn't stop at just dealing with the Huang family. Tomorrow, they would go and deal with the other major powers of the Earth domain. Thinking of this, the Huang family felt much more at ease in their hearts. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that the Earth domain would be in chaos from today onwards. Such a huge domain would soon be conquered by the northern and southern dynasties. Not only the Earth domain, but the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains would also be in chaos. The emergence of the northern and southern dynasties was bound to stir up the world. The northern and southern dynasties had already begun their path of hegemony, starting from the Earth domain. At this time, the seemingly peaceful Xuanyu was actually surging with undercurrents. The Xiaoyao Palace had already begun their preparations. Freedom King had advanced to the 5th-grade minor saint not long ago. Now, all that was left was to wait for the return of the northern and southern dynasties. Under the arrangement of Jiang Qin, Nebula Kid and Wu Emo had formed an alliance. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult had become very close. Han Yen had already told Wu Emo about the northern and southern dynasties. Wu Emo wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the severity of the situation. In addition to his relationship with Jiang Qin, Wu Emo was very willing to form an alliance with the Nebula sect. Furthermore, the current Nebula Kid had already become a 5th-grade minor saint. Wu Emo was still at the peak of 4th grade minor saint, but he seemed to have half a foot into the 5th grade minor saint. Perhaps, he would break through at any time. This was the only time in the history of Xuanyu where the devil cult and the righteous sects had formed an alliance. The devil cult had always been independent. They had always been at odds with the righteous sections. Only people like Jiang Qin and Han Yen could make them form an alliance. At this time, Jiang Qin and Yi Sha had already entered the 3rd level of the devil world. Hoo hoo. The devil wind rustled, blowing with all its might. The entire 3rd level was filled with black devil wind. Even the ground was black. Everything had been demonized. If humans or demonic beasts stayed here for too long, they would be demonized by the devil qi and fall into a state of qi deviation. The demonic qi here was simply too dense. There were figures of demons everywhere, and their roars could be heard everywhere. This was a true demonic world. Anyone who walked here would feel their blood vessels solidifying. This place was too terrifying, even more terrifying than hell. Yi Sha, don't waste any more time. Go and find the minor devil saint and kill him. Take out the devil's soul for me. Jiang Qin ordered. Yes, master. I can sense a 1st grade minor devil saint and a 2nd grade minor devil saint 1,000 miles ahead. I will go and kill them for master now. Yi Sha clasped his fists at Jiang Qin and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He still needed 1,400 dragon marks to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. If he had the devil's soul of a 2nd grade minor devil saint and a 1st grade minor devil saint, he would be able to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Swoosh! When Jiang Qin was still thinking, Yi Sha had returned with 2 black devil souls in his hand. His speed was too fast, but it wasn't a big deal. Yi Sha was now a 3rd grade minor devil saint. Killing a 1st grade and a 2nd grade minor devil saint was a piece of cake for him. Ha! Good! Yi Sha, good job. Protect me now. I want to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. The edifying light was too perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move an inch in the 3rd level of the devil realm. Now that he had Yi Sha's help, he was like a fish in the water. He didn't need to do anything himself. All the benefits would be reaped. Yi Sha's help wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups of the devil race. Yes, master. Yi Sha obeyed Jiang Qin's orders without any delay. Jiang Qin didn't care where he was. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. With the protection of Yi Sha, he didn't need to worry about any devil disturbing him. Jiang Qin circulated the dragon transformation art and began to absorb the devil souls. About 10 minutes later, the 2 devil souls were completely refined by Jiang Qin. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 55,900. It was a pity that he hadn't advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, but he was almost there. He was only left with 100 dragon marks. The amount of energy required is too huge. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Even though he was mentally prepared, the amount of energy required to advance from the 8th grade to the 9th grade still made him speechless. Fortunately, the dragon transformation art could refine and absorb everything, or else, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate the 9th grade combat emperor. Yi Sha, from now on, only kill 2nd grade minor devil saints. Kill as many as you can. Jiang Qin said to Yi Sha. Master, with my current strength, we can only mingle in the periphery of the 3rd level. If we enter, there will be even more powerful minor devil sages appearing. Even I am not their match. If a powerful expert discovers Master's human, it will be troublesome. Yi Sha said. Then we will roam around the periphery. Let's go. Jiang Qin said. In the following time, Jiang Qin and Yi Sha were like two specters, shuttling around the periphery of the third level, looking for powerful prey. An hour later, Yi Sha found another second-grade minor devil saint. He killed it on the spot and gave the devil's soul to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't delay and refined the devil's soul, absorbing the energy within. Ka Cha, the bottleneck of the 9th-grade combat emperor, was broken through in an instant. Countless of heaven elixir was absorbed by Jiang Qin as if it was free. At this moment, Jiang Qin finally broke through to the 9th-grade combat emperor, standing at the peak of the combat emperor realm. 56,000 dragon marks was the limit of the 9th-grade combat emperor, but the current Jiang Qin's dragon marks had already exceeded 56,000, and there were still 200 more dragon marks. This is great, I have finally advanced to the 9th-grade combat emperor, but if I want to advance to the 1st-grade minor saint, I will need an even greater amount of energy. I need 60,000 dragon marks and I need to condense another 4,000 dragon marks, but I can't rely on this method to advance anymore. If I use force to advance to the 1st-grade minor saint, it will have a great impact on my foundation and foundation. In order to advance to the minor saint realm, I will have to rely on real methods. However, my foundation is still very strong, at least I can use this method to condense another 1,800 dragon marks, reaching the peak of the 9th-grade combat emperor. After that, I will leave the devil world and return to Xuanyu. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He was the clearest about his own situation. It was already very good for him to advance to the 9th-grade combat emperor in the devil world. This was also his goal. He didn't want to rely on this method to advance to the minor saint realm. Killing a minor devil saint for no reason would attract the attention of the higher-ups, even if it was Yi Sha who did it himself. Therefore, Jiang Qin and Yi Sha had to be very careful in the following days. They didn't dare to go on a killing spree anymore. Another half a month later, Jiang Qin continued to absorb the essence of the devil souls. His body had finally condensed 58,000 dragon marks. He still needed another 2,000 dragon marks to advance to the 1st-grade minor saint realm. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had reaped a great harvest in this half a month. Other than reaching the peak of the 9th-grade combat emperor, he had edified 3 3rd-grade minor devil saints with the edifying light. Including Yi Sha, there was a total of 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints. Such a tremendous combat strength was simply shocking. Given Jiang Qin's combat strength, killing a 2nd-grade minor saint was as easy as flipping his hand. Killing a 3rd-grade minor saint wasn't impossible for him. If he joined forces with Yi Sha and the others, even an ordinary 4th-grade minor saint would die. Chapter 762. Jiang Qin's trip to the devil world was a fruitful one. His cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th-grade combat emperor and his next step was to break through to the minor saint realm. He had also subdued 4 powerful 3rd-grade minor saints. This was a very powerful force. Devils had a strong physique, it was hard for humans to gain the upper hand in a battle of the same grade. Jiang Qin kept Yi Sha and the others into his spatial ring, then disappeared from the 3rd level of the devil world. It had been a month since he came to the devil world. It was time for him to return. Jiang Qin had a feeling that the chaos of Xuanyu was coming. This was his intuition. Jiang Qin's intuition had always been accurate. In Xuanyu, the Nebula sect gathered together. Wu Emo and a few other minor saints of the Moyin cult were present. Their faces were grim because the thing that Jiang Qin had predicted had finally happened. The storm was coming and it came so fast. Motherfucker. What the hell are these northern and southern dynasties? How could they be so powerful? An elder of the Moyin cult couldn't help but curse. He was feeling very gloomy. Nebula Kid smiled. He finally understood that Jiang Qin's evaluation of Nan Bei Chao wasn't exaggerated at all. He didn't put it in his heart at first, but he had never thought that Jiang Qin's prediction would come true so soon. I think everyone has heard the news. Half a month ago, Nan Bei Chao emerged as a new force. Starting from Earth Domain, he used only half a month to destroy all the major powers in Earth Domain, Heaven Domain, and Yellow Domain. All of them submitted to him. The House of Shadow Blight of Yellow Domain was the first to resist. They were experts in using poison, so no one dared to provoke them. But in the hands of Nan Bei Chao, the House of Shadow Blight didn't last more than half an hour before they were completely annihilated. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. Blood flowed like a river. As far as I know, the master of the House of Shadow Blight had advanced to 5th grade minor saint not long ago. Nebula Kid said. This news was about the major events that had happened in the past half a month. It was an unprecedented event in the entire Divine Continent. Even an ordinary person would have heard of such shocking news, let alone the people present. However, Nebula Kid still repeated it. Nowadays, the reputation of the Northern and Southern dynasties had spread across the 4 major domains. Just mentioning the name of the Northern and Southern dynasties would certainly make people tremble in fear. The Northern and Southern dynasties have declared that they want to subdue the 4 major domains. Now, Heaven Domain, Yellow Domain and Earth Domain have all been subdued. Next is our Xuanyu. It's not hard to imagine our fate. Wu Emo frowned. As a peerless devil lord, this was the first time he felt that the situation was very tricky. The Northern and Southern dynasties have already subdued a lot of major powers. There are too many experts under them. Even if our Nebula sect and Moyin cult unite, it won't be of any help. Nebula sect couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, they couldn't do anything but sigh. Everyone, don't worry. Before Jiang Chen left, he specifically asked me to unite our 2 major powers first. When he comes back, he will deal with the chaos in Xuanyu. So, we don't need to worry. Just wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Nebula Kid said. The opponent was too strong. Even if he was very confident in Jiang Chen, his heart was still beating like a drum. When Jiang Chen left, he was only a 7th grade combat emperor. It had only been a month. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? How could he deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties that were at the peak of their power? Judging from the current situation, other than Jiang Chen, there was no one else who could save the situation. In the end, it was Jiang Chen who showed up at the critical moment and turned the tide, destroying half of the Northern and Southern dynasties. However, this guy has the body of an immortal, so he managed to escape. But let me tell you, from the Eastern continent to here, Jiang Chen has created countless miracles. Even in this chaotic situation, it can't stop him. If there is anyone in this world who can deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties, it would be Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is the nemesis of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Han Yen said. Now that Jiang Chen wasn't here, the most important thing to do now was to calm the people's hearts. If the people's hearts were broken, they would be finished. As soon as Han Yan's words faded, the entire palace fell into silence. Everyone was frowning. No one knew what they were thinking. Before Jiang Chen left, he said that only he can solve the chaos in Xuanyu. So, it's useless for us to worry here. Why don't we take a good rest and wait for Jiang Chen to come back? Based on the current situation, we are no longer a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen is the only variable. Whether we can succeed or not, we have to wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Nebula Kid said. Everyone nodded. Nebula Kid was right. No matter how worried they were, they wouldn't be able to come up with a solution just by sitting here. It was better to take a good rest and wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Even though they didn't have much hope for Jiang Chen, but as Nebula Kid and Han Yan had said, Jiang Chen was still a variable. It seems like the Northern and Southern dynasties are going to attack Xuanyu tomorrow, I wonder when Jiang Qin will come back. Someone sighed. That bastard. He went out alone without bringing Master Dog with him. This is outrageous. De Huang Dog felt very depressed during this 1 month. Even though he was a powerful 9th-grade demon emperor, he was still very angry that Jiang Qin left him behind and went to the devil world alone. At the same time, in the Qin family, the higher-ups of the Qin family also gathered together. The atmosphere was much more solemn than that of the Nebulous sect and the Moyne cult. The patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Jintian, was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Below him were the higher-ups of the Qin family. Everyone knows what happened in the 3 big domains. I'm afraid our Qin family won't be able to escape. Qin Jintian said in a deep voice. Who are these northern and southern dynasties? Where did they come from? I've never heard of them before. Sigh, this person is too powerful. He has already taken control of the 3 big domains. We are no match for him. I'm afraid it won't be long before they attack Xuanyu. Our Qin family has such a great foundation. Are we going to give it up to them? What else can we do? The sect of Shadow Blight is more powerful than our Qin family. If we resist, we will be annihilated. If we resist, the result will be the same. The northern and southern dynasties are really ruthless people. The people of the Qin family felt helpless. They had no idea what to do about the upcoming chaos. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? Everyone looked at Qin Jintian. Sigh. What will come will come. Qin Jintian sighed helplessly. Then, he stood up and walked out of the main hall. Seeing him like this, the rest of the people had a sad look on their faces. The Tianshan sect was also in the same situation. Although the higher-ups of the Tianshan sect had gathered together to discuss a solution, they couldn't come up with a solution. They were very clear that as long as the northern and southern dynasties attacked, any solution would be useless. They could only surrender. There were many forces in the heaven domain that were stronger than them, but they still surrendered. Chapter 763. After leaving the 3rd level, Jiang Chen's mood was inexplicably stirred. It was as if he had seen a blood-boiling scene. That scene intoxicated him. He could already foresee that the chaos of Xuanyu was about to begin. The fated battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties was about to begin. This time, he wouldn't give any chance to the northern and southern dynasties. Hong Long. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the depths of the 2nd level. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this sound. It was the fluctuation of a battle. Jiang Chen focused his attention and saw a golden light drifting in the distance. The golden light was filled with the taste of light. It was the pure Buddha light. There are people of Buddha sect here. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's body swayed, turning into a ray of light and flew over. His speed was extremely fast. Very soon, he arrived at the location of the battle. In front of him, he saw a majestic 1st-grade minor devil saint kneeling in front of a monk, kowtowing piously. The monk was shaking his head. The smile on his face was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Fighting with your grandpa, monk? There's still a long way to go. Tyrant said proudly to the 1st-grade minor devil saint. Yes, master. There's still a long way to go. The 1st-grade minor devil saint said hastily, fearing that his master would be angry. Don't call me master. Call me grandpa, monk. Tyrant glared at him. The 1st-grade minor devil saint didn't dare to show any neglect and called him grandpa, monk. This scene almost made Jiang Qin faint. This bastard was still as shameless as ever. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a kasaya and had no hair on his head, no one would associate him with Buddha sect. However, Jiang Chen was very happy to see Tyrant here. Moreover, Tyrant's current cultivation had already reached the terrifying first-grade minor saint, which was even more powerful than him. It seemed like he had completely obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. That was why he could have such earth-shattering progress. Who is it? Tyrant suddenly turned his head and shouted at Jiang Chen's direction. One had to admit that this bastard's perception was very sharp. What do you think? Jiang Chen swaggered over. Seeing that it was Jiang Chen, Tyrant was pleasantly surprised. He strode over to Jiang Chen and gave him a bear hug without saying a word. Grandpa missed me so much. Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Jiang Chen immediately frowned. What did he mean by missing his grandfather so much? These words made him want to vomit blood. Fuck off. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen kicked the monk to the ground. He had no interest in men, let alone a monk. I heard from my master that you have come to the devil world, so I came here to see if I could help you. Now, it seems like you don't need my help anymore. 9th grade combat emperor, your advancement is as fast as flying. I thought that I could finally suppress you with my current cultivation grade, but it seems like I have thought too much. Tyrant said gloomily. Although he was a first-grade minor saint and Jiang Chen was only a 9th-grade combat emperor, he still knew his own strength. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even if Jiang Chen was a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. You are not bad either. You are already a first-grade minor saint. It seems like you have obtained great benefits from the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Naturally, he was very happy to see his brother's growth. That's right. Ancestor's inheritance contained the 3 supreme Dharma seals of Buddhist sect and an ancient Buddhist scripture. It allowed me to have such a great transformation and my future achievements will be limitless. Tyrant said. Great Master Ran Feng is really a rare person. The bloody scene made people's hair stand on end. Chapter 764. Arg! A blood-curdling scream came out from the old man's mouth. At this moment, the old man no longer had the arrogance he had before, only panic and fear remained. Without fighting Jiang Chen personally, one would never understand how frightening Jiang Chen was. However, it was useless to scream. The moment he attacked Jiang Chen, his death was already foreshadowed. The true dragon palm moved again. The dragon claw turned into a huge cage that fell from the sky, trapping the elder inside. Stop! Elder Lu's facial expression changed drastically. He yelled immediately. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. He could kill a 2nd-grade minor saint with ease with a 9th-grade combat emperor. This was too shocking. Elder Lu acted immediately. He was afraid that the 2nd-grade minor saint would die in Jiang Chen's hands if he was late. A 2nd-grade minor saint was extremely precious to the Tianyi Gate. It would be a great loss if they lost him. Ah! Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He didn't even look at Elder Lu. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the 2nd-grade minor saint elder into pieces, killing him on the spot. Bastard! Elder Lu was infuriated. In this western domain, although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still considered as one of the major powers. No one had ever dared to kill their minor saint. One should know that cultivating a minor saint required a lot of resources. Now that he was killed by Jiang Chen, it was a great loss to the Tianyi Gate. Tyrant couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that Jiang Chen was too strong. Even if he was only a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Even a 2nd-grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single blow from him and was instantly killed. However, Tyrant was already used to Jiang Chen's strength. However, Elder Lu was a third-grade minor saint now. He had no idea how Jiang Qin was going to deal with him. He was merely a first-grade minor saint now. He could easily deal with a second-grade minor saint, but it was impossible for him to deal with a third-grade minor saint. Even if he used the edifying light to subdue 3 first-grade minor devil saints, he still wouldn't be able to deal with a third-grade minor saint. However, what happened next made Tyrant realize that his worries were completely unnecessary. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Isha, attack! In the face of the powerful Elder Lu, Jiang Qin yelled and released Isha and the other 3 third-grade minor devil saints. Initially, Jiang Qin wanted to fight with all his might to test his combat strength, but now he didn't want to waste any more time. After all, this was the western region, the territory of the Tianyi Gate. If he was delayed for too long, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Jiang Qin wanted to end the battle quickly and return to Xuanyu as soon as possible. The matter there was the most important and urgent matter at hand. Roar! The devils were extremely ferocious, let alone the 4 third-grade minor devil saints that appeared at the same time. Elder Lu was dumbfounded. The entire sky was instantly covered by devil chi. The 4 minor devil saints had trapped Elder Lu. What? Elder Lu's face turned pale with fright. A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the feeling of death. He couldn't even deal with one of these 4 third-grade minor devil saints, let alone 4 of them at the same time. Kill him! Jiang Qin ordered decisively. Roar! The 4 minor devil saints kept roaring. Endless devil waves turned into a dense cage, suppressing Elder Lu to the point that he couldn't move. Then, the 4 minor devil saints stretched out their devil claws and grabbed Elder Lu. A chila sound was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Elder Lu was instantly torn into pieces. Oh my God! Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. This was the only shortcoming of the brilliant mirror. It would absorb different yuan force according to the strength of the reflected attack. That's already an incredible treasure. Tyrant said enviously. Alright, let's hurry up and return to Xuanyu as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Qin's speed increased again. Both of them were like 2 meteors flying in the sky. They disappeared from sight from time to time, and when they reappeared, they were already thousands of miles away. Not long after Jiang Qin and Tyrant disappeared, a few incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared at the place where the battle took place. All of them were powerful minor saints. Their faces were filled with endless anger when they saw the tragic scene of the battle and the 2 minor saints who were brutally killed. That damned Jiang Qin! How dare he kill 2 minor saints like us? Damn it! This brat is growing too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. The loss of our Tianyi Gate is too great this time. We must not let him go. Aning is really disappointing. He hasn't been killed after such a long time. It seems like we have to do it ourselves. Those who appeared were the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. All of them were supreme minor saint experts. After today's incident, the grudge between them and Jiang Qin would be even more impossible to resolve. Then, they released a fire and burned Elder Lu's body before disappearing. This time, Jiang Qin had completely offended Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate would never let this matter go. They had lost 2 minor saints. This debt must be settled. The next day, the northern and southern dynasties led all the minor saints of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain to enter Xuanyu. Together with the experts of Xiaoyao Palace, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had reached an unimaginable level. There were a total of 14 major powers including Xiaoyao Palace in the 3 domains. In total, there were more than 100 minor saints. Anyone who saw such a huge force would vomit blood. After the northern and southern dynasties entered Xuanyu, they didn't waste any time. They immediately went to deal with Skyhill School and Tan family. Facing such a situation, Skyhill School and Tan family didn't dare to resist. They surrendered on the spot. Putting aside the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger, they had 5 fifth-grade minor saints. If they didn't surrender, the two major powers would be annihilated. Although Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult had joined forces, they were still in fear and trepidation. Even if they joined forces again, it would be useless. The gap between them was as wide as heaven and earth. There was no way to make up for it. While Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult were distressed, the northern and southern dynasties didn't immediately deal with them after conquering Skyhill School and Tan family. The northern and southern dynasties actually stopped their actions. But not long after that, a piece of news was sent to them. The northern and southern dynasties had announced that they would give the Moyin Cult and Nebula Sect 3 days to go to Xiaoyao Palace, kneel down in front of the northern and southern dynasties and kowtow 9 times. As long as Jiang Qin could do it, they would let go of the Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult. If Jiang Qin didn't kowtow, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't give the two major powers any chance to surrender. They wouldn't even give them the chance to surrender. Every single one of them would be annihilated. When the news came out, the people of Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult were in an uproar. It was too cruel and overbearing. They didn't even have the chance to turn the situation around. The northern and southern dynasties were going to annihilate them. They wouldn't give them the chance to surrender. At this time, Jiang Chen had become the most important person. Jiang Chen hadn't returned yet. The people of the two major powers couldn't sit still any longer. What should we do? There are only 3 days left. If Jiang Chen doesn't return, we will be finished. The northern and southern dynasties are too powerful. We can't go against them. Even if Jiang Chen returns, he will never kneel down in front of the northern and southern dynasties. No matter what, let's wait for Jiang Chen to return first. I wonder if he can create another miracle and save us from this chaos. Chapter 765. The sky above the Nebula Sect was covered with a layer of haze. Everyone's mood was incomparably heavy. Everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Such a scene could be said to be unprecedented. They had reason to believe that even if Jiang Qin came back at this time, he would not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. He would not be able to turn the situation around. The disciples of the Nebula Sect were slightly better. They all knew of Jiang Chen's prestige and ability. They still had some confidence in Jiang Qin. They felt that he was a genius who could create miracles, although they did not know what methods Jiang Qin would use to create this miracle. But the disciples of the Moyin Cult were completely different. In their hearts, Jiang Qin was just a friend of their young master. They did not have much confidence in Jiang Qin, because many of them did not even know Jiang Qin. They only heard about his deeds. But for the disciples of the Moyin Cult, no matter whether they had confidence in Jiang Qin or not, the result could not be changed. They could only pray that Jiang Qin could create a miracle. Some people even suspected that Jiang Qin did not dare to come back. After receiving the news here, he might have already escaped. But no one dared to say this, because someone had said this before. The result was too tragic. He was beaten to death by Jiang Qin's fans. This kind of words was a kind of humiliation to Jiang Qin. Now, all the disciples of the Moyin Cult had come to the Nebula Sect. The Moyin Cult had become an empty nest. If the two great forces united, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they could only wait for destruction. In a courtyard of the Nebula Sect, several people gathered together. Their faces were somewhat solemn. De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Nangong Wendian, Guo Fei, Mo Sang, Zhuoling, Tan Lang, Tan Ji Hao, They were all Jiang Chen's relatives and friends. Why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? There's not much time left. Zhuo Ling'er pouted. Jiang Chen had already been gone for a month. Now that Xuan Yu was in chaos, Jiang Chen should be back by now. I don't know where junior brother Jiang went to train. He's been gone for more than a month. Now that Xuan Yu has fallen into unprecedented chaos, I don't know if he'll be able to return. Guo Xiaofei sighed. Don't worry, he will definitely come back. Han Yan said firmly. Young master, I'm not trying to be discouraging, but the northern and southern dynasties have more than 100 minor saints. Even if Jiang Chen comes back, how can we fight against the northern and southern dynasties with our current strength? Mose said. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Chen, but his opponent was just too powerful. Anyone in his position would have the same concerns. I don't know what he will do, but he must have a way. Han Yan said confidently. His trust in Jiang Chen had surpassed his own. That's right. There's nothing that little Chenzi can't do if he wants to do it. The martial saint dynasty was so powerful in the past, but it was still destroyed by him. Although the current situation is very dangerous, he must have a way to deal with it. Nangong Wendian nodded and said. They were all from the eastern continent, so they knew Jiang Chen too well. Because of this, they believed in him. This bastard. He didn't even call me when he went out. The Huang dog was still feeling gloomy. As for whether Jiang Chen could come back and turn the situation around, he had no doubt that the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be defeated by Jiang Chen. Once, twice, and thrice. Just as the Huang dog's voice faded, two extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky above the nebula sect. One was a young man in snow-white clothes, and the other was a monk in a kasaya. They were Jiang Chen and Tyrant. Look, Big Brother is back. Zhuo Ling'er shouted. Everyone's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen had finally returned. Ha! Tyrant has broken through to the minor saint realm. How exciting! Nangong Wendian laughed. At this time, everyone in the Nebula sect saw Jiang Chen. Many of them began to cheer. Look! Brother Jiang is back. He is finally back. That's great. As long as he kneels down and kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties, we will be saved. Fuck you. You are the one who kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties. How dare you humiliate Brother Jiang? Brothers, beat him up. The Nebula sect that had been silent for a long time suddenly became lively again. The northern and southern dynasties had set a deadline of 3 days. The only thing they needed to wait for now was Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen came back, they would have their backbone. At this time, Nebula Kid and Wu Mo wouldn't be able to do anything. Swoosh swoosh under the lead of Nebula Kid and Wu Mo, the higher-ups of the two major powers rushed out and approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are finally back. Looking at your chi, you should be a 9th grade combat emperor now, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen nodded. A mere 9th grade combat emperor, how could he create a miracle? Yes, he is too weak. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, he isn't even at the same level. We are finished this time. What a pity, what a pity. I thought that he could create a miracle, but it seems like he is still finished. The minor saints of the Moyin cult could see through Jiang Chen's cultivation. Their joyful mood instantly sank. Although Jiang Chen had improved very fast, a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive in the upcoming chaos of Xuanyu, let alone turning the tide. It was a joke. Huala Jiang Chen glanced at those minor saints and opened the gap of his spatial ring. Yi Sha and the other 3 third-grade minor devil saints rushed out. For a moment, Devil Chi soared up to the sky, covering the entire sky. The mighty aura of a devil saint swept across the area. Countless people were shocked. What? These are all powerful devils, each of them is a third-grade minor devil saint. Someone exclaimed. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo were shocked. They didn't know where did Jiang Chen get so many devils from. One should know that what they lacked the most now was a minor saint. Master. Yi Sha and the other 3 bowed to Jiang Chen in unison, their attitude was incomparably respectful. This scene stunned everyone. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo had their mouths wide open in shock. My God, what is going on? According to the legends, each and every one of them is arrogant and untamed. They are much scarier than our devil cult. These are 4 third-grade minor devil saints, but they are bowing to Jiang Chen like slaves. Jiang Chen has subdued these minor devil saints. My God, how did he do it? Hearing this, everyone was shocked once again. The spirits of the 5 elements were very precious. Jiang Chen was actually able to collect 4 of them. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was indeed a person with great luck. Otherwise, how could he have collected 4 of the spirits of the 5 elements? However, even if Jiang Chen had 4 of them, he was still missing one. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to obtain the demon spirit of the white tiger. But that white tiger is a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. Not even a 6th-grade minor saint is a match for it. It's basically impossible for you to obtain its demon spirit. Wu Emo shook his head. Not only him, everyone present thought that Jiang Chen was joking. How could it be possible to kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit? Ha! I have already prepared for this. The white tiger is dead for sure. As long as the northern and southern dynasties attack us, the first thing I will do is to eliminate the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit. I will arrange the 5 elemental Tajura formation later. When the war begins, I will kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit, perfecting the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Jiang Chen laughed. Although the white tiger was very powerful, Jiang Chen didn't care about it. He had been keeping the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. He had never been willing to use it because he was waiting for this day. To put it bluntly, the source of combat strength talisman was prepared for the white tiger. As long as the white tiger was killed, it would be equivalent to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties. The source of combat strength talisman was a one-time consumable item. It could only unleash a single attack of a 9th-grade minor saint. It was undoubtedly impossible to use it to kill all the enemies, but it wouldn't be a problem to kill the white tiger. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They didn't know what kind of method Jiang Chen would use to deal with the white tiger, but judging from Jiang Chen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Jiang Chen was very confident, which made them feel relieved. However, they were still worried. Even if the 5 elemental Tajura formation could be perfectly arranged like what Jiang Chen said, even if Jiang Chen had the means to kill the white tiger, there were still more than 100 minor saints on the other side. They wouldn't be able to deal with them. Could it be that they had to rely on the grand formation to keep the battle going? This didn't seem to be a good idea. It was a good idea. Everyone, don't worry. Just leave everything to me. All you need to do is to maintain the grand formation and leave the rest to me. This time, I will make sure that the northern and southern dynasties won't be able to leave this place alive. At that time, the 4 domains will no longer belong to the northern and southern dynasties, but to us. All the resources will belong to us. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Everything was going according to his plan. Killing the white tiger would not only complete the 5-elemental Tajura formation, but also complete the 5-elemental combat dragon seal. Under the stimulation of the 5-elemental combat dragon seal, his dragon transformation skill would undergo another transformation. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the first-grade minor saint. His strength would increase tremendously, and the dragon transformation skill would most likely give Jiang Chen the ability to transform into a dragon. At that time, Jiang Chen was confident that he would be able to conquer the world. Jiang Chen's confidence affected everyone's mood. Although they didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, it at least gave them a glimmer of hope in their hearts. A glimmer of hope that they could really fight against the northern and southern dynasties. As for ruling the 4 domains, it was something that they had never even dreamed about. They didn't dare to think about it. What we lack now is a minor saint expert, a high-level minor saint. The 5-elemental Tajura formation needs a lot of energy to support it, especially with the addition of the brilliant mirror. Master, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Dan Yuan City and ask Dan King to come and help us. Dan King is a peak 5th-grade minor saint. He might be a 6th-grade minor saint now. It carried a strong murderous qi and an ancient qi, indicating that this stone tablet had existed for a very long time. As soon as the monument appeared, there was an aura of superiority. It was an aura of independence, looking down on all heroes, not putting anything in its eyes, not even the heavens in its eyes. It was as if Tyrant was the only one who could control it. This stone tablet is extremely mystical. Back then in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for this stone tablet, all of us would be dead. Guo Xiaofei said, sighing. That's right. With the help of this stone tablet, our grand formation will be more secure. Han Yen nodded. They were all people who had experienced the catastrophe in the Death Mountain. They knew the power of this stone tablet. Back then, this stone tablet had turned the tide and held on until the appearance of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for this stone tablet, they might not be able to stand here. Tyrant shouted. A divine sense penetrated into the stone tablet, trying to fuse the qi of 5 elements with the qi of 5 elements. However, the stone tablet trembled violently, as if it was rejecting the fusion of the qi of others. It was a high and mighty qi, as if nothing in this heaven and earth was qualified to fuse with it. However, very quickly, the stone tablet calmed down. This was because the stone tablet had sensed the aura of the 5 elements. The 5 elements were products from the beginning of the world. They were supreme sacred objects. Even the arrogant stone tablet had to acknowledge them. Rays of light overflowed from the stone tablet. Very quickly, it completed the fusion with the 4 qi of 5 elements. Little Chenzi, the stone tablet has completely fused with the qi of 5 elements. What should we do next? Tyrant asked. Tyrant, when the grand formation is activated, you will be in charge of controlling the stone tablet and activating its power. You don't have to worry about anything else. Jiang Chen arranged. Tyrant's role was undoubtedly very important. In the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult, only Tyrant could control the stone tablet. No one else could. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Tyrant patted his chest and guaranteed. It will take a long time to complete the 5-elemental Tajura formation. I'm afraid it will take 1 day and 1 night. Don't disturb us for the next period of time. I and De Huang will complete the 5-elemental Tajura formation. As long as this grand formation succeeds, 3 days later, the northern and southern dynasties will be in big trouble. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. Xuanyu was in a mess. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Wu Emo and the others retreated, but they didn't stay idle. On one side, they were guarding Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, lest they were disturbed. At the same time, they were observing the layout of the 5 elements Tajura formation. I have no idea what is that Jiang Chen doing right now. It seems like he has deployed a grand formation in the sky above the entire nebula sect. It seems like he is preparing to fight us 3 days later. Also, Dan King of Dan Yuan City has gone to help. That Dan King is a peak 5th grade minor saint. The black silhouette said again. Humph. I can eat a puny 5th grade minor saint in one bite. If so many experts attacked at full force, the entire nebula sect would be wiped out in an instant. The man in the front was wearing a golden robe. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was surrounded by the dragon-shaped chi of an emperor. The pressure that he emitted made people want to worship him. This man with golden hair and golden robe was from the northern and southern dynasties. Beside him stood a 10 meters tall majestic white tiger. The white tiger didn't have any impurities on its body, but it was emitting a pure golden light. The white tiger raised its head proudly. The word king in between its eyebrows was very eye-catching. Chapter 769. White Tiger was too powerful. He was only a 5th grade minor demon saint. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with an ordinary 6th grade minor saint. On the side of Nebula sect and Moyin cult, there wasn't a single 6th grade minor saint. There were only 2 5th grade minor saints, Dan King and Nebula Kid. On the side of Northern and Southern dynasties, excluding White Tiger and Northern and Southern dynasties, there were 5 5th grade minor saints. There were also countless 3rd and 4th grade minor saints. Such a huge gap was like a chasm that couldn't be made up for. The elders and disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult felt incomparably heavy. Even Wu Emo and Nebula Kid didn't look good. Knowing it was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another thing. They already knew how powerful the Northern and Southern dynasties were, but they felt an irresistible pressure when facing them. At this time, a lot of eyes were looking at Jiang Chen, who was floating in the sky. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent and calm expression, their mood became slightly better. No matter what, they could see a trace of confidence from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, we meet again. Nanbei Chao looked down from above, his tone was like a monarch questioning his subjects. I didn't manage to kill you in Qi province and you managed to escape from the Death Mountain. Today, you won't have such a good chance. Jiang Chen said. The pressure from the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't affect him at all. He was the dignified greatest saint under the heavens. His status was higher than those of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen, how dare you talk to our master like that? You must be tired of living. Jiang Chen, you are just a puny combat emperor. What qualifications do you have to talk to our master like that? You have killed the genius of our family in Dan Yuan City. Today, I will settle the score with you. Jiang Chen, you will definitely die today. We will settle all the grievances between us today. Jiang Chen, you've killed so many people and offended countless forces. Today, even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. One by one, powerful experts began to roar at Jiang Chen. Instantly, Jiang Chen became the target of public criticism. All the major powers present wanted to kill Jiang Chen, including Shaoyao Palace, Tianshan School and Tan family. Even the major powers of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain. Back in Dan Yuan City, Jiang Chen had killed a lot of people and offended many major powers. Now that they had been subdued by the Northern and Southern dynasties, they had been suppressing their anger. Today, they wanted to vent their anger on Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, looks like you're not doing very well. Tyrant grinned at Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter if the whole world is my enemy. I don't put them in my eyes. Today, many people are destined to die. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. He didn't put those experts in his eyes at all. In his eyes, there was only the Northern and Southern dynasties and the White Tiger. The Northern and Southern dynasties raised their hands. He said, Jiang Qin, I have to say that you have really disappointed me. I thought that you could at least break through to the Minor Saint realm, and we might have a chance to fight. I didn't expect that you are still lingering in the Combat Emperor realm. Killing you is an incomparably easy task. I can kill you with a single breath. I want you to understand that you are still an ant in front of me. I will give you one more chance now. As long as you come here and kowtow to me, I will let everyone here go today. Their fate will be in your hands. Jiang Chen's eyes were like two sharp swords as he looked at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, I have to say that you have really disappointed me. I thought that you could at least break through to the Minor Saint realm. The Northern and Southern dynasties were too confident and arrogant. They were extremely arrogant people. Northern and Southern dynasties, you're too confident, but this confidence of yours is really stupid. Can't you see that I've already set up a grand formation here? If you have the ability, then break my grand formation. If you don't have the ability, then get the hell out of here. Jiang Qin sneered. Ha! You want to use a broken formation to resist us? What a joke. I can completely shatter your formation with a single strike. The White Tiger laughed loudly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. You little kitty is also as stupid as the Northern and Southern dynasties. I can see that you're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You don't have any ability at all. My formation is a unique grand formation. Even if I give you 10 days and 10 nights, you won't be able to break a single crack in it. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. He pointed his finger at the White Tiger. Today's battle was unavoidable. What Jiang Chen needed to do was to lure the White Tiger as much as possible. He must let the White Tiger be the first one to attack. Only by killing the White Tiger would he have a chance to carry out the rest of the plan. Therefore, he had to provoke the White Tiger. He knew that a proud existence like the White Tiger would be easily provoked. Roar! Sure enough, Jiang Chen's words instantly angered the White Tiger. The White Tiger roared on the spot. He was the king of all beasts, a noble and powerful existence. How dare Jiang Chen call him a little kitty? This was a serious humiliation. Only by twisting Jiang Chen's head off would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Damned bastard! How dare you disrespect me? You're courting death. Do you know that? I will personally attack and tear your grand formation into pieces. Today, everyone here will die. I will kill every single one of you. The White Tiger's chi shook the sky. The aura of a king filled the air. His body emitted a golden light that was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The aura of a 5th-grade minor demon saint was released. To the others, the existence of the White Tiger was equivalent to the arrival of the end of the world. All right. White Tiger, I will let you attack first. Destroy his ridiculous grand formation first, then kill everyone here. The Northern and Southern dynasties had given the order to the White Tiger. He and the White Tiger were the same kind of people. They would not allow anyone to disrespect and blaspheme them. Dong! The White Tiger moved. He dragged his majestic body and took a step forward. The void under his feet was shattered. The White Tiger's divine aura was matchless. He arrived above Jiang Chen in a blink of an eye. He was ready to launch a terrifying attack on the 5-elemental Tajura formation. At this moment, everyone from the Nebula sect and the Moine cult felt that their mouths were dry. Even if there were flaws, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Although there were formation masters among them, the gap between them and De Huang Dog wasn't small. With De Huang Dog guarding the formation, no one could cleverly break it. However, it wasn't easy for the experts of Nebula sect and Moine cult to resist the attack. Even with the support of the 5 elemental Tajura formation, the power of the attacks of more than 100 minor saints couldn't be underestimated. Some of the weaker ones had already felt dizzy. They weren't qualified to participate in such a battle. Even the weakest outer sect disciples were struggling to hold on, because they understood that they would have a chance to survive if they continued to hold on. Once the grand formation was broken, death would be the only thing that awaited them. Tyrant was like a Buddha. He was a first-grade minor saint, which made him extremely terrifying. He was controlling the monument, allowing the monument and the chi of the grand formation to fuse together. The monument was very useful. Because of the monument, the 5 elemental Tajura formation had become much stronger. The brilliant mirror hadn't started its attack yet. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He needed time to break through to the minor saint realm. If he used the brilliant mirror, it might cause some damage to the enemy, but the enemy's camp was too big. The brilliant mirror alone wouldn't be able to change the result. Instead, the mirror would absorb too much energy, weakening the power of the formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting on the coordinates of the metal spirits with his eyes closed. He didn't care about the battle outside, but only focused on breaking through to the minor saint realm. Hong Long. More than 100 minor saints attacked at the same time. Endless energy was unleashed. Every time an attack hit the formation, it would shake everyone's soul, but the 5 elemental Tajura formation was incomparably strong. Not a single crack could be seen on it until now. Motherfucker. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so strong? I have a deep understanding of the Tao of formation, but this formation is just too strong. I don't know what it's using to support it. It doesn't have a single flaw. Also, the monument of that monk must be an incomparably precious treasure. With this monument, this formation will be even harder to break. We don't have time to think too much. With our current strength, we will break it sooner or later. Did you all see that? This formation needs a lot of yuan force to support it. When their yuan force is depleted, this formation will collapse by itself. Many people in the northern and southern dynasties were shocked. The combined attack of more than 100 minor saints was extremely powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. It was only a matter of time before the yuan force of Nebula sect and Moine cult was exhausted. Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of violent explosions suddenly sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. An extremely powerful chi wave spread out from his body. Right now, Jiang Chen had completely condensed the 5 elemental spirits. He had reached the great circle of the 5 elements. The chi of the 5 elements was unleashed from his body, and it directly manifested into 5 different concepts. The number of dragon marks began to condense, and each new dragon mark let out a loud roar. Jiang Chen now looked like a true dragon, filled with a mighty aura. Crack. In other words, Jiang Chen had not only advanced to the first-grade minor saint, but he had also reached the peak of the first-grade minor saint. Swoosh! The domain was kept by Jiang Chen. His eyes shot out 2 rays of sharp light, cutting the void. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood up slowly. The entire heaven and earth changed along with his chi. He was like a peerless king that had descended to the world. His body was covered with dazzling light that blinded people's eyes. He was like a god that no one dared to look directly at. At this moment, Jiang Chen could feel the chi of the heavenly tribulation. Ever since he had condensed the battle spirit, every advancement would be accompanied by a powerful heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen had already gotten used to it. However, the heavenly tribulation could still be controlled by him. As long as he hadn't advanced to the second-grade minor saint, the heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Of course, the current intense battle wasn't a suitable time to trigger the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of a minor saint was equivalent to a saint tribulation. Its power was countless times stronger than before. If he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation here, the entire nebula sect would be razed to the ground. Brothers, it's time to strike back. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air. The brilliant mirror suddenly turned around and aimed at a spot where the attacks were concentrated. In an instant, it absorbed all the attacks, and in the next moment, a huge amount of energy was bounced back. What? What's going on? What kind of treasure is that mirror? It can reflect our energy attack. Get out of the way quickly. This attack is the combination of at least 10 of our strength. We won't be able to withstand it. The group of minor saints panicked and fled in all directions. The power of the brilliant mirror's reflection was too strong. It was the sum of their previous attack power. If this attack landed on one person, the result would be unimaginable. Ha! Hong Long. The enormous energy exploded. The void was instantly destroyed. That was a force that could destroy everything. A first-grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was vaporized and died on the spot. Not only that, there were at least 3 minor saints who suffered from either light or heavy injuries. This was the power of the brilliant mirror. Motherfucker. Awesome. Wu Emo jumped up on the spot. He no longer cared about his image as a sect master. Just now, he had been suppressed by the brilliant mirror. Now, the brilliant mirror had counterattacked, instantly disrupting the enemy's formation and killing a minor saint. This scene was undoubtedly a great boost to the morale of the entire Nebula sect and Moyne cult. This brilliant mirror is really powerful. It's just that its absorption of Yuan Qi is too fierce. Dan King wiped off his sweat. This is the treasure of our Nebula sect, the pinnacle of minor saint weapons. For so many years, no one has been able to use it. Finally, it can be brought to life in the hands of Jiang Qin. Nebula Kid's face was filled with excitement. He was very happy to see the power of the brilliant mirror with his own eyes. Ha! Did you see that? He killed a minor saint. That's the treasure of our Nebula sect, the brilliant mirror. It has shown its power in the hands of Brother Jiang. Great! This is so satisfying. Not only did he kill a minor saint, but he also destroyed their formation. Senior Brother Jiang is truly a heaven-defying figure. I seem to see the hope of our victory. With Senior Brother Jiang here, nothing is impossible. Many of them were excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. All of these were the arrangements of Jiang Qin. Everyone, be careful of the brilliant mirror. Its power is too strong, but it also consumes a lot of Yuan Qi. They won't be able to use it too many times. Let's spread out our attack power. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand the rebounding power. Freedom King shouted loudly. This wasn't what he wanted to see. He knew that the Nebula sect had a brilliant mirror, but he didn't know what it could be used for. So, he ignored it. He didn't expect that it could unleash such a great power. Jiang Qin, come out and fight. The northern and southern dynasties shouted again. Today's attack on the Nebula sect wasn't going smoothly, which made him very angry. However, this didn't affect his confidence. In his point of view, everything that Jiang Qin had done was just to resist stubbornly. The final outcome would be the same. As you wish. Jiang Qin took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Suddenly, his body trembled violently again. At this moment, under the stimulation of the 5 elemental spheres, the dragon transformation skill ushered in another transformation. Jiang Qin was excited again. He had been cultivating the dragon transformation skill for a long time. He had a deep understanding of this skill. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would bring him endless benefits. In the depths of his soul, the half-dragon and half-human shadow appeared again. It was exactly the scene that he saw during his enlightenment. It hadn't appeared since it was interrupted by someone. Today, the dragon transformation skill had evolved again. It finally appeared. A drop of dragon blood essence emerged from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul, fusing into his internal organs and limbs. Jiang Chen couldn't hold it any longer. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon transformation skill evolved again, allowing him to transform into a dragon. His body began to change continuously. Pieces of blood-red dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Caw, Jiang Chen's bones produced cracking sounds. His arms became incomparably thick. His palms turned into real dragon claws. The sharp claws could tear anything apart. His body doubled in size. A pair of blood-red dragon wings appeared on his back. A casual movement of the wings produced a sound of iron being struck. Other than giving Jiang Chen lightning speed, the wings were also a powerful weapon. A casual strike from it could cut a third-grade minor saint into half. Jiang Chen had completely transformed into a blood-red dragon. His body doubled in size. Only his face was still that of a human. However, his combat power had increased by 10 times in the dragon transformation state. Jiang Chen felt that he was so powerful that he could tear anything apart. He had just advanced to the first-grade minor saint. His combat strength was enough to kill a fourth-grade minor saint. In his dragon form, his combat strength had increased by 10-fold. Killing a fifth-grade minor saint would be a piece of cake for him. Such a powerful transformation was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Jiang Chen found out that the true Dragon Palm and Azure Dragon 5 steps were much more powerful when he was in his dragon form. Nanbei Chao, who was a third-grade minor saint, could already kill a fifth-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen, who was in his dragon form, could still kill a fifth-grade minor saint. One of them had the immortal soul physique while the other was a super-monstrous genius. It was hard to tell who would win when the two of them collided. Let's continue to attack the Grand Formation. Master will take care of Jiang Chen. As long as we break the Grand Formation, we will be able to wipe out the Nebula sect and Moyne cult. Freedom King shouted. More than 100 minor saints attacked the 5 elemental Tajura formation again. Dan King and Nebula Kid had no choice but to continue holding on. They wanted to have a big fight with the minor saints outside, but if the formation was broken, thousands of disciples would die. The good thing was that with the deterrence of the brilliant mirror, the 150 minor saints didn't dare to concentrate their attacks on a single point. It was beneficial to the defense of the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties had created another battlefield. 2 domineering geniuses, 2 predestined enemies, had once again clashed with each other after the battle in the Black Sect. No one knew what the outcome would be this time. Jiang Chen, prepare to die. I want to wash away the humiliation you gave me last time. I will kill you once and for all. Wisdom King Fist. The chi of the northern and southern dynasties surged. They struck out a powerful Wisdom King fist. An extremely bright and huge fist appeared out of nowhere. It was as big as a mountain. There were all kinds of complicated talismans engraved on its surface. It was filled with the aura of wisdom. It shattered the void and launched a fierce attack at Jiang Chen. It's the Wisdom King fist again. Is there anything new? Jiang Chen sneered. He had experienced this King of Wisdom's fist before, and it was indeed a frightening combat skill. The King of Wisdom's fist contained a hint of wisdom, and it could lock onto the opponent's movements, not giving the opponent any chance to escape. Last time, Jiang Chen had killed it with the 6 solar fingers, but this time, Jiang Chen wanted to try his dragon wings. Shwa! The huge dragon wings spread out. They were at least 3 meters wide. A casual flap of the dragon wings could create 1,000 ripples. The dragon wings were used in conjunction with the spatial shift. Jiang Chen's body instantly turned into an afterimage. With a schwa, he flew out, directly cutting off the connection between him and the Wisdom King fist. What? Nan Bei Chao's expression changed. The Wisdom King fist had its own intelligence. Once it locked onto someone, it would be impossible for them to escape. However, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. That pair of terrifying dragon wings could even cut off the connection between the Wisdom King fist and Jiang Chen's chi. Ha, true dragon palm. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He suddenly struck out with the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw slammed down, directly shattering the Wisdom King fist. Jiang Chen used the true dragon combat skill in his dragon form. The might of the true dragon combat skill was even more ferocious. 3 wisdom punches. The northern and southern dynasties didn't move. They struck out with the 3 wisdom punches again. Each punch was stronger than the previous. The earth-shattering might was like a vast ocean, wanting to drown Jiang Chen completely. Humph. All attacks are like floating clouds in front of me. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. He no longer dodged and directly charged towards the 3 wisdom punches. With a wave of his arm, numerous flood dragon shadows flew out. There were a total of 9 of them. Roar! Roar! The roars of the flood dragons shook the heavens and the earth. The icy cold heavenly earth pure water had frozen more than half of the heavenly river, forming a huge ice sculpture in the sky. It was a beautiful scene. Clang at this time, the heavenly saint's sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The body of the sword began to tremble violently. The heavenly saint's sword was no longer an emperor weapon, but a true minor saint weapon. Along with Jiang Chen's advancement, it had advanced by 1 level. Right now, the appearance of the heavenly saint sword had completely changed. The blood-red dragon head looked extremely ferocious, and it had turned into a sword hilt. The body of the sword was covered with dragon marks, making it look like a real dragon sword. This wasn't the first time it had taken this form. Back then, Jiang Chen had transformed it using the dragon marks, but now, it was different. Under the influence of the dragon transformation skill, the heavenly saint sword had transformed into a real dragon sword just like Jiang Chen. It looked extremely frightening. Howl Jiang Chen raised the heavenly saint sword high up in the air. The sword produced an ear-piercing howl. A bright blood-red sword light soared into the sky. The indestructible sword light stood on top of the heavenly river. The heavenly river that carried terrifying energy was slashed into half by Jiang Chen on the spot, shattering into countless pieces and falling down from the sky. Dang dang dang. The northern and southern dynasties had suffered a great shock when the Monarch heaven art was destroyed by Jiang Chen. They had to take a dozen steps back before they could regain their balance. The indifference and arrogance on their faces had been replaced by shock. Ha! Look! The northern and southern dynasties are no match for senior brother Jiang. Great! This is great! Senior brother Jiang is the real heaven-defying existence. No one can stop him. Not even the northern and southern dynasties are a match for him. As long as we kill the northern and southern dynasties, our crisis will be completely resolved. No one in the 4 big domains will be a match for senior brother Jiang. At that time, we will rule the 4 big domains. Motherfucker. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Excitement, excitement, blood boiling. That's right, blood boiling. Although it was Jiang Qin who was fighting, the people of the Nebulous sect and the Moyne cult felt as if they were the ones fighting. Everyone was affected by Jiang Qin's soaring spirit. They couldn't calm down at all. The scene in front of them was something they didn't even dare to dream about. After knowing that the northern and southern dynasties had ruled the 4 big domains, their only thought was that they were finished. The best ending was to be ruled by the northern and southern dynasties. Who could have thought that Jiang Qin would bring them such a great miracle? Jiang Qin, you forced me to do this. Eternal immortal wind, devour everything. The northern and southern dynasties roared madly. Chapter 774. Jiang Qin was like a god of war, emitting a dazzling radiance. Although the northern and southern dynasties still had the strength to fight, in front of Jiang Qin, they were like stray dogs. From the beginning of the battle until now, they hadn't been able to gain the slightest bit of advantage from Jiang Qin. Northern and southern dynasties, let me see how you will escape this time. Jiang Qin spoke. He raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand again. This time, he wouldn't give the northern and southern dynasties any chance. The sword transformed into a true dragon and appeared before the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. Armor of Immortals. The northern and southern dynasties bellowed, hurriedly summoning the armor of Immortals. The armor was covered in restrictive runes, forming an unbreakable defense. At the same time, a sword was condensed in his hand. That was the sovereign sword, enveloped by a powerful eternal celestial wind, blocking Jiang Qin's heavenly saint sword. Unfortunately, the northern and southern dynasties were no longer in the same state as before. The continuous setbacks had caused him to lose the confidence to fight against Jiang Qin. Not only that, his body had suffered a certain degree of damage, and it would be hard for him to unleash his peak combat strength. Clang! The 2 divine weapons collided. The sovereign sword of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't withstand the might of the heavenly saint sword and was directly knocked away. Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy. The heavenly saint sword rippled once more, its speed reaching an extreme. The sword light was like a beam of light, slicing a large hole in the void and landing on the armor of immortals of the northern and southern dynasties. Chi! The armor of immortals with astonishing defensive power couldn't withstand this terrifying attack from Jiang Qin. Sparks flew from the collision between the armor of immortals and the heavenly saint sword. A hole was sliced open, and the overwhelming sword chi pierced through the chests of the northern and southern dynasties, causing blood to gush out. You destroyed my immortal armor. Nanbei Chao was like an enraged lion, but he was battered and exhausted. The first time, the second time, the third time. He had never found a shred of confidence in front of Jiang Qin. No matter how high and mighty he was in front of others, even if he had conquered all the major powers in the 4 domains, he was still like a clown in front of Jiang Qin. He was just a clown. Northern and southern dynasties, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. No matter what you do, you won't be able to stop me. Today, your blood will be spilled here. Jiang Qin's domineering aura soared into the sky. His eyes were incomparably bright and emotionless. In his eyes, the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. Freedom King, hurry up and attack Jiang Qin. If I die, all of you will die. The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Freedom King and the others. The situation in front of them made those minor saints have the urge to spurt out blood. They had never thought that the alliance of experts from the 4 domains couldn't even break into the mountain gate of Nebula sect. However, they knew that the words of the northern and southern dynasties were right. If the northern and southern dynasties were killed, given Jiang Qin's means, they wouldn't have a good ending. Now, they still had a few 5th-grade minor saints. If they joined forces, they could still fight Jiang Qin. Once the northern and southern dynasties were killed by Jiang Qin, the morale of the people would plummet and they would be done for. They would never have the chance to rise again. For a moment, 5 fifth-grade minor saints surrounded Jiang Qin. None of them dared to be careless. All of them took out their minor saint weapons. Facing the powerful Jiang Qin, they couldn't afford to be careless. Hong Long. The heaven and earth were shaking. The void was destroyed wave after wave. The sky had changed color. Destructive energy waves were everywhere. It was like an Azura battlefield. The disciples and elders of Nebula sect and Moyin cult were dumbfounded. There was no longer any surprise on their faces because they were already numb. Such a grand scene was something that they had never dreamt of. In their eyes, a minor saint was a high and mighty existence. They were the true superiors in their dreams. However, everything that happened today had completely subverted their thoughts. It turned out that a minor saint could be killed at will. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Qin was like an immemorial void dragon that had broken through the shackles of his cage. The heavenly saint sword in his hand had completely fused with his body. His facial expression didn't change even a bit when facing the joint attack of the 5 great experts. These people were far weaker than the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. If they thought that they could deal with Jiang Qin by joining forces, it would be a joke. Kang. The dragon sword was filled with the power of a saint. When the sword was unleashed, no ghosts or gods would be spared. Jiang Qin's sword had completely turned into a bloodthirsty sword. No one knew how much saint blood was going to stain it today. The net of sword weaved into a cage, trapping one of the 5th-grade minor saint experts. Then, the sharp heavenly saint sword fell on the top of his head. No! That expert exclaimed. Only when he was fighting with Jiang Qin did he realize how terrifying Jiang Qin was. He could feel the irresistible power that surged out from Jiang Qin's body. It was like the power of chaos. He felt like he couldn't resist the attack of the sword. Pu Qi, along with a shrill scream, a 5th-grade minor saint expert, a peerless ancestor of a major power, was slashed in half by Jiang Qin. He died on the spot. Saint blood splattered all over the place. The scene looked incomparably miserable. Sect Master. A few minor saints roared from afar. They had seen their sect master being killed with their own eyes. Their sect was completely finished. The northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood when they saw the scene. They knew that they had failed again. Their future was ruined by Jiang Qin again. The most urgent thing to do now was to run away. Otherwise, they would really die, like what Jiang Qin had said. Swoosh! The northern and southern dynasties turned into a ray of light and vanished into the void. They wanted to escape from this battlefield. They wanted to fight Jiang Qin again in the future. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin wouldn't give them the chance to escape. Jiang Qin didn't put these 5th-grade minor saints in his eyes. All of his attention was on the northern and southern dynasties. This bastard was a great disaster. As long as he was given the chance to escape, he would grow stronger very quickly. He would become stronger and harder to deal with. Want to leave? Stay where you are. Jiang Qin flapped his dragon wings and turned into a ray of lightning, breaking through the encirclement of the 5th-grade minor saints and vanished into the void. In the next moment, Jiang Qin reappeared. In his hand was a man who was covered in blood. He was from the northern and southern dynasties. Currently, the immortal armor of the northern and southern dynasties had disappeared. Jiang Qin's sharp claws had pierced through his back like a dead dog. Jiang Qin, I have the immortal soul physique. You can't kill me. The northern and southern dynasties were still struggling. Northern and southern dynasties, look at your current state. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Today, I will completely annihilate you. I will destroy your body and soul. I won't give you any chance to fight back. Jiang Chen said. His other sharp claw suddenly grabbed the heads of the northern and southern dynasties. A cracking sound was heard. Their heads were crushed into pieces. This wasn't the end of it. Jiang Chen released a raging fire, forming a fire cage that trapped the northern and southern dynasties. He wanted to burn the northern and southern dynasties from head to toe. Not even a trace of their divine sense could escape. During the process of burning, Jiang Chen saw a whirlpool of wind lingering in the body of the northern and southern dynasties. The wind was extremely powerful, as if it was going to blow away the raging fire. Eternal immortal wind. What a good thing. Jiang Chen grabbed the eternal immortal wind. It struggled violently, trying to escape from Jiang Chen's palm. The eternal immortal wind was something that belonged to the immortal world. It had its own intelligence. It wouldn't be controlled by a mortal from the lower world. That's right. However, as soon as Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation incantation, the eternal immortal wind acknowledged allegiance. The dragon transformation incantation was a powerful divine ability that surpassed immortals. It was on the level of paramount gods, and possessed the power of the primeval wilds. Even the eternal immortal wind had to acknowledge allegiance. With the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Chen had gained yet another trump card. However, in Jiang Chen's hands, the eternal immortal wind was nothing more than a means of attack. He didn't have an immortal spirit body, so he couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to advance 2 levels like the northern and southern dynasties. It was a pity, but Jiang Chen didn't care. With the dragon transformation incantation, he could increase his battle prowess by 10-fold, making him even stronger than the eternal immortal wind. As for the eternal immortal wind, even if it was just a means of attack, it was still extremely terrifying. Very quickly, the northern and southern dynasties were burned cleanly by Jiang Chen. Not even ashes were left. Jiang Chen retracted the flames and looked at the place where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. He let out a long sigh. He had finally killed that guy. But at the same time, Jiang Chen felt a sense of loss in his heart. Look, the northern and southern dynasties are dead. They were killed by senior brother Jiang. Ha! The white tiger is dead. The northern and southern dynasties are dead as well. Senior brother Jiang is an invincible existence. The others are nothing in front of him. They're finished. Senior brother Jiang is too divine. That seemingly unresolvable situation of certain death was actually turned around by him. He single-handedly created an unprecedented miracle. The death of the northern and southern dynasties was like a shot of adrenaline for the Nebula sect and the Moyne cult. Many of them were so excited that they couldn't believe that this was real. Jiang Chen turned his head. Next, it was time to settle the score with the others. However, he turned back to look at the place where the northern and southern dynasties were killed. There was no trace of the chi of the northern and southern dynasties left. They had completely vanished. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Chen had an illusion that the northern and southern dynasties weren't dead yet. It was an absurd feeling. The northern and southern dynasties are dead. Let's run. Run. Jiang Chen is invincible. No one is a match for him. This man is cruel and merciless. We have offended him. If we fall into his hands, we will die for sure. Those minor saints were shouting wildly. Now that the outcome had been determined, they were completely defeated. The only thing they could do now was to run. Ha! None of you will escape today. All of you will die. I will use your saint blood to irrigate this mountain range, turning this place into a holy land. 5 elemental spheres, seal the void for me. Chapter 776. His feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Freedom King sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. A single look from Jiang Chen could send a person to hell. Freedom King knew that he was finished. No one could save him from this world. Given Jiang Chen's temper, he would never let him go. He wouldn't leave any chance for him. Now, even the northern and southern dynasties were dead. With his current strength that wasn't even a 5th-grade minor saint, he could only be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you. Freedom King's soul was shivering when he saw Jiang Chen approaching him. He was a dignified 4th-grade minor saint, the master of Xiaoyao Palace. Even his voice was trembling at this moment. He didn't have the demeanor of a superior being. No one wasn't afraid of death. This was the same for everyone. The higher one's status was, the stronger one's cultivation was, the more one would understand how difficult it was to reach where they were today. They would be more afraid of death, especially when death was about to befall them. I can give you a chance. Give me a reason why you won't die. Jiang Chen's tone was cold like the god of hell. The scene in the sky looked very exciting. A young man in his 20s was standing in front of hundreds of minor saints. All of the minor saints were trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to speak, let alone resist. The death of the half-step minor saint had given them a wake-up call. It made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't someone they could deal with. He was a true war god. They had completely lost the chance to resist. However, judging from Jiang Chen's current performance, they could feel that they still had a chance to survive. Jiang Chen's gaze was very clear. The experts of the 3 major powers in Xuanyu City were the ones who had a grudge against them. As for the people of the other 3 domains, they were smart enough to keep quiet. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have the right to speak. Their fate was completely in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed their sect master and so many of their experts. They didn't even have the thought of revenge. Freedom King was delighted when he heard that Jiang Chen wanted him to give a reason. He felt that he still had a chance. Jiang Chen, you have killed so many people in Xiaoyao Palace. Let's forget about this. Moreover, it is the northern and southern dynasties that want to rule Xuanyu, not me. You know how powerful the northern and southern dynasties are. I can't resist them at all. As long as you don't kill me today, I will submit to you completely. From now on, the whole Xuanyu, no, the 4 major domains will be yours. Freedom King said hastily, pushing all the blame to the northern and southern dynasties. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. Pu Qi unfortunately, as soon as Freedom King's voice faded, Jiang Chen's sharp claws pierced through his body mercilessly and crushed his heart. Blood flowed down from Jiang Chen's blood-red dragon claws. The scene looked incomparably ghastly. Feeling the rapid loss of vitality, Freedom King lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had thought that he already had a chance to live. He did not expect that Jiang Chen would kill him so decisively as soon as he finished his words. You can kill yourself hundreds of times for this reason. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, people like you are far inferior. Although the northern and southern dynasties and I are enemies, I admire them from the bottom of my heart. They are arrogant to the core. Even if they were to die, they would not beg for mercy. Moreover, your reason is too lousy. When you wanted to kill me back then, did you ever think that this day would come? Let me ask you, if you had broken through the formation of the Nebula sect today, how much blood would have been spilled from the Nebula sect and the Moine cult on your hands? Let me ask you, if I were to fall into your hands now, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to die so easily even if I wanted to. Therefore, I'm already being merciful by giving you a quick death now. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a destructive force suddenly spurted out from the dragon claw, tearing Freedom King's body apart. The dignified overlord of Xuanyu had fallen just like that. This scene made the others numb. They were already used to Jiang Chen's ruthless methods. However, there were two people whose expressions changed drastically. They were Qin Tian and Sky Mountain Taoist. They knew very well that now that Freedom King was dead, it would be their turn next. Indeed, if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. After Jiang Qin killed Freedom King, he directly came to the two of them. "What do you two have to say?" Jiang Qin asked indifferently. The two of them looked at each other and saw the despair and helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that their fate had come to an end and there was no more chance for them to make a comeback. "Jiang Qin, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I hope that after you kill me, you will let the rest of the Qin clan go," Qin Tian said loudly. He seemed to be a little unyielding. "Jiang Qin, I know that I'm going to die. I hope that you won't make things difficult for the disciples of Sky Hill sect and give them a good way out," Sky Mountain Taoish said. "The two of you are not bad. As a sect master, you have a bit of unyielding spirit. You still know how to think for the future generations. You are right. I won't let you go. After killing you, the Qin clan and Sky Hill sect will be devoured by the Nebula sect. I won't kill innocent people." After saying that, Jiang Qin waved his hand and killed Qin Tian and Sky Mountain Taoist. The two of them didn't put up any resistance until they died because they knew very well that resistance was futile. Ah! Patriarch! There were still 5 minor saint elders of the Qin clan who were still alive. When they saw Jiang Qin kill Qin Tian, they immediately roared in grief. Their eyes were filled with hatred when they looked at Jiang Qin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin frowned. His killing intent rose again. The Qin clan was different from sects like Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill sect. They were the power of a clan and were related by blood. Their hatred towards Jiang Qin was much deeper than the other two sections. It was absolutely ingrained in their bones. Without saying a word, Jiang Qin struck out 5 sharp beams of light, instantly killing all 5 minor saint experts. Although these minor saints didn't pose any threat to Jiang Qin, leaving them alive would be a source of trouble. Jiang Qin didn't want any accidents to happen. An enemy was an enemy. An enemy should be killed without mercy. If it was his temper in his previous life, none of them would be alive today. The remaining minor saints of Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill sect were trembling in fear when they saw this scene. In their hearts, the current Jiang Qin was like a devil king, a bloodthirsty devil. It was too scary. However, Jiang Qin just glanced at them. He didn't kill them. His image had already formed a huge shadow in their hearts. They wouldn't be able to erase it in this lifetime. They wouldn't dare to fight against him again. Furthermore, with Jiang Chen's current ability, these people wouldn't be a threat to him anymore. All of you deserve to die. However, I won't kill all of you. From today onwards, you will return to your own sects and run your businesses well. In the future, you will listen to the orders of the Nebula sect and provide all kinds of resources to the Nebula sect. Jiang Qin retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He was a handsome young man in white. His every movement carried a trace of indescribable domineering aura. It was hard to associate his current appearance with the image of an invincible bloodthirsty god of war. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, all the minor saints couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, their lives were saved. Some of them looked at each other and sighed. There were more than 150 minor saints when they first arrived. However, more than 60 of them had been killed by Jiang Qin. Now, there were less than 90 of them. This was definitely the most minor saints that had fallen in the history of the four big domains. The four big domains would suffer a great loss. All the experts were dead. No one knew how many years it would take for those big sects to recover to their peak state. Jiang Chen's words made Nebula Kid and Dan King let out a sigh of relief. If all of them were killed, it would cause an unprecedented shock in the divine continent. Even so, the death of more than 60 minor saints was still a historic event that would shake the entire divine continent. Even the big families in the pure land of the divine continent would be alarmed. All the major powers in the four big domains were going to decline. However, compared to the decline of these major powers, the Nebula sect had risen. This war had given the Nebula sect endless benefits. Jiang Chen had killed so many minor saints and obtained dozens of minor saint weapons. Such a harvest was truly terrifying. Moreover, from today onwards, the Nebula sect would be the overlord of Xuanyu and the entire four big domains. All the major powers would have to pay tribute to the Nebula sect every year and provide all kinds of cultivation resources to the disciples of the Nebula sect. They wouldn't dare to disobey the words of the Nebula sect. After the Nebula sect had been stained with so much saint blood, the entire mountain range had changed. A faint saint chi filled the air, giving people a feeling of heaviness. From now on, the Star Cloud mountain range had become a treasure mountain. In addition to the endless cultivation resources and the terrifying cultivation techniques and combat skills that Jiang Qin had brought out from the Death Mountain, the Nebula sect had the greatest potential among all the major powers in the Saint Origin world, excluding the pure land of the Divine Continent. Jiang Chen was confident that one day, the Nebula sect would be like the 8 major families of the pure land of the Divine Continent, shaking the entire Saint Origin world and not just the overlord of the 4 big domains. Yes, young Master Jiang. In the future, we are willing to submit to the Nebula sect and follow young Master Jiang's lead. A minor saint expert said loudly. He was the first one to express his attitude. As long as he wanted to, he could summon the heavenly tribulation at any time. However, Jiang Qin didn't dare to be negligent. He needed to be fully prepared. The strongest heavenly tribulation he had experienced in his previous life was the 9 major heavenly tribulation. Now that he had passed the 9 major heavenly tribulations, he didn't even dare to guess what kind of powerful tribulation he would face this time. Therefore, he needed to be prepared. Han Yan, Nangong Wendian and Tyrant also chose to go into seclusion to break through to a higher realm. Jiang Chen had given them too much pressure. They had to work 10 times harder to make sure that the gap between them and Jiang Qin wouldn't be too big. Not only Jiang Qin, the Huang dog would also experience a tremendous change after his seclusion. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 2nd grade minor saint realm. In these 2 days, the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains were in chaos. No one wasn't shocked. Countless powers, big and small, had fallen into endless shock. Nebula sect was only famous in Xuanyu at the beginning. Its presence in the other domains wasn't that strong. Now, it had emerged as a new force that no one didn't know. Killing more than 60 minor saints in one battle was something that had never happened before. Compared to the fame of Nebula sect, Jiang Chen's personal fame was the strongest. I can't believe such an outcome. I thought that the northern and southern dynasties with the immortal soul physique would dominate the 4 domains. Who would have thought that they would be killed by Jiang Chen at the last moment? More than 150 powerful minor saints were besieged at the same time. More than 150 powerful minor saints besieged him at the same time. How powerful was that scene? It's simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen fought all of them alone and killed more than 60 of them. I heard that those who survived had submitted to Jiang Qin, which was why Jiang Qin spared their lives. Such a figure is too scary. It's a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. A peerless genius. This is the real peerless genius. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the 8 major families in the Pure Land can't be compared to Jiang Qin. Not necessarily. There is a sky ranking in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. The figures on the sky ranking are all abnormal. This sky ranking is completely different from the sky ranking of the Nebula sect. This sky ranking is the sky ranking of the Pure Land. It's almost equivalent to the sky ranking of the entire continent. The figures on it are all monstrous. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for those sky ranking. It doesn't matter. Even if Jiang Qin isn't a match for them now, he won't be a match for them in the future. Jiang Qin's growth is just too fast. Everyone can see this with their own eyes. Plus, he has now ruled the 4 domains. The other domains are no longer a challenge to him. A figure like Jiang Qin will go to the Pure Land sooner or later. Everyone was shocked. In every corner of the 4 domains, people were talking about Jiang Qin. The things that Jiang Qin had done were too big. It was impossible for people to not talk about it. In the courtyard of the Nebula sect. Roar. A roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. It was early in the morning. A golden chi was blooming in the sky above the Nebula sect. An endless amount of demonic aura was released, shocking everyone. Many disciples of the Nebula sect walked out. They raised their heads and looked at the huge chi blooming in the sky. It was like a golden cloud, and also like an enlarged sun. It made people's souls tremble. Look, what a powerful demonic aura. It's a huge sacred breath. It's De Huang Dog. De Huang must have advanced. Many people guessed that it was De Huang Dog because the direction of the chi was released was the direction where Jiang Qin lived. That chi carried an endless amount of demonic aura. Obviously, it was a great demon. In the entire Nebula sect, only De Huang Dog could have such an existence. Roar. Another roar was heard. This roar sounded like a dragon's roar and a horse's neighing, mixed with a hint of whistling. It was sacred and inviolable. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang Dog flying up into the sky. At this moment, De Huang Dog's body was twice as big as before. His entire body was bathed in golden light, like a huge golden cocoon. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon horse appeared. That dragon horse had 3 horns, a dragon's head, and a horse's body. It looked majestic. Even though it was just a shadow, it gave people endless pressure. Jiang Qin walked out of his house and raised his head to look at the sky. The corner of his mouth instantly revealed a trace of a smile. Good, De Huang's bloodline has been stimulated again. His combat strength is even more terrifying than before. The White Tiger's demon soul is indeed terrifying. It allowed De Huang Dog to advance to level 2 minor demon saint. No, De Huang's chi is still rising. It has already reached the peak of level 2 minor demon saint. Is he going to advance to level 3 minor demon saint? Jiang Qin was also shocked. De Huang Dog's miraculousness was more terrifying than he had expected. He thought that De Huang Dog would at most advance to level 2 minor demon saint. Now, it seemed like he had underestimated De Huang Dog. Roar. De Huang Dog's roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. The bloodline in his body was circulating rapidly. The shadow of the dragon horse looked even more miraculous and clearer than before. Ka-cha! The bottleneck was broken once again. De Huang Dog successfully advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. The golden horn between his eyebrows grew a little longer. Electric sparks were flickering on the horn, causing the void to tremble. I know, De Huang has refined the White Tiger's demon soul. The White Tiger's demon soul is different from ordinary demon souls. Not only is the energy contained in it purer and more powerful, it also contains the aura of a divine beast. Even though I have extracted the bloodline from it, the characteristics of a divine beast are still there. De Huang is also a divine beast. Therefore, his bloodline has been stimulated and his potential has been excavated once again, causing his bloodline to undergo a greater transformation, allowing him to advance to level 3 minor demon saint in one go. It's really terrifying. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be surprised. Although he knew everything, his understanding of divine beasts was still lacking. Therefore, he expected that De Huang Dog would only advance to level 2 minor demon saint, while De Huang Dog advanced to level 3. Wakaka, after advancing to level 3 minor demon saint, De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy carried a violent chi and wandered in the sky above the mountain range. He was really enjoying himself. Tyrant and the other sighed, but they were also happy for De Huang Dog. After advancing to level 3 minor demon saint, De Huang Dog's combat strength had reached another level. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a 4th grade minor saint. An ordinary 5th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. This was the power of a divine beast. That's enough. Don't disturb the peace of the entire sect. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling speechless about this dog. Chapter 779. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's words were useless in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. If he didn't show off to his heart's content, he wouldn't stop. Otherwise, he wouldn't be De Huang. This guy flew for half an hour. Even those disciples who were interested in him at the beginning had turned a blind eye to him. Only then did De Huang Dog retract his aura gloomily. De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and descended from the sky. He excitedly approached Jiang Chen and said arrogantly, "Come on, kid. Fight with Master Dog." De Huang Dog was bursting with confidence. The terrifying cultivation of level 3 minor demon saint made him extremely proud. "Are you sure you want to fight with me?" Jiang Chen clenched his fists and his joints made cracking sounds. He smiled. When De Huang Dog thought of Jiang Chen's strength after transforming into a dragon, his aura was immediately deflated. He quickly admitted defeat. "All right, I don't think I'll be able to gain any advantage if I fight with a freak like you." De Huang Dog had advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. Jiang Chen was naturally very happy. De Huang Dog was extremely mystical. He had all kinds of abnormal special abilities. The higher his cultivation, the more benefits he would get. There was no doubt about this. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation, he would be a great help to Jiang Chen. "Kid, now that the 4 domains are under your rule, the northern and southern dynasties are dead, Xuanyu is no longer a challenge for you. What's your next step?" De Huang Dog asked while wagging his thick tail. Currently, Xuanyu was not only a challenge for Jiang Chen, but also for him. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, this guy would not be a comfortable overlord in Xuanyu. "I'm definitely going to the Pure Land next." Jiang Chen didn't finish his words. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. He turned his palm, and a bronze plate appeared in his palm. The bronze plate was constantly trembling and flashing with endless brilliance. This was the bronze plate that Jiang Chen had obtained in the Island of Ice. Ever since he came to the Divine Continent, the bronze plate had been useless, and it had been very quiet. He didn't expect that it would suddenly have such a huge reaction today. That's the bronze plate that opens the gate of the Island of Ice. This place is too far away from the Island of Ice. Why would it have a reaction? The Huang dog was also taken aback. Something must have happened at home. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had cultivated the great soul derivation skill, so he was very accurate when it came to premonitions. Only Yan Qinyu, who was in the island of ice, could make the bronze plate react at such a long distance. Yan Qinyu had obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so she had almost become one with the island of ice. The bronze plate was the gate to the island of ice, so it had a very close connection with the island of ice. Only Yan Qinyu could send a message to the bronze plate. Without much time to think, Jiang Chen hurriedly sent out his will to the bronze plate. Suddenly, a message was transmitted to him through the bronze plate. Brother Qin, something happened at home. Come back quickly. A voice came from the bronze plate. It was Yan Qinyu. She sounded very anxious, as if she was in a hurry. What happened? The Huang dog could tell from Jiang Chen's expression that something bad had happened. Something happened at home. Let's go back to the eastern continent immediately. Jiang Chen's expression was very cold. He knew Yan Qinyu too well. She was a very strong person. Yan Qinyu had obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so her cultivation must have improved tremendously. If it wasn't something that even she could not solve, she would not send a message. She was far away in the divine continent, so she did not want Jiang Qin to worry. The martial Saint dynasty had fallen into an unprecedented chaos. The strength of these people was terrifying. They couldn't resist them at all. If they knew that there were 5 minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors among these people, would they be scared to death on the spot? To deal with a mere martial saint dynasty, let alone 5 minor saints, any 2nd or 3rd grade combat emperor would be enough to destroy the entire dynasty. Sending so many experts to the martial saint dynasty was like making a mountain out of a molehill. In other words, no one had ever thought that the eastern continent would be so weak. Chapter 780. Below the ice curtain, there was a white-clothed woman with a cold expression on her face. The aura she casually exuded had fused with the ice curtain. She was like an ice goddess, representing the coldness of the world. The woman was very beautiful. After so many years, she had already lost the youthfulness of a young girl. Her beautiful aura was now emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Her beauty was stunning and rare in the world. Her face represented perfection and impeccable beauty. At the same time, it also represented impeccable coldness. She was none other than Yan Qinyu. At this moment, Yan Qinyu was hovering in the sky. Her body was close to the ice curtain. Her beautiful eyes were looking at those powerful experts in the sky with cold, killing intent. The strength of those people in the sky was far beyond the understanding of the eastern continent. Without thinking, Yan Qinyu knew that these people came from the distant divine continent. These people must be Jiang Chen's enemies. They couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, so they came to find trouble with Jiang Qin. Below them, the higher-ups of martial Saint dynasty gathered together. Their faces darkened to the extreme. This was simply bad news. Those people were too powerful. Fortunately, Yan Qinyu suddenly appeared and killed a minor saint. Then, she created an ice screen to block the enemies. She was the only one who could do that. These people are too strong. Where did they come from? I don't think we have ever offended such powerful experts. Crown Prince Wulang said in a heavy tone. Ever since the martial Saint dynasty ruled the eastern continent, they were the real emperors. Today's situation was beyond their wildest dreams. Lang Air, do you still need to think about it? With their strength, it's impossible for any of them to appear in the eastern continent. If I'm not mistaken, these people must come from the distant divine continent. They are Brother Jiang Chen's opponents. It seems like they couldn't defeat Brother Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with us. Humph. Wu Jiu Lang Lang, who was wearing an imperial robe, said. He was smart enough to figure out the reason behind it. Damn it, these people are so shameless. They will definitely pay a heavy price for what they have done. Little Chenzi will let them know the meaning of misery. Yu Zihan was extremely angry as well. Based on his understanding of Jiang Qin, these guys would definitely be finished. This was Jiang Chen's hometown, and someone dared to attack his home. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Fortunately, little Yu is here. Otherwise, we would all be finished. Jiang Zhenhai said. Little Yu's growth has truly exceeded my expectations. Yan Zhanyun looked at his daughter, who was fighting against so many strong cultivators. He was happy and proud. This was his daughter. He didn't know what Yan Qinyu's cultivation level was, but when she appeared, she killed the strongest cultivator on the enemy's side. Little Yu's combat strength should be above them, but did you all see that? Their experts are standing very far apart. This has given little Yu a lot of worry. If little Yu wants to deal with one of them, she won't be able to maintain the ice barrier, and the other experts will come to kill us. What little Yu can do now is to fight them in a stalemate. Wu Jiu's eyes were sharp enough to see the reason. What Wu Jiu said was right. Yan Qinyu had no other choice but to wait for Jiang Chen's return. I am a first-grade minor saint now, but there are 3 third-grade minor saints on the other side. I have killed one of them, and there are 2 second-grade minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors. Their combat strength is too strong. With my current combat strength, I can barely kill a 3rd-grade minor saint. It was an accident because they underestimated me. If I attack now, it will be very difficult for me to kill a 3rd-grade minor saint. The other experts will attack the martial saint dynasty. Their target must be father-in-law, using him to threaten Brother Qin. I don't have any good way to deal with them now. I can only use the power of the island of ice to maintain this ice barrier. Yan Qinyu was very anxious. She could use the power of the island of ice to maintain a layer of defensive ice barrier, but it wouldn't last for too long. The opponents were too strong. If she was alone, she wouldn't be afraid and would go out to fight them. However, she couldn't do that now. The martial saint dynasty was right below her. Without her support, the energy of the ice barrier would weaken immediately. Currently, Yan Qinyu was the guardian of martial saint dynasty, but she could only protect them. She couldn't fight back. She could only wait for Jiang Qin to come back in time. Brother Qin, you have to be quick. Yan Qinyu was anxious. She didn't know how long she could hold on under such circumstances. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she had to protect martial saint dynasty. The people here were too important to Jiang Qin. Putting aside Jiang Qin Zhenhai, the others had a good relationship with Jiang Qin. If any one of them was in trouble, it would incur Jiang Qin's wrath and make Jiang Qin regret for the rest of his life. This was something that Yan Qinyu didn't want to see. In the sky, those mysterious experts who suddenly appeared were looking at the ice barrier below. Their faces were extremely unsightly. How could there be such a powerful expert in the eastern continent? Who is this girl? An elder who looked like he was in his 50s, Leng Leng, said. Elder Lu, we have found out that this girl is Yan Qinyu, Jiang Chen's woman. I just didn't expect her to be so powerful. One of the 9th grade combat emperors said. His tone was very careful. He knew the hatred that Elder Lu had for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had killed his brother in the Western Domain. This was a debt that he must settle. Humph. We have so many experts here. If we still can't deal with a puny martial saint dynasty, it will be a disgrace. Elder Lu harumphed coldly. He was a mighty 3rd grade minor saint. He thought that dealing with martial saint dynasty would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect that a girl would appear out of nowhere and obstruct their plan. Elder Lu, the sect has just sent news that Jiang Qin has completely grown. In the Battle of Xuanyu, he had killed nearly half of the minor saints in the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains. He has already conquered the 4 domains. The sect has ordered us to capture Jiang Zhenhai. The others don't matter. Another elder suddenly said. What? That bastard has grown so fast. No, we can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, our Tianyi society will be destroyed by him sooner or later, and it won't take too long. Everyone, listen up, attack the ice screen with all your might. Chapter 781. Yan Qinyu, do you really think that Jiang Qin will come back to save you? You're too naive. Jiang Qin has just conquered the 4 major regions, and he's very busy right now. Also, how would he know that we're going to attack the eastern continent? We don't know how far this place is from the divine continent, and with your cultivation, there's no way you'll be able to send a message over. Therefore, don't count on Jiang Qin. I advise you to surrender now, bring Jiang Qin's father, and follow us to the divine continent. As long as you and Jiang Zhenhai follow us, I promise I won't hurt anyone here. Elder Lu said. He knew that Yan Qinyu wasn't easy to deal with. If he could subdue her without fighting, he would be more than willing to do so. Just wait for Brother Chen's wrath. Yan Qinyu's eyes were burning with anger. Elder Lu was right. If she didn't use the power of the Island of Ice and Jiang Qin had the bronze token to enter the Island of Ice, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be able to send a message to Jiang Qin from the eastern continent. However, things were different now. Jiang Qin had already received the news and he must be rushing back now. Yan Qinyu, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you continue to be stubborn, I will break this ice screen and kill everyone here. Elder Lu's chi fluctuated wildly. A glinting mace appeared in his hand. It was a terrifying minor saint weapon that could unleash an extremely powerful force. Old dog, you talk too much nonsense. When Jiang Qin comes back, he will skin you alive. Yu Zihan shouted at the sky. Since he couldn't defeat Elder Lu, he had to curse him to his heart's content. Little bastard, when I break this ice screen, you will be the first one to die. Elder Lu's murderous intent soared to the sky. He shouted again, don't waste any more time. Attack! Rumble! More than a dozen powerful experts once again attacked at the same time. The entire sky was filled with 7 colored rays of light, which converged into waves of powerful energy light beams. They fiercely collided with the ice curtain created by the smoke and dust rain, causing the ice curtain to emit cracking sounds. It seemed as if it would shatter at any time. However, the ice curtain was not as fragile as it seemed. Yan Qinyu had used the power of the Island of Ice to condense the ice curtain. Its defense was amazing. The only drawback was that only she could support it. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to fight against the people of Tianyi Gate. Elder Lu's plan was very simple. He wanted to destroy everything here before the 4th grade minor saint arrived. He wanted to capture Yan Qinyu and Jiang Zhenhai to save his face. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin had already known about what happened here and was rushing back. What should we do? These people are too strong. Looks like little you won't be able to hold on for too long. Jiang Zhenhai was extremely worried. Look, those people are too strong. The pressure they emitted is suffocating me. How can there be such powerful people in the heavens and earth? We're doomed. Our martial saint dynasty is doomed. If young lady Yan Qinyu can't stop them and the ice curtain is broken, it will be our doomsday. In front of those people, we're just like ants. They can blow us into dust with just a breath. That's right. Unfortunately, we can't do anything to help. We can only rely on Miss Yen Chenyu herself. All our hopes are now on her." The people of Marshall Saint Dynasty were sighing. They had never experienced such a scene. It was like doomsday. When Jiang Chen and Marshall Saint Dynasty fought in the past, it was the first time that Marshall Saint Dynasty had experienced such a great turmoil. Today was the second time, a devastating turmoil. "Everyone, don't worry. I have already sent a message to Jiang Chen. He will be back soon." Yen Chenyu's voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of everyone in Marshall Saint Dynasty. When they heard the name Jiang Chen, many people couldn't help but be shocked. That white-clothed young man was already a god in their hearts. He was an omnipotent god. As long as Jiang Chen was back, no matter how strong the enemy was, there was nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Zhenhai said in a low voice. He thought of his proud son. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he would always be able to smile. With such a son, what else could he ask for? "All right, as long as my brother is back, these people will be finished." Wu Jiu was also excited. "Father, Jiang Chen has been in the divine continent for such a long time. Can he really grow to such a powerful level?" Wu Lang asked doubtfully. Nothing is impossible when it comes to him. The appearance of these men is enough to prove how powerful he is. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have come to the eastern continent to deal with us." Wu Jiu chuckled. Wu Lang sighed. His eyes were filled with infatuation. When he met Jiang Chen for the first time, Jiang Chen's strength was far weaker than him. In such a short time, Jiang Chen had grown so much that he couldn't even catch up to him. He considered himself a genius, but compared to Jiang Chen, he couldn't even be considered a genius. Rumble, the raging energy continued to wreak havoc in the sky, causing the ice curtain to shake and crack after crack. However, as soon as these cracks appeared, they were repaired by the rain of smoke, preventing them from expanding further. This was the power of the island of ice. However, the opponent's energy was too strong. Yen Chenyu had to use the power of the island of ice to repair the ice curtain. If this continued, Yen Chenyu wouldn't be able to hold on. "Brother Chen, I can only hold on for one more day. You must come back soon." Yen Chenyu prayed in her heart. She could only hold on for one more day, but if Jiang Chen didn't come back after one day, Marshall Saint Dynasty would be finished. In the void, two silhouettes were flickering. They disappeared with each step they took. Every time they disappeared, they would be thousands of miles away. These two silhouettes were none other than Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen was hurrying on with his journey. His face was so gloomy that it could almost condense frost. He had no idea what had happened to his family, but he was sure that it wouldn't be anything good. De Huang Dog knew how Jiang Chen felt at the moment. He was wise enough to keep quiet along the way. He knew how important Marshall Saint Dynasty was to Jiang Chen. If something happened to Marshall Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen's anger would sweep across the entire continent. While Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were rushing back to the eastern continent, a powerful minor saint was also flying towards the eastern continent. He was an elder with a cultivation of 4th grade minor saint. Chapter 782. This sudden turn of events had attracted everyone's attention. A 9th grade combat emperor was killed just like that, not even a piece of him was left. It was enough to show the strength of the newcomer. Whether it was the experts of Tianyi Gate or the people of Marshall Saint Dynasty, all of them raised their heads and looked at a spot in the sky. They saw ripples in the void. Two silhouettes suddenly appeared like lightning. One of them was a white-clothed man who seemed to be in his 20s. His handsome face was filled with resoluteness and the chi of a king. Beside him was a De Huang dog that was even more majestic than a ferocious tiger. "Brother Chen!" Yan Qinyu exclaimed. A bright smile appeared on her face. She knew that Jiang Qin would appear. He wouldn't let anything happen to them. As long as Jiang Qin was back, they wouldn't be afraid no matter how many enemies there were. "Chen heir. Brother." Jiang Zhenhai, Wu Jiao and the others were pleasantly surprised. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were also surprised. They had already given up all hope when they saw Jiang Qin. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was an omnipotent man. The current Jiang Qin didn't look much different compared to the time when he left the eastern continent, but his chi had changed drastically. How could the combat king be compared to the minor saint now? They weren't on the same level. After Jiang Qin appeared, he immediately saw the situation of Martial Saint Dynasty. The half-destroyed buildings were in a mess. The broken buildings were stained with the blood of the Martial Saint Dynasty's disciples. It was imaginable how many people had died there. However, after scanning the place with his divine sense, he found that all the important figures were still alive. This made him heave a sigh of relief. But immediately, his anger rose to the sky. Jiang Qin saw the injured Yan Qinyu. He saw her pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth. This was the lover that he had been thinking about day and night. For her family and friends, she had fought against so many experts alone. She was injured once again. Invading my homeland is an unforgivable crime. Jiang Qin uttered these words coldly. His eyes were like a cold knife that swept across all the people of Tianyi Gate. He had guessed many things on his way here, but he didn't expect such a situation to happen. From the clothes and cultivation of these people, he could tell that they were the people of Tianyi Gate. Jiang Qin had never thought that Tianyi Gate would send people to the eastern continent to harm his family in order to deal with him. How could a big sect be so shameless? He couldn't tolerate this. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would die. Everything that had happened today had triggered the anger in Jiang Qin's heart. He was like an ancient beast that was about to go berserk, and he was about to go berserk. "Jiang Qin, why did you come back?" Elder Lu couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw Jiang Qin. Not only him, even the fourth-grade minor Saint Elder Zhuang was shocked. His face darkened. Before he came here, he already knew what Jiang Qin had done in Xuanyu. Not even a fifth-grade minor saint was a match for him. Even though he didn't see it with his own eyes, it was true that Jiang Qin had conquered the 4 domains. This made Elder Zhuang feel a sense of fear when he saw Jiang Qin. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Qin before, but everyone in Tianyi Gate knew Jiang Qin's appearance. Most importantly, there was always a De Huang dog beside Jiang Qin. Such an obvious symbol couldn't be wrong. The people of Tianyi Gate. Great! This is great! You will never know what kind of price Tianyi Gate will have to pay for what they have done today. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes, but it couldn't hide the cold light that was flickering in his eyes. A bone-chilling killing intent was released from Jiang Qin's body, covering the sky and earth like a gale. Everyone in Tianyi Gate's facial expression changed. The name of a man was like the shadow of a tree. The name Jiang Qin was a great deterrent. Everyone here will die today. None of you will leave this place alive. Jiang Qin's words had sentenced all the people of Tianyi Gate to death. Fuck you. How dare you hurt Xiaoyu? Master Dog will tear you apart. The Huang Dog was already infuriated. He dragged his majestic body and rushed to the side of the 4th-grade minor Saint Elder Zhuang in a blink of an eye. Without saying a word, he opened his bloody mouth and bit at Elder Zhuang. Quickly, spread out and capture the people below. Jiang Qin is too scary. We are no match for him. Elder Lu's reaction was also extremely fast. He knew of Jiang Chen's strength, and the only thing they could do now was to rely on their superior numbers. Before Jiang Chen could kill everyone, they would separate some people to capture the people below and use them to threaten Jiang Chen. Only in this way would they have a chance of survival. If not, they would die without a doubt. There would not be the slightest accident. Voila, however, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them any chance. The 5-elemental sphere was like an ocean, emitting 5-colored light. It instantly sealed the void and enveloped all the people of Tianyi Gate. The 5-elemental sphere was very scary. Over 100 minor saints from the 4 domains were trapped by Jiang Chen, but they couldn't get out, let alone the people of Tianyi Gate. This is the power of the sphere. How can his sphere be so strong? We can't get out and are trapped by his sphere. How is this possible? Elder Lu's face turned pale with fright. Without confronting Jiang Chen, it was impossible to know how scary Jiang Chen was. The scene that happened next was horrifying. Even those who were watching couldn't help but feel horrified, let alone those who were in the midst of it. Arg screams were heard incessantly. No one saw any movement from Jiang Chen, but the bodies of the 9 ninth-grade combat emperors who were trapped in the 5-elemental sphere exploded and turned into a mist of blood. In a blink of an eye, all the 9th-grade combat emperors had died without exception. My God, how strong is Brother Jiang Chen now? Wu Jiu opened his mouth wide in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Brother Jiang is really a rare genius. I will never be able to reach his level in this lifetime. Wu Lang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Haha, Jiang Zhenhai burst into laughter. He recalled the time when he was in Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen was just a spoiled brat, a complete trash. He had wasted so many herbs, but he was only at the first level of Qi realm. At that time, Jiang Zhenhai wouldn't have dreamt that his spoiled brat son would grow to this level one day. The 9 ninth-grade combat emperors were dead, leaving only 4 minor saints. Each of them was shivering in fear. They hadn't felt such fear ever since they had become minor saints. Now that they were trapped in Jiang Chen's sphere, they could feel the threat of death. Arg! On the other side, Elder Zhuang let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was torn off by Big Yellow. It was dripping with blood, and the white bones were exposed to the air. Big Yellow was extremely ferocious. He opened his mouth wide and bit Elder Zhuang's leg. Crack! 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 Although Elder Zhuang was a 4th-grade minor saint, he was nothing in front of a 3rd-grade minor demon saint De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog wanted to kill Elder Zhuang, he could kill him instantly. However, De Huang Dog didn't want to let him die so easily. It was this old man who had hurt Xiaoyu. The relationship between De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu was very good. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. One of Elder Zhuang's legs was torn off by De Huang Dog. He was a dignified 4th-grade minor saint, but he had never been in such an embarrassing situation before. Being a 4th-grade minor saint represented power, but Elder Zhuang had never felt so weak before. In front of De Huang Dog, he was like a puppet that had no strength to resist. Qi-La, the next moment, another blood-curdling scream was heard. Elder Zhuang's other arm and leg were torn off by De Huang Dog. All his limbs were torn off and fell to the ground. Such a cruel scene made the people of Martial Saint Dynasty shiver in fear. Even though they knew that De Huang Dog was one of them, it was their first time witnessing such a horrifying scene. They couldn't get used to it. Plus, this dog had a notorious reputation. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? Arg! Elder Zhuang threatened, but before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already bitten off his head. A mighty 4th-grade minor saint had died on the spot in the most miserable way. It could be said that he had died without a burial place. The bloody scene was too horrifying. The powerful group of Tiany Gate had been annihilated in an instant. Only 4 of them were left. The current 4 of them had lost their previous imposing manner. Each of them was shivering in fear. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were like 2 killing gods. Jiang Chen, you can't kill us. Otherwise, Tiany Gate will never let you go. Elder Lu said. Jiang Chen sneered. This old man had lived like a dog for so many years. How could he still spout such nonsense at this moment? Did he really think that Jiang Chen would spare his life? Jiang Chen laughed mockingly. Did he really think that there was still room for reconciliation between Jiang Chen and Tiany Gate? Did he really think that Jiang Chen was afraid of Tiany Gate? It was simply ridiculous. What you have done today is unforgivable. Death is already the lightest punishment for you. I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead, but you don't have the right to make me waste my time on you. Tiany Gate will have to bear the most severe consequences for today's mistake. After killing you all, I will personally go to Tiany Gate and turn your sect into ruins. I will make Tiany Gate disappear completely from this world. Jiang Chen was like a god of death. With just a sentence, he had sentenced the people of Tiany Gate to death. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the next moment, along with 4 miserable screams, Elder Lu and the other 3 died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. They were killed in an instant. Back in the Martial Saint dynasty, when he was framed and imprisoned by the imperial emperor, it was Jiang Chen who saved him. It could be said that his life, his empire, everything he had now, were all given to him by Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi. Yuzi Han walked up to Jiang Chen with a bright smile on his face. Good brother. Jiang Chen patted Yuzi Han's shoulder. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Jiang Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable happiness. All right, it's not easy for my brother to come back. We should have a good gathering. Let's talk somewhere else. Wu Jiu said with a smile. In the backyard of the imperial palace, a group of upper echelons were gathered together. Chen, who are those people? Jiang Zhenhai asked. Those people were too powerful. Dad, they are a superpower in the divine continent called Tiany Gate. I have a grudge with this superpower, and they have tried to kill me many times, but they never succeeded. I never thought that they would target you guys this time. This is my mistake, and I will definitely make Tiany Gate pay for this. Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. Attacking his own family was something that he would never forgive. Tiany Gate had crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line, and Tiany Gate had to be eliminated. If not, something like this would happen again, and he wouldn't be so lucky the next time. This time, it's all thanks to Xiao Yu. If she didn't stop them, the Martial Saint dynasty wouldn't have lasted until you came back. Wu Jiu told them about how Yan Qinyu fought against powerful enemies and killed a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog felt very lucky that Yan Qinyu stayed behind when they left. Otherwise, what happened today would be a disaster for the Martial Saint dynasty. Also, Brother Qin has the bronze plate that leads to the island of ice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pass the news to Brother Qin. Yan Qinyu said. Her watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen and said, Brother Qin, I want to follow you when you leave this time. All right, we will leave tomorrow, but this time, I will arrange everything before we leave. Jiang Chen nodded. Yan Qinyu was now a 1st-grade minor saint. There was no room for her to improve if she continued to stay in the eastern continent. Yan Qinyu must have already obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so there was no need for her to stay in the island of ice to cultivate. However, this time, Jiang Qin couldn't be like the last time. He needed to be fully prepared and make himself impregnable. Qin, are you leaving so soon? Hearing that Jiang Qin was going to leave tomorrow, Jiang Zhenhai felt reluctant. Dad, the matter of Tianyi Gate has to be settled as soon as possible. This force has crossed my bottom line. How dare they come to deal with you? If they did it once, there will be a second time. When I go back, I will settle the score with Tianyi Gate once and for all. Jiang Qin said firmly. He couldn't tolerate what Tianyi Gate had done. And you can deal with your own matters. Jiang Zhenhai nodded. Jiang Qin was a rare genius, a favored son of heaven. He was destined to soar in the 9 heavens. Although he didn't go to the divine continent, he knew that Jiang Qin must be doing very well in the divine continent. Jiang Qin still had a long way to go. The only thing he could do was to be proud of having such a son. That night, Jiang Qin and Jiang Zhenhai talked a lot about the divine continent. It had been a long time since the father and son sat down and had a good chat. They talked for the whole day until dawn. Dad, I need to go out and do something. I will bid farewell to you later. Jiang Qin said and disappeared in a flash. He sent a message to De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu. 2 men and a dog appeared on a desolate mountain range. It was a desolate place, not even a single demonic beast could be seen. Brother Qin, what are we doing here? Yan Qinyu asked. Crossing the tribulation. Jiang Qin said faintly. He was going to deal with Tianyi Gate this time. Given his current strength, he could only kill a 5th-grade minor saint even in his half-dragon form. Tianyi Gate was a very powerful force in the Western domain. They had at least a 6th-grade minor saint protecting them. Therefore, Jiang Qin must be fully prepared before dealing with Tianyi Gate. With the help of the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Qin would be able to break through to 2nd-grade minor saint. At that time, killing a 6th-grade minor saint would be a piece of cake for him. The 2 of you just watch from afar. Don't get too close to it. You too can carefully feel the heavenly might of the heavenly tribulation. Paying attention to the heavenly tribulation in advance will be beneficial to both of you in the future. Jiang Qin said to De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu. De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu were both minor saints now. Given their talent, it was only a matter of time before they advanced to the great saint realm. At that time, the saint tribulation would befall them. De Huang Dog had seen him crossing the tribulation before, so it was fine. Yan Qinyu never knew what the heavenly tribulation was. It would be beneficial for her to experience it in advance. As for the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Qin didn't tell them that their cultivation grade was too low. They wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the saint tribulation. It would be disadvantageous to them if they came here. De Huang Dog knew how terrifying the saint tribulation was. He immediately flew away. Yan Qinyu followed De Huang Dog and came to an open field far away from the mountain range. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the dusky sky. He let out a long breath. He had passed the 9 major tribulations, and he had no idea what kind of tribulation this time would be, and he had no idea how terrifying it would be. However, he had a strong foundation, and he was well prepared. Plus, with the help of the dragon transformation skill, he had nothing to fear. Hong Long. A surge of qi rushed out from the top of Jiang Qin's head and turned into a golden beam of light that pierced through the clouds. Suddenly, the entire sky changed dramatically. The originally dark sky was now covered by a large patch of dark clouds. The dark clouds were extremely thick, as if a devil mountain was descending. Hong Long. Another rumbling sound rang out as the black clouds started to flicker with the roar of thunder. Bolts of lightning crackled and crackled. The black lightning was as thick as ink and made people feel an endless pressure. This was the might of the heavens. Under this powerful pressure, people would feel a sense of suffocation. Such a strong heaven's might. Yen Qinyu's face was full of surprise. She felt uncomfortable even though she was standing so far away. It was imaginable how much pressure Jiang Qin had to bear under the heaven's might. Double 11 is coming. Come and recharge quickly. The highest rebate is 60%. Chapter 784. Thunder rumbled, and the entire mountain range looked like it was the end of the world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the pressure from the heavenly might caused the mountains below to crumble and turn into ruins. Rumble, a stream of black light poured down like a waterfall, striking down at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Paw paw paw, the lightning crackled, but it didn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen already had the experience of going through heavenly tribulations. No matter how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't be too strong at the beginning. With Jiang Chen's current strength, not only would this lightning not cause any harm to him, the lightning energy contained in it would be absorbed by Jiang Chen, using it to temper his body, which would bring him endless benefits. Black lightning, it's really rare, but this heavenly tribulation hasn't revealed its true power yet. I still have no idea what kind of powerful heavenly tribulation it is, but I don't have time to worry about it. I have enough herbs now, and I'm going to concoct some 9 solar less Ron pill while the Martial Saint dynasty needs to grow stronger. If I can get these 9 solar less Ron pill, many geniuses will be born in the dynasty, and their future achievements will be limitless. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The Martial Saint dynasty was his hometown, and no matter where he went, it would always affect his heart. Furthermore, he still had a long way to go, the Pure Land, the immortal world, or even better worlds. At that time, he wouldn't have time to care about his family. He knew very well that if he wanted to protect his home, the best way was to make it stronger. Only then would he not have to worry about his family. Jiang Chen had many ways to make the Martial Saint dynasty stronger, and the concoction of the 9 solar less Ron pill was just the first step. Rumble, the thunderclouds raged once again, and a total of 3 black thunderbolts condensed. The entire sky was densely packed with thunderbolts, and they interweave like a spider web. One could imagine the terrifying energy contained in them. Jiang Chen, who was beneath the lightning, remained indifferent. With a flip of his palm, the true thunder fire and true dragon flames appeared at the same time, forming a sea of fire. Next, one spiritual herb after another fell into Jiang Chen's hand, falling into the sea of fire. The 3 thunderbolts once again poured down like a tide, drowning Jiang Chen entirely. The horrifying thunderbolts made Yen Qinyu, who was watching from afar, tremble in fear. Her face was full of worry. Don't worry, this guy is fine. He can even concoct pills. The Huang dog said while wagging his thick tail. He didn't seem to care at all. He knew how strong Jiang Chen was. Ever since he broke through to the combat soul realm, Jiang Chen had been struck 3 times by the heavenly thunderbolts, and he had gained a lot of experience. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had accumulated a huge amount of thunderbolts in his body, giving him a great immunity to thunderbolts. Ordinary heavenly tribulation couldn't harm him at all. Even the extremely powerful heavenly tribulation couldn't threaten Jiang Chen in the beginning. Jiang Chen wanted to use this time to concoct the pill. Once the terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, he would have to focus all his attention on the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen's palms danced in the sea of thunderbolts as he began concocting the 9 solar less Ron pill. His concoction technique was extremely exquisite. Although it looked simple, it wasn't something that ordinary people could concoct. The great soul derivation skill had provided him with a strong foundation. The reason why he was able to concoct the legendary 9 solar less Ron pill in the midst of thunderbolts was mostly because of the great soul derivation skill. The Huang dog couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the devil-dragon tribulation. What is the devil-dragon tribulation? Is it very scary? Yan Qinyu asked worriedly. She could tell from the Huang dog's tone that this devil-dragon tribulation must be a horrifying tribulation. Otherwise, the Huang dog wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right. According to the records, this kind of tribulation is the most horrifying. It's not the power of the thunder tribulation itself, but the devilish aura of the devil dragon. When the devil dragon attacks, it can directly attack the human soul. You should know that no matter how strong a person is, the soul is the weakest part of the person. Once the soul is attacked by the devil spirit, the devilish aura will invade the deepest part of the soul and turn the soul into a devil. In this way, the person who is going through the tribulation will be possessed by the devil spirit. He will be completely demonized and die tragically under the heaven's tribulation. Even if he survives the tribulation, he will become a peerless devil king. He will lose his nature and become a killing machine that only knows how to kill. Big Yellow began to explain. He had the body of a divine beast, and as his cultivation base improved, he would be able to awaken more of his innate abilities. Apart from his innate abilities, he also had a lot of ancient records. So, he was very clear about the lightning tribulation. Among all the heavens tribulations, the devil-dragon tribulation was definitely not the most powerful one. However, to a cultivator, it was definitely the most horrifying. Many people would rather go through a heaven's tribulation with a powerful attack than touch the devil-dragon tribulation. Brother Qin, you can do it. Yan Qinyu was even more worried. However, she believed that Jiang Qin would succeed. In her mind, there was no difficulty that could stop Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin's face darkened. He finally knew why the lightning was black. It was the characteristic of the legendary devil-dragon tribulation. Even he did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the horrifying devil-dragon tribulation. Come on, I will guard my heart. Let's see how you can disturb me. Jiang Chen's cheek fluctuated as he provoked the demonic spirit. Although the devil-dragon tribulation was horrifying, he was not afraid. It was useless to be afraid. He still had to face it. The more horrifying the heaven's tribulation was, the more benefits he would gain once he passed it. Once the demonic nature of the devil-dragon tribulation could no longer affect him, his mind would change like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the future, anything that tried to disturb him would be useless to him. Sometimes, the improvement of one's mind was even rarer than one's own strength. Roar! The black demonic dragon dragged its long body and swooped down from the sky. Facing the terrifying demonic dragon, Jiang Chen's facial expression did not change. He did not even think about resisting. He knew that the demonic dragon's attack was not strong. His body was strong enough to resist it. What he needed to do now was to resist the demonic nature of the demonic dragon. At this time, the Great Soul Derivation Technique played a key role. Because of the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Jiang Chen's soul was extremely strong. It was much stronger than ordinary people. It was not easy for the demonic dragon to invade Jiang Chen's soul. The demonic dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Chen. The terrifying demonic spirit turned into a black lightning sea again, covering the entire sky. Yan Qinyu and the Huang dog could only see darkness. They could not see Jiang Chen's figure. They could not help but worry. Don't worry. This guy will be fine. The Huang dog said. It was useless to worry at this time. Facing the heavens tribulation, no matter how strong they were, they could not help Jiang Chen at all. They did not even dare to approach the center of the heavens tribulation. Otherwise, if they attracted their own heavens tribulation, they would not even have a place to cry. Chapter 785. The entire mountain range was filled with black lightning. The mountain range had been completely destroyed. At this moment, nothing could be seen in the center of the sea of lightning. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog stood far away and could not see Jiang Chen's situation clearly. The legendary dragon's calamity was so horrifying that no one in this world dared to say that they were absolutely sure that they could survive it. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to do so. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in the sea of lightning with his eyes closed, letting the lightning strike his body. It did not cause any harm to him, but the invisible demonic nature penetrated into the depth of Jiang Chen's soul, trying to demonize Jiang Chen completely. Wah! The fierce impact made Jiang Chen's soul feel a tearing pain. Under the impact of the origin, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, this pain was nothing to him. The great soul derivation skill was activated crazily to resist the demonic nature brought by the heaven's wrath. Demonic nature was different from attacking power. It was not something that could be resisted by physical strength. Even for Jiang Chen, it was extremely difficult to deal with it. Moreover, the demonic nature in this calamity was far from an ordinary devil's. The demonic nature penetrated every nook and cranny of Jiang Chen's body crazily. Even with the great soul derivation skill, the process of resistance was still extremely uncomfortable. In the following time, Jiang Chen's emotions fluctuated greatly. All kinds of negative emotions kept appearing, which seriously affected Jiang Chen's origin. Roar! Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a roar. It was like the roar of a devil king: anger, melancholy, sorrow, slaughter, greed, bloodthirst. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned blood red, as if a peerless devil had appeared. His bones were producing cracking sounds, and his face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen in this battle. Jiang Chen's face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen. Brother Chen will be alright, right? That roar just now was so scary. Yan Qinyu was even more worried. She had never heard Jiang Chen scream like this before. She could almost feel Jiang Chen's pain. It was a struggle that came from the depths of his origin. No one could replace it. Jiang Chen had to fight it himself. Little you, don't worry. He'll be fine. De Huang Dog comforted him. In fact, he was also extremely worried at this moment. He had been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time, but he had never heard Jiang Chen roar like this before. There were too many negative emotions mixed in it. It could be imagined that Jiang Chen was currently enduring the huge impact of the demonic nature and was fighting against it with his life. This was a different kind of battle. It was a battle against the heavens, a battle against oneself, and a battle against one's own soul. Jiang Chen was in extreme pain. His whole body was trembling. Great soul derivation skill, edifying light. Jiang Chen's voice was a bit hoarse. He crazily operated the great soul derivation skill and cast the edifying light at the same time. These two skills were the best to fight against the demonic nature. Gradually, Jiang Chen's emotions calmed down. His whole body calmed down, but his eyes were still blood red. He sat cross-legged in the void with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was in a special state. At this moment, two Jiang Chens appeared in the depth of Jiang Chen's soul. One was Jiang Chen in white, and the other was Jiang Chen in black. The white-robed Jiang Chen looked exactly like Jiang Chen. The black-robed Jiang Chen stood opposite him with a sneer. Yan Qinyu held Jiang Chen's arm. As long as she could stay by Jiang Chen's side, she would feel extremely happy. I didn't expect that the tribulation would take so long. There are still many things to take care of in Marshall Saint Dynasty. Let's go back now. I'm afraid that we won't be able to go back today. Jiang Qin looked at the sky. It was almost noon. 2 people and a dog turned into 3 rays of light and flew towards the direction of Marshall Saint Dynasty. On the way, Jiang Chen passed the remaining half of the heavenly earth pure water to Yan Chenyu. After returning to Marshall Saint Dynasty, Yan Chenyu didn't waste any time. She immediately went back to her residence to refine the heavenly earth pure water. In the Marshall Saint Palace, all the higher-ups of Marshall Saint Dynasty had gathered together. Jiang Chen glanced around and saw the familiar faces of those people. Jiang Chen, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiu, Wu Lang, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Guishan, Guaniyun. These were Jiang Chen's family and friends. Looking at them reminded Jiang Chen of what had happened in Eastern Continent. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen's qi was much stronger than yesterday. Obviously, his cultivation grade had advanced to another level. They couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Such a person could no longer be described as a genius. He was absolutely a monstrous genius. Chen, when are you going to leave? Jiang Zhenhai asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Before I leave, I want to make Marshall Saint Dynasty stronger. I have some 9 sunless Ron pill here. Each of you should take one. It will be very beneficial to you. Not to mention breaking through to the combat emperor realm, you might even become a minor saint in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out 8-9 sunless Ron pill. He had concocted 12 pills this time. He had given one to Yan Chenyu, so there were still 3 left in his hand. They were still useful to him. As soon as the 9 sunless Ron pill appeared, the entire palace was filled with powerful energy waves. The aroma of the pill made them feel relaxed and refreshed. They even felt like they were about to advance to the next realm. Everyone's expression changed. They had never heard of the 9 sunless Ron pill before. Even Guishan, an alchemist, had never heard of it before. However, they weren't fools. They could tell how precious this pill was just by looking at it. Besides, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade, anything he took out would be the most precious treasure in Marshall Saint Dynasty. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned the 9 sunless Ron pill to each of them. What a great pill! Brother, I never thought your skill in alchemy has reached such a terrifying level. It's really hard to imagine. Guishan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He recalled the first time he met Jiang Chen in the Black Sect. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The deterrence of the 3 powerful minor devil saints was too great. It was better for them not to show themselves. Otherwise, the entire Marshall Saint Dynasty would be plunged into chaos. With Yi Sha and the other 2 guarding the Marshall Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Chapter 787. Yi Sha and the other 2 turned into 3 black beams of light and disappeared. No one knew where they went. With their abilities, if they wanted to hide, no one would be able to notice them even if they were standing right in front of you. Yi Sha and the other 2 were ordered to protect the Marshall Saint Dynasty and all the people here. Furthermore, they were not allowed to come out and scare people unless there was any danger. Brother, these 3. Wu Jiu was shocked. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him to see through Yi Sha and the other 2's true cultivation level. However, he was sure that these 3 were supreme existences. With them protecting the Marshall Saint Dynasty in the dark, the Marshall Saint Dynasty would be absolutely safe. They are all powerful devils that I subdued in the devil realm. Now, they are my slaves. They will listen to everything I say and won't dare to be stubborn. With their strength, they are more than enough to protect the martial Saint dynasty. Furthermore, if anything happens here, they will inform me immediately," said Jiang Qin. Yi Sha and the other three were edified by him, so Jiang Qin could receive their messages through the edifying light. In this way, even if they were to encounter an opponent that they couldn't resist, they would still be able to inform him immediately. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Of course, they had heard of what devils were. They were an extremely powerful species that was ferocious and inhumane, making them extremely difficult to deal with. More importantly, even if one had the ability to kill or defeat them, it was impossible to subdue them and make them your slaves. However, Jiang Qin had done it. Moreover, he had subdued 3 powerful devils at once. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. "Brother, your methods are really brilliant. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. With the protection of these 3 supreme existences, the martial Saint dynasty will be impregnable. We don't have to worry about anything anymore." Wu Jiu sighed. He finally understood that Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was an existence that he couldn't even touch. Besides that, I will also leave some powerful combat weapons here. I will join forces with De Huang to set up a formation in this region of the martial Saint dynasty. It will increase the density of the natural Yuan Qi by 10 times, turning this place into a sacred place for cultivation in the eastern continent," Jiang Qin said. Wu Jiu and the others were pleasantly surprised upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. In the entire eastern continent, the martial Saint dynasty was definitely the place with the densest natural yuan energy. If one were to talk about cultivation treasures, it would definitely be the martial Saint dynasty. But now, Jiang Qin was going to increase the natural yuan energy of this place by 10 times, turning it into a treasure land among treasure lands. This was something that could excite anyone. "There's no time to lose, De Huang. Let's do it now. After we finish setting up the formation, we'll wait for little Yu to refine the true water, and then we'll return to the Divine Prefecture, to the western region." Jiang Qin stood up from his seat. This time, he would not give Tianyi Gate too much time and opportunity. He had to get rid of such a formidable enemy as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. After that, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog set up a rare and mystical formation outside the martial Saint dynasty. As expected, the natural yuan energy of this place was increased by 10 times. It was already late at night, but Yan Qinyu had yet to come out. "It seems like we can't leave today. However, with little Yu's physique, she will be able to refine the true water much faster than ordinary people. She will be able to refine it by tomorrow. Let's leave tomorrow, I'll have more time to accompany my father." Jiang Chen looked at the sky and knew that it was impossible for them to leave today. Since it was not easy for him to come back, he decided to stay and accompany Jiang Zhenhai. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again. That night, the father and son had a long talk. Jiang Chen told Jiang Zhenhai a lot of problems related to cultivation and helped him solve many problems. Unknowingly, the night had passed. Early the next morning, an icy cold aura suddenly soared into the sky from somewhere in the martial Saint dynasty. It pierced through the clouds and condensed into a cold beam of light. The beam of light was so powerful that it even froze the clouds in the sky. "Little Yu has advanced," De Huang Dog said excitedly. "Judging from her qi, she should be a 3rd-grade minor saint. The power of the true water is really not bad." Jiang Chen nodded, his face was filled with surprise. Yan Qinyu's 9 yin meridians were already very powerful. Now that she had advanced to the 3rd-grade minor saint, she would be considered as one of the top existences in the divine continent. She would be respected and valued wherever she went. Yan Qinyu's qi didn't stop after reaching the 3rd-grade minor saint. Apart from the heavenly earth pure water, she had also obtained a 9-sun less rond pill. The two of them complemented each other, doubling the impact on her. Ka-cha! That unstoppable chi produced a cracking sound once again. It was as if a glacier in the sky had suddenly cracked open. Smoke and dust rose all the way to the sky, advancing to the 4th grade minor saint before stopping. 4th grade minor saint. Ha! Little Yu is too powerful. She has surpassed me. It seems like Master Dog will have to work harder. Big Yellow couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Given Yan Qinyu's innate talent and her cultivation base of 4th grade minor saint, she could even defeat a 6th grade minor saint. The double impact of the heavenly earth pure water and the 9-sun less rond pill has pushed little Yu to the 4th grade minor saint. This is indeed an exciting result, but it seems like her ice god's heart hasn't been fully condensed yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be a 4th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this time, a ray of white light rushed to the front of Jiang Chen. It was Yan Qinyu who looked like a white fairy. Brother Qin, I have advanced to the 4th grade minor saint. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for me. I won't be a burden if I follow you now. Yan Qinyu was very excited. The thought of going to the divine continent with Jiang Qin filled her heart with happiness. Of course. Not only is little Yu not a burden, she is also a great help. Jiang Qin pinched Yan Qinyu's nose. If little Yu was here when the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger attacked the Nebula sect, it wouldn't have been so difficult. In the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty, two people were standing opposite each other. Both of them were filled with sadness. Yan Qinyu was hugging Yan Zhanyun, her heart was filled with reluctance. Dad, your daughter is unfilial. I can't stay by your side for a long time. Yan Qinyu's eyes were filled with tears. She was a very emotional person, pure like a white lotus. Silly girl, your father's body is still strong and healthy. With your talent, if you continue to stay here, you will be buried. Your father can be at ease if you follow Qin. You don't need to worry. I won't be lonely when I'm with your father-in-law, Qin said with a smile. Yan Zhanyun said with a smile. Apart from his daughter, she was also his pride. Ever since Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians were cured by Jiang Qin, Yan Zhanyun knew that his daughter would leave him one day. Dad, farewell. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai, then disappeared with Yan Qinyu. He didn't like this kind of farewell scene as it would leave a trace of sadness in people's hearts. Since he had decided to leave, he wouldn't look back. Nebula sect had been busy. Jiang Chen had disappeared for a few days and even Nebula Kid didn't know about it. However, Han Yan and Nangong Wendian knew that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had suddenly disappeared. While they were guessing, Jiang Chen came back with Yan Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Seeing Yan Qinyu, Han Yan and Nangong Wendian exclaimed at the same time. They couldn't believe their eyes as if they were dreaming. Ah Yan, ah Nan. Yan Qinyu was very happy to see her acquaintances again. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Guo Xiaofei and Imo Sang were stunned when they saw the beauty that suddenly appeared. What surprised them even more was Yan Qinyu's cultivation. Judging from her qi, she was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. Since when did such a genius appear in Xuanyu? Judging from her appearance, she was definitely 1 in a million. She was not inferior to Wu Ningzhu at all. Ah Yan, ah Nan, who is this girl? Guo Xiaofei asked in a low voice. She is Yan Qinyu, little Qinzi's wife. Han Yan said. Guo Xiaofei and Imo Sang couldn't help but let out a sigh after hearing this. They cursed Jiang Qin for having such good luck to have 2 wives, one more beautiful than the other. Xiao Yu, your current cultivation is too scary. It's as if you are here to deal us a blow. Nangong Wendian said speechlessly. With his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yan Qinyu. They had fought hard in the Divine Continent, but they were only 9th grade combat emperors, which was still a distance away from the minor saint realm. Yan Qinyu had already surpassed them in the Eastern Continent. Little Chenzi, where have you been these days? How did you meet Xiaoyu? Han Yan asked. I have returned to Martial Saint Dynasty. Something happened to my family. The Tianyi Gate had sent a large number of experts to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. They wanted to capture my father to threaten me. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was there to stop them, that's why I was able to return in time. Jiang Chen told them about what had happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. Instantly, Han Yan and Nangong Wendian were infuriated. The Tianyi Gate is too shameless. They are courting death. Han Yan couldn't help but curse. It seems like the Tianyi Gate's fate is coming to an end. Tyrant, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Based on his understanding of Jiang Qin, the Tianyi Gate was certainly going to be destroyed. Touching Jiang Chen's family was no different than courting death. That's right. I am going to annihilate the Tianyi Gate now. Tyrant, you are from the Western Domain. You should know a lot about the Tianyi Gate. What do you think of this sect? Chapter 788. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tyrant thought for a while and said, among the 8 major domains, the Western region is the most special. Because of the existence of the Great Lane Temple, the Western region is the strongest among the 8 major domains. Although the size of the Western region is very small compared to the other major domains, the Great Lane Temple is an existence that can be compared to the Pure Land. Even if there isn't any power in the Western region that can be compared to the Great Lane Temple, the other major domains still can't compare with it. Tyrant paused and continued, Tianyi Gate is a very strong power. As far as I know, the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Changqing, is already a 7th grade minor saint. Besides that, there should be another 7th grade minor saint in Tianyi Gate. 2 7th grade minor saints. Jiang Chen frowned. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint, but if he were to face a 7th grade minor saint, it would be hard for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint even if he used his dragon form and the power of his saint bone. He didn't want any accidents to happen in this attack on Tianyi Gate. He must kill Tianyi Gate without leaving any future troubles. He didn't care about the other experts of Tianyi Gate, but he couldn't ignore a 7th grade minor saint unless he could advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. If that was the case, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint in his dragon form. Even the powerful Yan Qinyu was only a 4th grade minor saint. She could only deal with a 6th grade minor saint at most. She wouldn't be a match for a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. So, given our current strength, we won't have the upper hand if we attack Tianyi Gate. Tyrant said. Tianyi Gate must be annihilated and it must be done quickly. Tomorrow, we will head to the Western Domain and annihilate Tianyi Gate. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Dealing with Tianyi Gate was an urgent matter. He didn't want to waste any time. Do you have any good methods? Tyrant asked. As long as I advance to the 3rd grade minor saint, I can easily kill a 7th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said. You have advanced to the 2nd grade minor saint right after advancing to the 3rd grade minor saint. Isn't it not an easy task? Tyrant asked. I have my ways. After saying that, Jiang Chen disappeared. He went to the depths of Nebula Sect and found Nebula Kid. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Nebula Kid didn't dare to neglect and immediately stood up from his seat. When he noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved, Nebula Kid's facial expression changed. Jiang Chen, your cultivation has increased again. How terrifying! Nebula Kid felt helpless in his heart. There was nothing he could do when encountering such a monster. He didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Jiang Qin. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin was already a second-grade minor saint, even a first-grade minor saint like Jiang Qin could kill him as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Those fifth-grade minor saints who died in Nebula's sect were still alive. Example of this. Master, do you still remember our agreement? I want to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword now. Jiang Qin went straight to the point. The reason why he came to Nebula Kid was to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. With the help of the Heavenly Saint sword, his cultivation would advance to the third-grade minor saint. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for him to annihilate Tianyi Gate. Of course I remember. Nebula Kid didn't hesitate and immediately took out the Nebula sword. It was reasonable for Jiang Qin to take back his belongings. Moreover, Nebula Kid had gotten something from Jiang Qin that was far more valuable than the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. Not to mention the 9-sunless Ron pill, Jiang Qin had also helped him to rule the 4 domains and make Nebula sect flourish. Of course, there was another more important reason. If Jiang Qin wanted to take back the Nebula sword, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Very good. With the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword, I can advance to the third-grade minor saint immediately. But you don't have to worry about it. When I come back from my task, I will help you reforge the Nebula sword. It won't be any worse than the current one. Jiang Qin waved his hand and sent his divine sense into the Nebula sword. In an instant, the Heavenly Saint sword fragment that was condensed within the sword was drawn out by Jiang Qin, as if it had been summoned by something. Thank you. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. Ever since he knew the true identity of Jiang Qin, he had never doubted his decision. Now, it seemed like his decision was incomparably wise. If he chose to go against Jiang Qin, it was hard to imagine what would happen to him now. Swoosh. Jiang Qin didn't say anything else. He disappeared with the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. What he needed to do next was to refine the fragment and fuse it with the Heavenly Saint sword to advance to the third-grade minor saint. Tomorrow, he would attack the Tianyi Gate. Refining the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword was an easy task to Jiang Qin. There was a close connection between him and the Heavenly Saint sword. It was too easy for him to fuse with it. Wang, the Heavenly Saint sword was trembling violently. It was a kind of excitement, especially the fragment that he had just obtained. It was jumping with excitement. It felt like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Early the next morning, an incomparably bright sword light soared to the sky. It rippled in the sky above the Nebula sect. Endless brilliance was emitting a strong pressure. The Heavenly Saint sword had become even more mystical. It was much stronger than before. So far, he had already found 4 fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword. There were only 3 left. Once all 7 fragments were found, the Heavenly Saint sword would be restored to its peerless glory. The return of the Heavenly Saint sword naturally brought endless benefits to Jiang Qin. Under the impact, Jiang Qin had formed another 2,000 new dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 65,000. His cultivation had also advanced to the peak of the third-grade minor saint. Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light and grabbed the Heavenly Saint sword. His qi was unprecedentedly strong. He came to the sky above the courtyard and shouted. "The Huang, Xiao Yu, tyrant, let's go. Follow me to annihilate the Tianyi Gate." After that, Jiang Qin disappeared in a flash, flying towards the direction of the western domain. Kaka, the Huang dog, laughed heartily and chased after Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu and Tyrant had also disappeared. You can't even deal with a brat. Since Jiang Qin wants to come, let him come. This will save us the trouble of finding him. If he dares to come, I will personally kill him. That's right, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. Luo Chongqing said. Chapter 789. Luo Chongqing was really alarmed this time. The Tianyi Gate had never suffered such a huge loss before. He felt that he had to solve this problem himself. As a 7th grade minor saint, he knew Jiang Chen's potential better than anyone else. If such a genius was given the chance to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day, the Tianyi Gate would be destroyed by Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, they would never have thought that this day would come so quickly. In fact, it was almost about to arrive. While the higher-ups of the Tianyi Gate were having a meeting in the main hall, Jiang Chen and his friends had already appeared in the western domain. Under the guidance of Tyrant, they found the mountain gate of the Tianyi Gate very quickly. The Tianyi mountain range had a circumference of a few thousand miles. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with boundless white fog. It was like a fairyland. Such scenery alone gave people the feeling of forgetting to go home. On this huge mountain range, there was a colossus. It was an enormous sect, the Tianyi Gate. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared outside the Tianyi mountain range. Their bodies exuded a solemn killing intent. This was especially so for that extremely beautiful white-robed woman. The aura that she casually exuded could even freeze the void. It was extremely terrifying. The Tianyi Gate is right in front. Little Chenzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen. There's nothing much to say. Today, I'm going to erase this power from the Western domain. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. He wouldn't show any mercy or politeness to Tianyi Gate. That day in Martial Saint Dynasty, the experts of Tianyi Gate had destroyed a large number of buildings in Martial Saint Dynasty. At least thousands of innocent people had died. One should know that in the eyes of Tianyi Gate, those who died were all defenseless mortals. Even if Tianyi Gate wanted to capture Jiang Zhenhai, they couldn't treat the lives of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty as if they were grass. It was imaginable that if it wasn't for Yan Qinyu's timely arrival, no one knew how many innocent people would have died in the Martial Saint Dynasty. This was a gruesome crime. The blood of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't be shed in vain. Kaka. Master Dog will go first. The Huang Dog was extremely excited. Fighting and killing had always been his favorite and specialty. Dragging his majestic body, he appeared on the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate in a flash. The mountain gate of Tianyi Gate was huge. It was 100 zhang high. 3 big words were carved on it, Tianyi Gate. Where did this dog come from? How dare he trespass into the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate? Is he courting death? Kill him. How dare a dog be so arrogant? Doesn't he know where he is? Several guards of the mountain gate flew into the sky in anger. In an instant, they surrounded the Huang Dog. Swoosh! 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 The Huang Dog didn't even look at them. From his body, many golden rays shot out. Each ray was like an invincible sharp sword. The bodies of several disciples of Tianyi Gate were instantly pierced and burst into blood mist. Rumble, the Huang Dog's head hit the gate of Tianyi Gate. The majestic gate was smashed into powder in an instant. Such a huge movement instantly shocked the entire mountain range. All the elders and disciples on and off the mountain of Tianyi Gate heard it clearly. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Then, they flew out one after another. What's going on? Someone is here to make trouble. It's Jiang Chen. It must be Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Let's go out and have a look. We must kill him today. In the main hall, many of the higher-ups who were still in a meeting were instantly alarmed. However, before they could go out, they heard an earth-shattering roar coming from outside the mountain range. Roar! The Huang dog's body grew bigger once again. He exerted his peerless divine might and cast the soul-crunching tune at Tianyi Gate. Endless sound waves swept out like waves. Those elders and disciples who rushed out from Tianyi Gate were the first to be affected by the sound waves. Arg! Miserable shrieks lingered in the ears. One by one, figures fell from the sky. Their bodies were covered with blood and died on the spot. The Huang dog was a third-grade minor demon saint. To these disciples and elders with weak cultivation base, the existence of the Huang dog was a destructive force that couldn't be resisted at all. Rumble. The death of a large number of elders and disciples wasn't a big deal. Large areas of buildings collapsed under the roar of the Huang dog, turning into ruins. The scene was very similar to what happened in Marshall's Saint Dynasty. The power of the Huang dog's roar not only destroyed a large area of buildings, but also killed hundreds of elders and disciples. It could be said to be extremely brutal. My God! Where did this dog come from? He's too strong. Hurry up and inform the elders that someone has trespassed into Tianyi Gate. This dog is too powerful. Let's retreat quickly. This is a minor demon saint. Only the elders of minor saint realm can deal with it. Everyone was shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. None of them dared to be careless. The intruder was too terrifying. Swoosh! At this time, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out from the interior of Tianyi Gate. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. Jiang Chen looked at them and deeply felt the power of Tianyi Gate. It wasn't something that any power in Xuanyu could compare with. It seemed like if Tianyi Gate wasn't afraid of Great Master Ran Feng and didn't dare to attack him in the Western Domain, he would have been dead by now. However, that was all in the past. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be afraid of Tianyi Gate. Today, Tianyi Gate would be completely destroyed in his hands. Jiang Chen, Yan Qinyu, and Tyrant flew forward and came to the side of the Huang dog, facing the experts on the opposite side. On the side of Tianyi Gate, there was a leader. He seemed to be in his 40s. He was very muscular. His face was covered with a full beard. He was wearing a loose green robe. His eyes were cold. His chi was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No one dared to look at him directly. This man was the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Changqing. Beside Luo Changqing was a 60 to 70-year-old supreme elder. He was also a 7th-grade minor saint, but judging from his chi, he wasn't weaker than Luo Changqing. These two 7th-grade minor saints were very powerful. Other than that, there were also many other experts of Tianyi Gate. There were 4 6th-grade minor saints, 8 5th-grade minor saints, and the remaining minor saints added up to 20. At this moment, all the minor saints of Tianyi Gate were looking at the destroyed buildings of Tianyi Gate and the elders and disciples who died tragically. Their faces were filled with unprecedented anger. This was a great humiliation. Tianyi Gate had been established for such a long time, but no one had ever dared to come to our sect and kill people. This was simply unimaginable. Then, all of them raised their heads and looked at the opposite side. A white-robed youth and a majestic De Huang dog. With such a symbol, they didn't need to guess who they were. In addition to the enmity between Tianyi Gate and Jiang Qin, their identity was even more obvious. You are Jiang Qin. Luo Changqing said. His eyes fell on Jiang Qin like 2 sharp swords. That's right. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Damn it. Jiang Qin, how dare you come to Tianyi Gate to kill people? You must be tired of living. I will tear you into pieces today. A 6th grade minor saint elder shouted. It seemed like he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. The dignified Tianyi Gate has always been doing shameless things. You all came to my hometown to kill my family members. Am I not allowed to come to your sect? Let me tell you, Tianyi Gate is finished today. I, Jiang Chen, am here to take revenge. I will make your shameless sect disappear from the Western domain. Jiang Chen's qi was strong. His murderous aura soared up to the sky. His words seemed like a joke, but he wasn't joking at all. Ha! Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. A little brat dares to say that he wants to annihilate Tianyi Gate. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Jiang Chen, how can a few trash like you create trouble in Tianyi Gate? You really don't know what's good for you. I alone am enough to kill you. Since you are here, it saves us the trouble of finding you. I will send you to heaven now. A powerful 6th grade minor saint said arrogantly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. His qi fluctuated and he turned into a whirlwind, rushing at Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog, Yan Qinyu and Tyrant shook their heads at the same time. They gave the elder a pitiful look and retreated at the same time. Ka-cha, a cracking sound was heard from Jiang Chen's arm. A sturdy and powerful blood-red dragon arm emerged. The blood-red dragon claw clawed forward, tearing a huge hole in the void. The powerful true dragon palm was like a terrifying cage, enveloping the elder. What? The 6th grade minor saint's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment Jiang Chen attacked, he could feel Jiang Chen's power. That blood-red dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Jiang Chen's dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Bang Pu, the true dragon palm, slammed onto the old man's body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to resist, but he found out that his entire body was trapped by the true dragon palm, making it extremely difficult for him to move. In other words, with just a single strike, he was completely controlled by Jiang Chen. What? This time, the entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. Even Luo Changqing was shocked. Jiang Chen's power was beyond his imagination. A powerful 6th grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single move from Jiang Chen. How terrifying was this? Chapter 790. Jiang Chen, quickly release Elder Wu. Luo Changqing's qi fluctuated. His powerful domain spread out. He didn't think that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Now that a 6th grade minor saint had been captured, he had to take Jiang Chen seriously. At the same time, he understood that he had to do it himself in order to kill Jiang Chen. Release? I can release his corpse. Jiang Chen sneered. The true dragon palm suddenly exerted force. All the force was exerted on Elder Wu's head. With a ka-cha sound, Elder Wu's head was smashed into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw a headless corpse to Luo Changqing. As you wish. I'm returning it to you. Bastard! Luo Changqing was infuriated. He had never seen such a deranged person before. Not only did he come to cause trouble in Tianyi Gate, he even killed a respectable elder of Tianyi Gate in front of him. Such a scene was intolerable to him. Today, all of you will die. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. He cast out his 5 elemental domain and launched an attack at Luo Changqing. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Changqing's murderous intent was stronger than Jiang Chen's. Immediately, he cast out his domain and struck at Jiang Chen. He couldn't remember when was the last time he attacked. As the boss of Tianyi Gate, a powerful 7th-grade minor saint, he hadn't attacked anyone for a long time. Once he attacked, he would definitely kill. Bang! The two domains collided with each other and separated. Jiang Chen was sent flying 100 meters away before he could regain his balance. In comparison, Luo Changqing's face looked even worse. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of horror. Impossible. How can a man possess 5 types of domain at the same time? This is absolutely impossible. Luo Changqing felt that he had encountered a monster. This was an unimaginable thing. 5 domains directly subverted Luo Changqing's understanding of cultivation. This person is too terrifying. Fortunately, his cultivation base is still weak. I must get rid of him today. Luo Changqing gritted his teeth, the fierceness in his eyes becoming even more exuberant. It seems like I have to use my dragon transformation to deal with a 7th-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just now, he had purposely used his own strength to fight against Luo Changqing, but the result wasn't ideal. Although he could still fight against a 7th-grade minor saint, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 7th-grade minor saint. So, he still had to transform into his dragon form. Roar! Jiang Chen faced the sky and let out a dragon roar. The clouds beyond the 9th heaven were directly shattered. A surge of power from ancient times suddenly burst out from his body. His appearance changed drastically in an instant. His body was more than twice as majestic as before. His entire body was covered with blood-red dragon scales. He looked incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Yan Qinyu, who was behind him, opened her mouth wide. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen transform into his dragon form. Naturally, she was surprised. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yu. This is a type of transformation technique. Under this transformation, Jiang Chen's combat power will be increased by 10 times. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to deal with a 7th-grade minor saint. De Huang Dog said. Yan Qinyu nodded, but the appearance of Jiang Chen was still very scary. What kind of monster is this? Transformation technique. I feel that his combat power has increased by a lot. This bastard is really abnormal. I have never heard of this kind of transformation technique before. The elders of Tianyi Gate's facial expression changed. The existence of Jiang Chen was too shocking to them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a terrifying technique in this world. Luo Changqing's facial expression darkened. He could feel that Jiang Chen's power had increased by a lot after his transformation. Even a 7th-grade minor saint like him could feel the tremendous pressure. Supreme Elder, let's attack together and kill him. The rest of you, kill the 2 people and the dog. No, we can't kill that monk. Luo Changqing said. Killing a monk in Western Domain was simply courting death. If the genius of Great Lightning Tune Temple was killed, the consequences wouldn't be something that Tianyi Gate could bear. Yes. All the minor saint elders nodded. They weren't fools. Their opponent was far scarier than what they had imagined. Otherwise, the sect master and the supreme elder wouldn't have joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen. Dong, the supreme elder, took a step forward. His huge foot stomped on the void, creating a hole in the void. A black gale came out from the hole. At the same time, the remaining 30-plus minor saints surrounded Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog. Kaka, you need to have some ability if you want to kill Master Dog. De Huang Dog laughed. Suddenly, a pair of golden light wings grew out from his back. He disappeared in an instant, breaking through the defense of those minor saints and arrived above Tianyi Gate. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and roared at the buildings and disciples of Tianyi Gate. Roar! It was the soul-crunching sound again. Endless screams were heard from below. The buildings were collapsing. Tianyi Gate was in a mess. Motherfucker. Stop that damn dog. Someone cursed. A 6th grade minor saint flew out and attacked the Huang dog. The Huang dog was a 3rd grade minor demon saint. He could fight a 5th grade minor saint, but he was no match for a 6th grade minor saint. However, the Huang dog's speed was too fast. It wouldn't be easy for a 6th grade minor saint to kill him. Kaka de Huang dog's laughter reverberated in the sky above Tianyi Gate. A 6th grade minor saint couldn't kill him. This bastard's speed was too fast. He appeared at another place in a blink, wreaking havoc wantonly. To the ordinary elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it was a disaster. Swoosh. Swoosh. 7 to 8 minor saints separated and attacked the Huang dog. There were 2 6th grade minor saints among them. Even so, the Huang dog was still able to deal with them, causing them to roar in anger. This showed how brutal he was. On the other side, 3 minor saints besieged Tyrant. 2 of them were 2nd grade minor saints and 1 was 3rd grade minor saint. They didn't put this 1st grade minor saint in their eyes. Plus, they were instructed to besiege Tyrant, not to kill him. The rest of the minor saints besieged Yan Qinyu, but her facial expression didn't change at all. She was no longer the same as before. Her 4th grade minor saint strength gave her the ability to suppress a 6th grade minor saint. In addition to her 9 meridians and Ice God's heart, her attacks were extremely terrifying. Her opponents couldn't withstand it at all. Tyrant, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. A 2nd grade minor saint said to Tyrant. Amitabha. Tyrant uttered a word of Buddhism. Then, he struck the 2nd grade minor saint who was closest to him with his palm. Motionless Dharma King seal. A giant Dharma King shadow suddenly appeared. It was as big as a mountain. It was extremely terrifying and fast. It hit the 2nd grade minor saint in an instant. Arg! The 2nd grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. He was killed by Tyrant's palm. The other 2 minor saints' facial expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking tyrant would be so abnormal. He was merely a 1st grade minor saint, but he was able to kill a 2nd grade minor saint with just a single strike. What made them depressed was that Tyrant was too cruel. They didn't plan to deal with Tyrant at first, but they couldn't stop him from killing them. Amitabha. Tyrant's facial expression didn't change. He looked like an eminent monk. He had obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the 3 lost supreme seals of Buddhism sect. They were the Motionless Bright King seal, Motionless Lion King seal and Motionless Dharma King seal. Each of these seals was extremely terrifying and contained the essence of Buddhism sect. Although Tyrant was only a 1st grade minor saint, he could kill a 2nd grade minor saint effortlessly with these powerful seals. Damn it! Catch him! The 3rd grade minor saint was infuriated. He suddenly reached out his palm and tried to grab Tyrant. On the other side, Yan Qinyu was displaying her divine power. Even though there was a 6th grade minor saint besieging her, she wasn't afraid at all. Her profound ice was seeping out, freezing the entire void. Her domain was the legendary Ice God domain. It was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths of time, not only did those minor saints fail to kill her, but 2 of them were killed by her instead. Such a scene was witnessed by Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Elder. They were shocked. Since when did so many abnormal beings appear in this world? Moreover, they had encountered all of them at the same time. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. Tianyi Gate was losing people every second. Minor saint elders were falling one after another. That dog was wreaking havoc wantonly. It took so many minor saints besieging him to stop the Huang dog, but the Huang dog was too cunning. It was too difficult to kill him. Luo Changqing and the Supreme Elder had already noticed that it wouldn't be easy to kill either the Huang dog or that woman unless they personally attacked. Therefore, they had to join forces to eliminate Jiang Qin as soon as possible. As long as they could kill Jiang Qin, the others wouldn't pose a threat to them. Attack! Luo Changqing shouted. Together with the Supreme Elder, they attacked Jiang Qin from both sides. Two powerful 7th-grade minor saints unleashed all of their qi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Their killing intent soared up to the sky. Their domain was spread out, enveloping Jiang Qin completely. 5 Elemental Domain. Jiang Qin also unleashed his domain. The powerful 5 Elemental Domain was definitely the most abnormal being in this world. Swoosh! The dragon wings on Jiang Qin's back fluttered casually. His body raised a gust of wind. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Supreme Elder. His sharp dragon claws clawed at him. Sky-dominating palm. It attacked Jiang Qin with the momentum of Mount Tai. Jiang Qin's qi was also full of vigor. The heavenly saint sword carried raging flames, burning the void. A spatial crack was slashed out. The sword light was like a bright waterfall. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the heavenly saint sword merged into one. Like a meteor, they collided with the starlight shield. Chapter 792. Hong Long. The starlight shield and the heavenly saint sword collided with each other. No one knew how powerful the collision was. Jiang Qin was like an ancient dragon, too powerful. His entire being was the symbol of invincibility. Under the condition of merging with the heavenly saint sword, he was able to sweep away everything. Not even the starlight shield was able to withstand his attack. Luo Changqing, who was holding the starlight shield, was sent flying a few meters away by the heavenly saint sword. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that his arm that was holding the starlight shield was going numb. Even the shield in his hand was about to fly away. The blue starlight rippled. The connection between the starlight shield and the starlight tower began to shake violently. Impossible! How can he be so powerful? Luo Changqing was truly shocked. He had never been so shocked before. He was a dignified 7th-grade minor saint who was using the starlight shield, but he was once again repelled by a 3rd-grade minor saint. He couldn't believe and accept such a scene. Ha! The starlight shield is nothing. It will still be destroyed by my heavenly saint sword. Today, your Tianyi Gate will be annihilated. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. His body was filled with boundless combat strength. Even the sky was trembling. The feeling of power made Jiang Qin a little obsessed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. However, it seemed that even with the help of the starlight shield, Luo Changqing wouldn't be a match for him. Howl. The heavenly saint sword let out a sword howl that soared to the sky. A blood-red sword light rushed to the sky. Under Jiang Qin's control, it once again slashed at Luo Changqing. The heavenly saint sword left a dazzling shadow in the void like the Milky Way. Luo Changqing bellowed in anger, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. He could only rely on the starlight shield to resist Jiang Qin's violent attack. Hong Long. The 2 minor saint weapons collided again. As expected, Luo Changqing was sent flying again. Jiang Qin was getting more and more courageous while Luo Changqing was getting more and more surprised. If this continued, Luo Changqing wouldn't be able to resist Jiang Qin's attack for a long time. Look, that Jiang Qin is too ferocious. Sect Master can't stop him anymore. What should we do? Could it be that our Tianyi gate is finished? How could there be such a perverted person in this world? It's over. Tianyi gate is finished. The Supreme Elder is dead. Now, even the sect master can't stop Jiang Qin. There's no one else in the sect who's more powerful than the sect master. The entire Tianyi gate fell into despair once again. Luo Changqing's defeat made them unable to see any hope. Rumble, with the heavenly saint's sword in hand, Jiang Qin brought along an unparalleled domineering aura and once again clashed with Luo Changqing's starlight shield. Without any surprise, Luo Changqing was sent flying by Jiang Qin for the third time. Wow! After 3 consecutive collisions, even Luo Changqing found it hard to resist. Every strike from Jiang Qin was like a huge mountain crashing into him. Luo Changqing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incomparably pale. Looking at Jiang Qin again, he was like a divine dragon that had descended into the world. His battle intent was monstrous, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The two of them directly formed the clearest contrast. At this point in the battle, Luo Changqing was no fool. He was very clear that if the battle continued, he would die in the hands of Jiang Qin sooner or later. There was no doubt about this. Escape? No, that was impossible. He was the sect master of Tianyi Gate. We will return to the Tempest Temple with you later to receive your punishment. The other eminent monk said, "Fuck you." Tyrant shook his head and said in a low voice, "What did you say?" The eminent monk widened his eyes and looked at Tyrant in disbelief. This poor monk said, "Fuck you." Tyrant repeated loudly in a serious manner. In his heart, he didn't have a good impression of the Great Lane Temple. The reason why he joined the Great Lane Temple was because of his master. All these years, the Great Lane Temple had been bothering Great Master Ran Feng. Tyrant hated the Great Lane Temple to begin with. Besides, with his temper, how could he stand these two guys standing in front of him and shouting at him? Chapter 793. When these 4 words were shouted out by Tyrant, the atmosphere instantly became incomparably cold. Apart from that, the 2 eminent monks stared at Tyrant with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disbelief. Was this bastard really a Buddhist? Was he really from the Great Lane Temple? He looked serious, but the moment he spoke, he revealed his true nature. Vulgarities came out of his mouth. This was not the steadiness that a Buddhist disciple should have. If he really was a Buddhist, he must be a scum of the Buddhist sect. That's right, he must be a scum. Insulting the elders is an unforgivable sin. How can Buddhism accept an unfilial son like you? Today, I will clean up the sect first. The senior monk was furious. He suddenly slapped the monk with his palm. Courting death. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the eminent monk in an instant. His terrifying dragon claw grabbed the eminent monk's arm and exerted force. With a ka-cha sound, the eminent monk's arm was ripped off by Jiang Qin. Arg! The eminent monk immediately let out a blood-curdling scream when his arm was forcefully torn off. Jiang Qin didn't care about him. He took the opportunity to step on the eminent monk's face, sending him flying away. When the other eminent monk saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch the other person. "My arm, my hand!" The eminent monk roared, completely losing his usual dignified demeanor. The 2 eminent monks looked at Jiang Qin in horror. They finally knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. In fact, this time, the Great Lane Temple sent them here not only because they were strong enough but also because of the reputation of the Great Lane Temple. However, they didn't expect that the reputation of the Great Lane Temple would be completely useless in front of Jiang Qin. It was ruthlessly smashed into pieces. What was even more insane was that their master actually dared to hurt the higher-ups of the Great Lane Temple. In the western regions, this was simply unimaginable. Audacious madman, do you know what you are doing? If I were you, I would immediately release the sect master of Tianyi Gate and come with us to the Tempest Temple to accept your punishment. You might still have a chance to live. The monk continued to shout at Jiang Qin, as if he couldn't see the situation clearly. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. The Tempest Temple's reputation was too great. In the western region, there had never been anyone who dared to look down on the Tempest Temple. Get out of here right now. Don't think that I won't kill you. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng said. Jiang Chen had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face by allowing these two guys to stand here and talk. However, it didn't mean that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill them. Whether it was his previous life or his current life, he had never had any relationship with the Tempest Temple. In his previous life, he had befriended Ancestor Green Lotus, but Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Tempest Temple. Ancestor Green Lotus was a free and easy person who practiced medicine to help the people. He was a true living Buddha. Compared to a true Buddha like Ancestor Green Lotus, the current Great Lane Temple didn't live up to its reputation. If the Great Lane Temple was truly the representative of the supreme holy land of Buddhism, Ancestor Green Lotus and Great Master Ran Feng would have joined it. In the ancient times, Buddhism was prosperous and the Gautama Buddha founded the Tempest Temple. However, ever since the Gautama Buddha ascended to the heavens, the Buddhism in Saint Origin world had declined day by day. Only a few true Buddhas remained in the Tempest Temple. Sensing Jiang Chen's killing intent, the two eminent monks didn't dare to utter another word. However, they didn't leave, but secretly informed the people of the Tempest Temple. Jiang Chen treated them as if they were nothing. The Great Lane Temple was a very powerful temple, and this place was the western region. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Lane Temple right now. If he really killed someone from the Great Lane Temple, it would bring him trouble. Jiang Chen's gaze returned to Luo Changqing. At this moment, Luo Changqing had already lost all hope. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a madman, a mad devil. He even dared to hurt the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. He even tore off their arms. Was there anything in this world that he wouldn't dare to do? Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Let's write off all the debts between us. From now on, my Tianyi Gate will no longer be your enemy. You have already killed so many people of the Tianyi Gate. You have already taken your revenge. Moreover, your family is safe and sound. You have gained a lot from this. Luo Changqing opened his mouth and begged for mercy. What a joke. If I didn't return in time, I'm afraid that my family would have been annihilated by you all. You even captured my father to threaten me. Do you think you can write off all the debts with just a few words? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Let me tell you, you are going to die today. A lot of people are going to die with you. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. His sharp claws pierced through Luo Changqing's body, instantly destroying him. At this point, the two 7th-grade minor saints of the Tianyi Gate had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Luo Changqing was killed by the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. The two eminent monks of the Tempest Temple had witnessed Jiang Chen killing Luo Changqing. Jiang Chen's way of treating them as heir had made them feel endless humiliation. Not only did he not put them in his eyes, he also didn't put the dignity of the Tempest Temple in his eyes. The two of them gritted their teeth but didn't dare to say anything. This half-human half-dragon man in front of them was simply a madman. He was a peerless devil. Anyone who provoked him must die. Master, Luo Changqing's death caused a wave of wailing in the Tianyi Gate. It was a kind of sorrow that all the hares had been killed. Everyone felt despair. Before today, they were still very proud of being the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate was still one of the top major powers in the Western domain. However, the collapse would only last for a moment. What awaited them next would be the ultimate destruction. No one knew how many people of the Tianyi Gate could survive after falling into the hands of such a god of death. You have already killed the master of the Tianyi Gate. Can you let the others go? The eminent monk in the distance said. Swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to them. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the camp of the minor saints in a blink of an eye. The 5 elemental spheres spread out and surrounded all the minor saints. In order to destroy a major power, one must completely destroy it. Jiang Chen never liked to leave behind future troubles. He could spare the elders and disciples of the Tianyi Gate who were below the minor saint realm, but every minor saint was a potential threat. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow such a threat to exist at all times. Arg! Jiang Chen went on a killing spree. The group of minor saints began to let out earth-shattering screams as they fell into the 5 elemental sphere. Everything was under Jiang Chen's control. No one could escape from it. What awaited them was only death. The scene was bloody. The entire Tianyi Gate was facing the real destruction. This was an unprecedented disaster for the Tianyi Gate. Because the minor saints were divided into 2 groups to deal with De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu respectively, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere didn't cover all of them at once. The remaining minor saints didn't dare to hesitate when they saw the situation. They didn't care about their sects anymore and immediately ran away. It would be too late if they didn't run now. Jiang Chen was a peerless evil star who killed without blinking an eye. Even the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't save them. Only by running away would they have a chance of survival. None of you can run away. Jiang Chen's chi was monstrous. The 5 elemental sphere expanded all of a sudden. All the minor saints who were trying to escape were enveloped by the 5 elemental sphere. Arg! The screams continued. Jiang Chen was like a peerless devil. He started a massacre in his 5 elemental sphere. 20 to 30 minor saints fell one by one. In just a few blinks, half of them had died in Jiang Chen's hands. Even a powerful 6th grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Below, all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate were looking at the one-sided massacre with pale faces. It was a feeling of helplessness, despair and deep fear. They had never thought that such a calamity would happen. It was too cruel. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Save us, eminent monks. Save us. A minor saint who was trapped cried out to the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The faces of the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple turned pale. They were here to suppress Jiang Chen and solve the crisis of Tianyi Gate. But now, they had become spectators, watching Jiang Chen kill the people of Tianyi Gate with their own eyes. They couldn't do anything but watch helplessly. This was the biggest humiliation in their lives. Even the dignity of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was trampled mercilessly by Jiang Chen. Stop! You madman! The Great Lightning Tune Temple will never let you go. The eminent monk shouted loudly, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to hear him. He was still crazily killing those minor saints. The only way to stop him is to stop him directly. Why don't you give it a try? Tyrant stood at the side and said sarcastically. The eminent monk looked at Tyrant and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear this shameless monk into pieces. How could a little monk, a junior, dare to disrespect him? However, he didn't have the guts to personally stop Jiang Chen. His companion's arm had been torn off. He was afraid that he would be killed if he went forward. Arg, the ending of Tianyi Gate had been decided. Under Jiang Chen's crazy slaughter, all the minor saint elders of Tianyi Gate were killed without exception. From now on, Tianyi Gate had become a third-rate power in the western region. It had been a long time since the fall of so many minor saints in the western region. Hu Jiangchen retracted his qi and his dragon form, returning to his original appearance. His clothes were as white as snow. It was hard to associate him with the murderous maniac that he used to be. Chapter 794. Jiang Chen's words made all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of sadness. They felt relieved because they would be able to live. Jiang Chen wasn't a madman who would kill indiscriminately. He didn't kill them all. In fact, the ones who decided to go to the eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were only the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. It had nothing to do with these people. Countless disciples were wailing. Jiang Chen's words had destroyed the foundation of Heavenly Sect. From now on, they would lose their home. The place where they had lived for so long was gone all of a sudden. It was imaginable how heavy their mood was. That's right. You are Jiang Chen. You're finished. You're a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. Buddha will never forgive you for committing such a great sin of killing. The senior monk had a grieved look. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Shut your mouth if you want to die. Jiang Chen glared at the senior monk Leng Leng. If the senior monk wasn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would be a dead man by now. Yan Chenyu and the others came near to Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog looked at the Starlight Tower that had been activated and said, "The power of the stars in there is good stuff." Jiang Chen nodded. The power of the stars in the Starlight Tower had been accumulated for an unknown period of time. Whether it was the quantity or the purity, it was incomparable to ordinary stars. The power of the stars was useless to Jiang Chen, but it was very useful to Nangong Wendian and Nebula Kid. If Nangong Wendian could obtain a large amount of the power of the stars and the Starlight Shield, he would be able to break through to the Minor Saint realm without any hindrance. Amitabha. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put away the Starlight Pagoda, another loud sound resounded through the heavens. Everyone saw a huge golden light that looked like a huge millstone in the distance. Vaguely, some runes could be seen on the surface of the golden light. It was a pure yang energy that could crush all evils in this world. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Another great warrior from the Great Lane Temple had come. It looked like it would be impossible for him to settle this peacefully today. Because of his relationship with Great Master Ran Feng, as well as the fact that both Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant were from the Great Lane Temple, Jiang Chen didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Lane Temple. However, since they were trying to stop him from taking revenge, there was no way he could back down. The golden light flickered and turned into an old monk wearing a kasaya. This old monk had an incomparably strong physique. There was a string of runes engraved on his neck. His body was covered with pure Buddha light, as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. Most importantly, his cultivation grade was too strong. Although he hadn't stepped into the Great Saint Buddha realm, he was already at the peak of 9th grade Minor Saint, only a step away from the Great Saint realm. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew this person. Back in Green Lotus Mountain, this monk was the one who invited Great Master Ran Feng to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple. His name was Yuan Ji, a 9th grade Minor Saint. He was very terrifying. If he really attacked, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to resist him. Fuck. Another sanctimonious old monk has come. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. De Huang Dog didn't know how to conceal his voice. Therefore, his words were heard clearly by Great Master Yuan-ji. However, Great Master Yuan-ji was an eminent monk after all. He only gave De Huang Dog a glance before retracting his gaze. Great Master Yuan-ji's gaze swept across the messy Tianyi Gate. There was also the pungent smell of blood in the air. In addition, there were the destroyed buildings and the experts who were killed. A trace of anger emerged on his face. Great Master Yuan-ji, you have to seek justice for us. The two eminent monks who saw Great Master Yuan-ji just now rushed forward to greet him. The monk with the severed arm was gnashing his teeth in anger. Only now did Great Master Yuan-ji see the miserable state of the two eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, especially when he saw one of them had his arm torn off. His white bones were exposed. The anger in his eyes flared up. In this Western domain, no one had ever dared to harm the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in public. This was equivalent to making the entire Buddha sect their enemy. Benefactor, why did you kill so many people of Tianyi Gate? Great Master Yuan-ji shifted his gaze to Jiang Qin. This is a personal grudge between me and Tianyi Gate. It has nothing to do with your Great Lightning Tune Temple. We will mind our own business. I hope that your Great Lightning Tune Temple won't meddle in other people's business. Jiang Qin said. Evildoer, how dare you speak to Great Master Yuan-ji in such a tone? This is unforgivable. The eminent monk roared at Jiang Qin. The appearance of Great Master Yuan-ji had given him a powerful backer. He no longer had to be afraid of Jiang Qin. He didn't believe that a puny third-grade minor saint like Jiang Qin could deal with a ninth-grade minor saint like Great Master Yuan-ji. They weren't on the same level. Great Master Yuan-ji, this man is cruel by nature. He has already turned into a devil. He killed the innocent and tore off one of my arms. He doesn't put the Great Lightning Tune Temple in his eyes at all. And that little monk, as a disciple of Buddha's sect, he has joined hands with an evildoer. He has really brought shame to the Buddha sect. The monk with the severed arm said. Both of them told Great Master Yuan-ji everything that had happened here with some embellishments, including Tyrant. Only then did Great Master Yuan-ji notice Tyrant's presence. His expression changed because he was no stranger to this little monk. Over the years, he had visited Green Lotus Mountain many times to look for Great Master Ran Feng, so he knew very well that Great Master Ran Feng had a disciple. You are the disciple of Ran Feng? Great Master Yuan-ji asked. That's right. Tyrant admitted immediately. Being the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng was an incomparably glorious thing in his heart. What? Great Master Ran Feng's disciple? How dare you mix around with a monster? Once you return to the Great Lane Temple, you will definitely be punished. Even though Ran Feng has joined our Great Lane Temple, it's only in name. He stays at Green Lotus Mountain all day and has never been to the Great Lane Temple. Even that little monk rarely goes to the Great Lane Temple. After knowing Tyrant's identity, the two eminent monks were a little surprised. After all, Great Master Ran Feng's disciple could not be neglected. Little monk, this matter involves the reputation of Buddhism. If you repent now and draw a clear line between yourself and this evildoer, I can pretend that nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. Grand Master Yuan-ji said to Tyrant. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. I have a bottom line. The people of Tianyi Gate deserve to die. I killed them just now. Of course, I didn't kill them. I sent them to the pure land of bliss to repent. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words were filled with righteousness. In fact, he was saying that he was not in the wrong. They were the ones who were in the wrong and deserved to die. Hearing this, not to mention the two eminent monks, even Grandmaster Yuan-ji felt like fainting. He thought to himself that Great Master Ran Feng had actually raised such a top-notch disciple. The words he said in a serious manner were enough to infuriate people to death. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were already used to it. This monk had always said shocking things. Whenever he didn't say something that would infuriate people, it wouldn't be tyrant style. In that case, I will punish you on behalf of your master. Also, Benefactor Jiang Chen, I want you to go to the Great Lane Temple to receive punishment and repent, Grand Master Yuan Ji said. The Great Lane Temple had ruled the western region for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. A big sect was almost annihilated. Such a thing happened in the western region, and it made the Great Lane Temple lose a lot of face. As the culprit, Jiang Chen must be punished by the Great Lane Temple. I, Ran Feng, have no right to punish my disciple. Right at this moment, another deep and resounding voice sounded. Following that, an old monk wearing a simple and unadorned imperial robe walked out from the void and stopped in front of Grandmaster Yuan Ji. The old monk looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and his face was covered with white beard. It was Great Master Ran Feng. Master. Tyrant came in front of Great Master Ran Feng and bowed deeply. Greetings, Great Master Ran Feng. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng. He knew that Great Master Ran Feng would definitely appear. This old monk looked gentle, but as the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally had a domineering aura. He knew how important Tyrant was to Great Master Ran Feng, and Great Master Ran Feng would definitely protect his disciple. Just like what he said earlier, even if his disciple made a mistake, it was not up to others to punish him. And not bad at all. Great Master Ran Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Jiang Chen was definitely the most abnormal genius he had ever seen. Tyrant's improvement was already very scary, and he only advanced to the Minor Saint realm after obtaining the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, a first-grade Minor Saint. However, Jiang Chen was now a third-grade Minor Saint. What was more terrifying was that Jiang Chen was able to kill a seventh-grade Minor Saint with a mere third-grade Minor Saint. Such abnormal combat strength was unheard of. Even with Great Master Ran Feng's knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Great Master Ran Feng didn't blame Jiang Chen for annihilating the Tianyi Gate. He saw hope in Jiang Chen. There were some things that one could only rely on oneself. It was impossible to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple. From another point of view, Great Master Ran Feng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't on the same side. This could be seen from the fact that he had been staying in Green Lotus Mountain for so many years, and the fact that the Great Lightning Tune Temple had never invited him. Old friend Ran Feng, long time no see. When Great Master Yuan Ji saw Ran Feng, he immediately greeted him. However, his tone wasn't as courteous and enthusiastic as before. Chapter 795. This old man is Tyrant's master. He is indeed domineering. It was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ran Feng. He was instantly impressed by Great Master Ran Feng's domineering manner. The old monk looked kind and gentle, but he didn't expect him to be so domineering. He didn't even give face to the minor saint of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. This was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ran Feng. He had already seen Great Master Ran Feng when he was in the Western Domain. In order to save him, Great Master Ran Feng sent out his divine sense and killed a 9th-grade combat king with a single glance. Ran Feng, let's not talk about your disciple's matter for now. I hope that your appearance isn't because of this evildoer. Yuan Ji was obviously afraid of Great Master Ran Feng. He turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to punish the little monk. With Great Master Ran Feng's temper, he would definitely stop him. However, Jiang Qin must be punished today. Evildoer. Why does this sound so unpleasant? Jiang Qin is a rare and peerless genius. The grudge between him and Tiany Gate is a grudge of life and death. If Tiany Gate wants to kill him, he will eliminate Tiany Gate. Isn't this reasonable? Besides, Jiang Qin only killed those minor saints. He didn't kill any innocent people. There are too many grudges like this in Saint Origin World. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple want to get involved in all of them? Great Master Ran Feng said leisurely. His appearance this time was obviously because of Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to chat with Yuan Ji. In his heart, Jiang Qin was more important than the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. He couldn't rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple, but he could rely on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin would be of great help to him in the future. Ran Feng, don't forget your identity. You are now an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. You have to think about the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. But now, you are siding with an outsider. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin has destroyed the Order of the Western Domain by killing all the higher-ups of Tiany Gate, how dare he hurt an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple? This is no different from slapping the face of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Such an evildoer must be eliminated. For your sake, I will spare his life, but he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive his punishment. Yuan Ji was also angry. All these years, he had been in frequent contact with Great Master Ran Feng, but it was all for a specific purpose. Later on, Great Master Ran Feng joined the Great Lane Temple, and it was indeed due to Yuan Ji's efforts. However, ever since Great Master Ran Feng joined the Great Lane Temple, not only did the Great Lane Temple not obtain any benefits from him, this Great Master didn't even step through the doorstep of the Great Lane Temple. This situation made Yuan Ji very angry, and it also made him understand that wanting to get what he wanted from Great Master Ran Feng was simply a delusion. I have already given your Great Lightning Tune Temple a lot of face. The fact that the two of them are still standing here is the best proof. Jiang Qin said. What he said was the truth. He and the Tiany Gate were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation. The two 7th-grade minor saints of the Great Lightning Tune Temple had come to stop him from annihilating the Tiany Gate. According to Jiang Qin's temper, he would have killed both of them directly. The fact that they were still standing here showed that Jiang Qin had already given the Great Lightning Tune Temple some face. Evildoer, such a thing has never happened in the Western Domain before. You must be punished, and this is already considered a light punishment. Yuan Ji shouted loudly. Yuan Ji, for the sake of our many years of friendship, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? In the future, Jiang Qin and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will not interfere with each other's business. What do you think? Great Master Ran Feng said. After all, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was too powerful. To Jiang Qin, it was better not to offend them. All right, as long as you hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go. What do you think? Yuan Ji looked at Great Master Ran Feng. All along, the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple had been coveting the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. They said that it was something that was passed down by Ancestor Green Lotus. I have already said that my master didn't leave any inheritance behind. Great Master Ran Feng didn't show it on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. After so many years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple still hadn't given up. This was the real reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple looked for him. Ran Feng, stop pretending. You know what the Great Lightning Tune Temple wants. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus obtained the supreme scripture of Buddhism, and he must have passed it down. We don't want his other inheritance, just this scripture. Ran Fong, you should understand that this is something that belongs to Buddhism, not an individual. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is the holy land of Buddhism, and the scripture should be kept in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If you hand it over, you will have made a great contribution to Buddhism, and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will let bygones be bygones. Yuan Ji said. It's a pity that you can't agree to my condition. Great Master Ran Fong shook his head. Ran Fong, the Great Lightning Tune Temple will never agree to your condition. That place isn't easy to enter. Yuan Ji said loudly. Jiang Chen stood on the side and furrowed his brows. Because of him, the conflict between the Great Lane Temple and Great Master Ran Fong had once again intensified. He had no idea what kind of condition Great Master Ran Fong wanted the Great Lane Temple to promise him, but he guessed that it was related to Ancestor Green Lotus. If Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the immortal realm, there must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Then there's nothing else to say. Today, I will protect Jiang Qin. Yuan Ji, whether you give me face or not, I will protect Jiang Qin. Great Master Ran Feng's attitude became tough again. Since he couldn't convince Ran Fong, there was nothing else he could say. Then, I have no choice but to exchange pointers with you, Brother Ran Fong. Yuan Ji's chi fluctuated, perfectly displaying the strength of a 9th-grade minor saint. He hadn't fought with Great Master Ran Fong for all these years, but he wanted to see how strong the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus was. You are no longer qualified to fight with me. Great Master Ran Fong remained indifferent and said in an indifferent tone. What did you say? Yuan Ji glared at Great Master Ran Fong and released an even stronger aura. An incomparably dazzling Buddhist Dharma seal was shot out by him. The huge Dharma seal looked like a golden barrier, like a huge compass. It carried a powerful aura and crazily attacked Great Master Ran Fong. In the face of Yuan Ji's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression didn't change. He showed an indifferent expression. He casually stretched out a finger and pointed at the void in front of him. A popping sound was heard. The Buddhist seal that Yuan Ji had unleashed was instantly destroyed. All the attacks were shattered into nothingness. Even the void returned to its original state. In other words, a casual point from Great Master Ran Fong could blow away the chi wave created by Yuan Ji. The attack of a 9th-grade minor saint didn't even leave a trace in the void. What? Chapter 796. Yuan Ji was right. The appearance of a great sage was a major event. The Great Lane Temple would definitely be alerted. Almost as soon as Yuan Ji's voice faded, 2 imposing auras emerged in the sky. A great sage was extremely powerful. They could travel millions of miles with just a great void teleportation. If the great sage of the Great Lane Temple wanted to make a move, it would only take a few seconds for them to appear here from the moment they sense Great Sage aura of Great Sage Ran Fong. This was also the reason why Great Master Ran Fong didn't run away with Jiang Qin. As long as the Great Lightning Tune Temple didn't let them off, they wouldn't be able to escape. Today's grudge must be settled. The 2 Buddhas of the Great Lane Temple appeared. The golden light emanating from their bodies was much stronger than Yuan Ji's. Both of them had a golden Buddha mark on their glabella, which made them look extremely mystical. These 2 Buddhas looked much younger than Great Master Ran Fong. They seemed to be in their 50s. They had a dignified demeanor, and even their eyes were golden. Ran Fong, you have advanced to the Great Saint realm. Congratulations. One of the Buddhas said with a smile when he saw Great Master Ran Fong advancing to the Great Saint realm. They were naturally happy to see a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple after sensing the chi of a great saint. Great Master Ran Feng frowned. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned ugly. The cultivation of these two Buddhas was very high. One of them was the same as Great Master Ran Feng, a first-grade Great Saint, but the other had already reached the second-grade Great Saint. One should know that it was very difficult to cross the gap between each level in the Great Saint realm. Uncle Master Tian Dang, Ran Feng has colluded with evildoers and is going against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Yuan Ji bowed to one of the Buddhas. Even with his status and age, he still had to address him as Uncle Master. This showed how honorable the other party's position in the Great Tempest Temple was. Yuan Ji used his telepathic thoughts to tell the two Buddhas everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Yuan Ji, the facial expression of Great Master Tian Dang and the other Buddha changed. The way they looked at Great Master Ran Feng changed instantly. "Master, what should we do now?" Tyrant was a little worried. Each of the Buddhas was from the Tian generation of Buddha sect. Each of them was very profound and difficult to deal with. Now that there were two of them, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Ran Feng, your ascension to the Buddha realm is a matter worthy of celebration. I'm happy for you, but don't go astray and associate yourself with this evildoer. The Tianyi school is a great force in the western region. Now, all the high-level members were killed by this evildoer without any explanation. As the leader of the western region, the Big Lane Temple must take care of this. Master Tian Dang said. Great Master Tian Dang, this is a personal enmity between Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. I hope that the Great Lightning Tune Temple can give me some face and stop this matter. Jiang Chen is my good friend. Little friend Jiang Chen contributed a lot to the advancement of the Great Sage realm. Besides, little friend Jiang Chen didn't kill the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I, Ran Feng, am also an important person. Can't I give you some face? Great Master Ran Feng said. It was impossible for them to hand Jiang Chen over to the Great Lane Temple. If Jiang Chen fell into the hands of the Great Lane Temple, he would definitely be imprisoned as a monster. If that happened, Jiang Chen's life would be finished. Ran Feng, I think Yuan Ji has told you everything that needs to be said. Jiang Chen must be punished. If you insist on protecting him, I can only use force. Great Master Tian Dang's tone suddenly became fierce. Yuan Ji had told him everything, especially about the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the lost scriptures of Buddhism. Since Great Master Ran Feng didn't want to cooperate, there was no need to be polite. He couldn't ruin the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple for an outsider who didn't have his heart in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Amitabha. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together and stood in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't take a step back. There was nothing more to say. He was using his actions to protect Jiang Chen. Humph. An old man who has just advanced to the Buddha realm. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. Senior brother Tian Dang, stand here and don't move. Let me test his strength. I want to see how extraordinary the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is. Great Master Tian Hong harumphed coldly. He took a step forward and stopped not far from Great Master Ran Feng. Like Great Master Ran Feng, he was also a first-grade Great Saint. However, Great Master Ran Feng had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint while he had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Ran Feng, make your move. Great Master Tian Hong's eyes sparkled. His qi was unparalleled. I dare not. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression didn't change. Little Chenzi, who do you think is more powerful between my master and him? Little Saint Monk asked. Great Master Ran Feng has taken the 9 yang less rond pill. His potential has been stimulated once again, allowing him to break through his bottleneck. He must be stronger than before. Besides, do you think that the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus will be weak? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, but he was feeling gloomy. In his past life, when he was dominating the world, these old monks were like small shrimps in front of him. He could easily kill them all with just a breath of air. However, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. His current strength wasn't good enough. Encountering such a scene, he could only watch. He didn't even have the qualification to participate. In that case, I will make my move first. Swaying palm. Tian Hong's chi fluctuated. Endless golden light spread out. He struck out the palm technique of Buddha sect. A huge palm print was condensed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The entire void changed dramatically. As soon as he made his move, he locked on to Great Master Ran Feng. Under the control of his domain, a new battlefield was opened up. Otherwise, the attack of a great saint would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to sink, injuring the innocent. In the face of Tian Hong's powerful attack, Great Master Ran Feng's expression didn't change. He struck out his palm leisurely. It was an ordinary palm that didn't contain any profound meaning of Buddha sect, but it was such an ordinary palm that shattered Tian Hong's swaying palm. Dang dang dang. Great Master Tian Hong received a strong impact. He retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was an indescribable discomfort. The invisible domain was trembling. His face turned pale, looking at Great Master Ran Feng in shock. Impossible. Great Master Tian Hong was incomparably shocked. His cultivation had stagnated at the first-grade Great Saint for at least 20 years. He had reached the peak of the first-grade Great Saint, but Great Master Ran Feng, who had just stepped into the first-grade Great Saint, was able to repel him with just a single strike. What surprised Great Master Tian Hong even more was that Great Master Ran Feng didn't use any of the Buddhist sect supreme arts, but Great Master Ran Feng was able to use the powerful swaying palm. Just imagine, if Great Master Ran Feng also used a powerful Buddhist sect supreme art, Great Master Tian Hong's ending wouldn't be as simple as being pushed back. Amitabha. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together. From the beginning until now, he had been behaving calmly. This was his first battle after advancing to the Great Saint realm. Although he had defeated his opponent, he didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. This showed his temperament. Chapter 797. Good. Tyrant shouted and leaped forward. He wasn't as calm as Great Master Ran Feng. Besides, how could he not be excited when he saw his master's divine power? In Tyrant's eyes, besides being his master and father, his master was also his idol. Previously, he was worried that Great Master Ran Feng, who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, wouldn't be a match for Great Master Tian Hong. Now, it seemed like Jiang Chen's eyesight was really good. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Great Master Ran Feng's ferociousness had not only defeated Great Master Tian Hong, but also did it with such ease. This old monk is truly ferocious. The Huang dog stuck out his tongue and drooled. Yan Qinyu didn't say anything, but she was also shocked by Great Master Ran Feng's means. This was the first time she saw a great saint in action. She deeply felt the terror of a great saint. There was still a long way to go in the path of cultivation. I don't believe that a first-grade great saint who has just advanced to the first-grade great saint is stronger than me. Great Master Tian Hong was infuriated. His chi rose once more, preparing for another battle with Great Master Ran Feng. Anyone who had reached the Great Saint realm would have their own pride. Great Master Tianhong absolutely didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade Great Saint who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint. That strike just now had completely disgraced him. Junior brother Tianhong, let me do it. Great Master Tiandang spoke. He had already noticed that the gap between Great Master Ran Feng and Great Master Ran Feng wasn't small. Although Great Master Ran Feng had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, his strength was still very strong. Great Master Tianhong was no match for him. If he continued to fight, not only would he not be able to avenge himself, he would also be humiliated even more. Yes, senior brother. Although Great Master Tianhong was unwilling, he still obeyed his senior brother's words. Immediately, he retreated. Dong! Great Master Tiandang took a step forward. A loud sound echoed in the void. Great Master Tiandang's foot directly entered the space. A cold wind blew out from the space. It was a powerful spatial turbulence. Although it affected Great Master Tiandang's body, it couldn't harm him at all. Tyrant and De Huang Dog started to worry. Great Master Tiandang was much stronger than Tianhong. There was a gap of 1 level between the two of them. On their side, there was only one Great Saint, Great Master Ran Feng. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, Great Master Ran Feng was determined to protect Jiang Qin. He wouldn't care even if he had to go against the Great Lane Temple. Jiang Chen was touched by Great Master Ran Feng's action. In the past, he was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus. He had never thought that he would be involved with the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen swore that no matter what the outcome of today's matter was, he would remember Great Master Ran Feng's kindness. No matter what kind of difficulties Great Master Ran Feng would face in the future, he would spare no effort to help Great Master Ran Feng. The disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is truly extraordinary. He has such powerful strength even though he has just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Even I have to admire him. Ran Feng, we are all people of Buddha sect. We don't want to make things too unpleasant. If you withdraw from the dispute now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Great Master Tiandang said. Ba. Let's do it. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression remained unchanged. His words stunned Great Master Tiandang. He didn't expect that Great Master Ran Feng would ask him to take action. He really didn't know where Great Master Ran Feng got the confidence to fight him with a mere first-grade Great Saint. All right. Let me see how many means the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus has. Great Master Tiandang was a little angry. In his point of view, this Ran Feng didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Great Master Ran Feng would never back down. Putting aside the fact that he had to protect Jiang Qin, the identity of the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus made it impossible for him to back down. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to his master's name. Mi Luo Dharma Seal. Great Master Tiandang made his move. It was the same powerful Dharma seal of Buddha sect. A huge seal was conjured. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a huge heavenly barrier. There was a powerful shadow of Mi Luo on it. The divine aura of a second-grade Great Saint was many times stronger than Tianhong. In the face of Great Master Tiandang's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's eyes glittered with brilliance. His qi rose abruptly. It was many times stronger than when he was dealing with Tianhong. Feeling the tyrannical qi waves from Great Master Ran Feng's body, Great Master Tianhong's facial expression turned even uglier. He suddenly understood that Ran Feng had already held back when he was dealing with him. Hong Long. Great Master Ran Feng slowly raised his palm and slapped forward lightly. No one knew how much power was contained in this slap. A huge Ming King Dharma seal was struck out. After the Ming King Dharma seal appeared, it was as if it had come to life, suppressing everything like a mountain. The Mi Luo Dharma seal cast by Great Master Tiandang was inferior to the Ming King Dharma seal in essence. The supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect was incomparable to any ordinary Dharma seal. Naturally, its power was incomparable. Fortunately, Great Master Tiandang's cultivation base was a grade higher. Otherwise, the qi unleashed by the Ming King Dharma seal would be enough to destroy the Mi Luo Dharma seal. Amidst the powerful vibration, Great Master Tiandang's Ming King Dharma seal was destroyed. Under the tremendous attack, Great Master Tiandang was forced to take a step back. When he looked at Great Master Ran Feng again, he was like a towering pine tree. Hua! The entire scene was in an uproar. No one knew how many people were shocked by this scene. Great Master Tian Hong and the two 7th-grade minor saints gaped at Great Master Ran Feng in disbelief. Even Tyrant and De Huang Dog were dumbfounded. The only one who had a normal reaction was Jiang Qin. Waha! Master is too awesome. Master is the best. Tyrant laughed heartily. He didn't look like a disciple of Buddha sect anymore. He rarely saw his master in action. He didn't expect his master to be so ferocious. He had just advanced to the 1st-grade Great Saint, but he was able to repel a 2nd-grade Great Saint. Could he be any more awesome? Of course, the one who was most surprised was Great Master Tiandang himself. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by Ran Feng. He was a mighty 2nd-grade Great Saint, but he was defeated by a newly advanced 1st-grade Great Saint. This was such a shameful thing. However, Great Master Tiandang suddenly thought of Great Master Ran Feng's seal just now. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. Ran Feng, what you used just now is one of the 3 great supreme seals of Buddha sect, the unmovable Bright King seal. The 3 great seals have been lost for a long time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to use it. If you can hand over the cultivation method of the 3 great seals to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go and I won't make things difficult for Jiang Qin. What do you say? Great Master Tiandang's eyes were burning with passion. The 3 supreme mudras of Buddhism, now that they had reappeared in the world, how could he not be excited? Furthermore, being defeated by the Fudo Mudras, he suddenly didn't feel ashamed anymore. If the Great Layin Temple could obtain the 3 supreme mudras, he would be the hero of the entire Great Layin Temple. He would even be qualified to cultivate the 3 supreme mudras. Not to mention cultivating all of them, even cultivating just one of them would bring him endless benefits. This belongs to my master. I don't have the right to hand it over to anyone else. If you have the ability, you can ask my master for it. Great Master Ran Feng said. His words stunned Jiang Qin. It seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't dead, nor had he ascended. He was still in Saint Origin world. In that case, I will suppress you now. Great Master Tiandang's chi fluctuated violently once more. Both of his hands danced in the air, pinching out a complicated seal and launched another attack at Great Master Ran Feng. At the same time, he secretly sent out his divine sense to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to suppress Great Master Ran Feng with the help of the Supreme Seal. At this moment, he needed a higher level Buddha. Great Sage was a supreme existence. To ordinary cultivators, it was a distant existence. No matter which region one was in, it was extremely difficult to see one. Today, so many great sages had appeared in the Western domain. Such a scene was really rare. Great Master Ran Feng remained indifferent to Great Master Tiandang's attack. He used the Akalanatha seal again. The powerful Supreme Seal was enough for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Jiang Qin suddenly saw the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ran Feng. Of course, there was still a huge gap between the current Great Master Ran Fong and Ancestor Green Lotus when he was at his peak. Jiang Chen was recognized as the greatest saint in the world. He didn't respect anyone. If there was one person that he admired, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. If there was a ranking in Saint Origin world, he would be ranked first. No one would dare to compete with Ancestor Green Lotus for the second place. Hong Long. Just as Great Master Ran Fong and Great Master Tian Dang were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud rumble was heard in the sky. A bright Buddha light that looked like a Milky Way hung in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately, Ran Fong and Great Master Ran Fong stopped their battle and raised their heads to look at the sky. For God's sake, another great saint has come. The Huang dog couldn't help but curse. The Great Lightning Tune Temple would never stop today. What a powerful chi. I'm afraid that it's a third-grade great saint. My master won't be able to withstand it. Tyrant frowned. His face was full of worry. It seemed like there was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Although his master's divine power was matchless, he had just stepped into the great saint realm. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to fight against the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect such a scene to happen. He thought that the Great Lane Temple would interfere in the conflict between him and the Heavenly Sect, and that they would step forward to stop him. At that time, Great Master Ran Fong would be the only one who could solve the problem. Chapter 798. The sudden appearance of a third-grade Great Saint Buddha changed the situation again. Great Master Ran Fong couldn't help but shake his head. It was impossible for him to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. It was already very good that he could hold on until now. Great Master Ran Fong turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. He saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face, and not a single ripple could be seen in his eyes. Even when facing such a situation, Jiang Chen was still able to maintain his composure. Just this mentality alone was enough for Great Master Ran Fong to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This was a peerless genius, and he was destined to become a dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. No matter what, the Great Master Ran Fong had to protect Jiang Chen and prevent him from falling into the hands of the Great Lane Temple. However, that was his master's inheritance. How could he give it to someone else? The third-grade Great Saint appeared. He was also an old monk with a fat head and big ears. There was an obvious mark of an old monk, which was his ears. His ears were big and long, with a dangling earlobe that looked like a meatball, shrouded in golden brilliance. Senior Brother Tian Ho. Tian Dang and Tian Hong hastily bowed to greet the newcomer. No one would dare to neglect a mighty third-grade great saint. Such a figure would be highly regarded in any place in Saint Origin world. While greeting, Great Master Tian Dang had already told Buddha Tian Ho everything that had happened here using divine sense. After listening to Tian Dang's narration, Great Master Tian Ho sighed, as if he was feeling sorry and disappointed. Finally, Buddha Tian Ho's eyes fell on Great Master Ran Fong. His eyes seemed gentle, but they were incomparably sharp, like 2 sharp blades that could make one's soul tremble. Junior Brother Ran Fong, you really disappoint me. Great Master Tian Ho said with a sigh. I just want to make a compromise. Jiang Chen is my best friend. Besides, this is between little friend Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. There are so many kinds of grudges in this world. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple have to intervene in all of them? Great Master Ran Fong said. This is the Western region, so it's different. The place where our Buddhist sect is located must be a symbol of peace. There must be no mass killings. This is related to the face of the Buddhist sect. If we let Jiang Qin go today, who in the western region will still obey the Great Leyin Temple? Master Tian Ho said. Obey. Rule. These two words are too incongruous when used in Buddhism. Buddhism is particular about meticulousness and the pursuit of virtue. But now, the Tempest Temple has given birth to the idea of ruling and fighting for hegemony. They even care about their appearance. The true meaning of Buddhism is getting further and further away from us. Great Master Ran Fong also sighed. The current Great Leyin Temple could no longer represent the Buddhist sect. It could only represent itself, a powerful force, and a giant in the western regions. It had long lost the elegance of the Buddha. Bastard, Ran Fong, how dare you criticize the Great Leyin Temple like that? Great Master Tian Dang flew into a rage again. Junior brother Ran Fong, you don't have to say any unnecessary words. In order to defend the dignity of the Great Leyin Temple, I must punish this evildoer and bring him back to the Great Leyin Temple for punishment. Great Master Tian Ho's chi fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. The power of a third-grade Great Saint was incomparable to the second-grade Great Saint Tian Dang. Great Master Ran Fong could deal with Tian Dang and Tian Hong, but he couldn't deal with Great Master Tian Ho even if he had the 3 supreme Dharma seals. Hold on. Great Master Ran Fong spoke. Junior brother Ran Fong, do you really think you can stop me? Great Master Tian Ho's eyes widened. Ran Fong is willing to exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for the peace between little friend Jiang Qin and the Great Leyin Temple. Great Master Ran Fong said. What? A few exclamations were heard at the same time. Even Jiang Qin widened his eyes, looking at Great Master Ran Fong in disbelief. He didn't expect that Great Master Ran Fong would exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for him. That was the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It had always been regarded as more important than his own life by Great Master Ran Fong. However, in order to save Jiang Qin, Great Master Ran Fong made such a decision. This made Jiang Qin feel very uncomfortable. Master. Tyrant looked very angry. Of course, he wasn't angry because his master had taken out the Dharma seals to save Jiang Qin. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would have made the same decision. Jiang Chen was his life and death brother, more important than anything else. What he was angry about was the Great Leyin Temple. Even a fool could see the current situation. The grudge between Jiang Qin and Tianyi Gate was just a fuse. The Great Leyin Temple had been eyeing the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus for a long time. In his impression, his master had never been threatened. Today's incident made him feel helpless and aggrieved. Motherfucker. De Huang Dog cursed. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he was afraid that he would have pounced on these bald donkeys and bitten them to death. Junior brother Ran Fong, a monk doesn't lie. Is what you said true? Great Master Tian Ho instantly retracted his chi. When he mentioned the supreme Dharma seals, blazing sparks flashed in his eyes. Compared to the 3 supreme Dharma seals, a puny Jiang Chen was nothing. I don't agree. Great Master Ran Fong wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Qin. He took a step forward and stood opposite to Great Master Tian Ho. Even in the face of a powerful third-grade Great Saint, his facial expression didn't change. Little friend Jiang Qin. Great Master Ran Fong looked at Jiang Qin. I, Jiang Qin, appreciate Grandmaster's kindness. However, if the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus is given away to someone else because of me, I won't be able to rest easy. What Grandmaster has done for me today is more than enough. I will always remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Fong. After that, he looked at Tian Ho and the other two and said in an indifferent tone, "You people from the Great Lightning Toon Temple really like to meddle in other people's business. In that case, I'll follow you to the Great Lightning Toon Temple." "Little Chunzi, you can't go." Tyrant became anxious on the spot. Although the Great Lightning Toon Temple was a sacred place of Buddhist sect, the punishment for demons and ghosts was extremely terrifying. They had now regarded Jiang Qin as a demon. Once Jiang Qin arrived at the Great Lightning Toon Temple, he would certainly be punished and the consequences would be unimaginable. "Good, it's good that you took the initiative to stand out. However, not only you, but also that woman and that dog. The three of you will be going to the Great Lightning Toon Temple to receive your punishment. You will have to pay for the sins you have committed in the Tianyi Gate." Great Master Tian Ho's tone was calm, but everyone could sense the anger in his heart. He didn't care about the bullshit Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. What he cared about was the supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect. He was so close to getting it, but this Jiang Qin wanted to stop him. It was so infuriating. "No way." Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was instantly enraged. The Great Lightning Toon Temple was asking for a mile after giving him an inch. If he went to the Great Lightning Toon Temple alone to receive the punishment, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Besides, with his methods, it wouldn't be easy for the Great Lightning Toon Temple to punish him. However, Great Master Tian Ho actually wanted to send De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu to the Great Lightning Toon Temple together. This was something that Jiang Qin couldn't accept. He could be hurt, but he would never allow others to hurt the people around him. "Motherfucker, old bald donkey, Master Dog will bite your head off sooner or later." De Huang Dog couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. "Such a crazy evildoer will only be a scourge if he stays in this world. Let me deal with him first." Great Master Tian Dang, who was at the side, locked his gaze on De Huang Dog. After that, he suddenly stretched out his palm and shrouded De Huang Dog. He wanted to kill De Huang Dog on the spot. "Stop!" Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. His opponent's attack was too fast and the gap in their strength was too huge. It was impossible for him to stop it. Great Master Ran Feng was locked by Tian Ho, so he couldn't rescue De Huang Dog in time. Tian Dang's palm was about to hit De Huang Dog's body. If this attack landed on his body, the consequences would be imaginable. De Huang Dog would be turned into powder and die tragically on the spot. Howl. At this moment, a howl resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a high-pitched voice was heard. "Old bald donkey, who gave you the courage to touch the people of my demon race?" As this domineering voice rang out, a terrifying rainbow-colored claw pierced through the void. The claw looked incomparably beautiful. The rainbow-colored brilliance flowed like a rainbow across the sky. Of course, under this beauty, there was an infinite amount of terror and destructive power hidden. Ka-cha! The terrifying 7-colored sharp claw shattered Tian Dang's attack in an instant. At the same time, it grabbed one of his arms. Everyone saw that Tian Dang's arm, a dignified second-grade great saint, was torn off by the sharp claw. Blood splattered everywhere. "Who?" Not far away, Tian Ho's countenance drastically changed. He immediately blasted out a palm strike. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared in the air. That illusory figure radiated a multicolored light. It was the most beautiful light in the world. That illusory figure casually blasted out a beam of light, directly shattering Tian Ho's attack. Dong! The void trembled. A middle-aged man wearing a 7-colored feather robe emerged from the void. He disappeared with every step he took. In a blink of an eye, he arrived above the battlefield. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build. His eyes were radiating seven-colored divine light. His demonic chi soared to the sky. There was a mark on his glabella. It was the mark of a peacock. Peacock King. Great Master Tian Ho exclaimed. He recognized the man. He was a super great demon of the Pure Land. No one dared to provoke him. He had never thought that he would appear here today. Awesome! The Huang dog was very excited. This Peacock King was too awesome. He had torn the arm of a second-grade great saint and suppressed a third-grade great saint. His demonic chi was monstrous and domineering. The Peacock King didn't give any face to the senior monks of the Great Lane Temple. Wakaka, the Huang dog laughed and jumped up and down in the air. He kept sticking his tongue out at the senior monks of the Great Lane Temple. The only thing he didn't do was shake his butt at their faces. The faces of the people of the Great Lane Temple turned ashen. They were so angry that their lips turned purple. They simply couldn't bear it. However, there was nothing they could do. The demon race wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, they had a backer who was much stronger than the Great Lane Temple. Just the Peacock King in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Great Master Tian Ho shook his head and said to the Peacock King, Peacock King, the genius of your demon race is still fine. Not only did we not hurt him, but you also tore off one of our great sage's arms. You still have the advantage. Now, take this dog and leave. I hope the demon race won't get involved in other matters. No way. Jiang Chen is my life and death brother. His matter is my matter. Peacock King, you must kill these bald donkeys now. Otherwise, I will not join the demon race. Peacock King said. Big Yellow opened his mouth. He was a man who would never forgive his enemies. Now that they had the upper hand, Big Yellow wouldn't let this matter rest. These few old monks were so arrogant just now that they had almost stewed him. He had to vent his anger on them. Motherfucker, you're even fiercer than me. This is the Western regions. It's not good to kill me directly. The Peacock King rolled his eyes. The Huang dog actually used joining the demon race to threaten him. Are you going to kill me or not? If you don't kill me, I won't join the demon race. The Huang dog was enraged. You dare to threaten me? In this world, no one dares to threaten me, the Peacock King. You damn dog, you dare to threaten me. Do you know the consequences? The Peacock King glared at the Huang dog, but his attitude changed instantly when he saw that the Huang dog didn't care about him. Good, you have character. I like it. Pooh, Jiang Chen and Tyrant almost vomited blood. Today, they finally saw what a weirdo was. The Peacock King against a Huang dog was like a big weirdo against a small weirdo. Peacock King, how dare you attack us in the Western regions? Great Master Tian Ho shouted. He threatened me, and now you, bald donkeys, dare to threaten me. I will kill you all today. Let's see what your Great Lane Temple can do. The Peacock King was a guy who couldn't stand being threatened. According to his character, he might just go up and bleed these Buddhas one by one. Amitabha. At this time, Great Master Ran Fong took a step forward and said to the Peacock King, Peacock King, let's not make things too big. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good. Since Great Master Ran Fong said so, then forget it. Count yourself lucky, bald donkeys. The Huang dog said. In fact, he was very clear that if the Peacock King really killed these few eminent monks, the Great Lane Temple would never let it go. After all, Jiang Chen's current cultivation was still too weak. Making things too big would do him no good. As long as Jiang Chen's matter was settled, the Huang dog didn't care whether these eminent monks were killed or not. Alright, I will give Great Master Ran Feng some face. Alright, I'll give Great Master Ran Feng some face. Ancestor Green Lotus is the Buddha I admire the most. He's a true transcendent being, unlike the current Great Lane Temple that's fighting for power and influence. I think the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is more pleasing to the eye. All of you bald donkeys, listen up. With me, Peacock King, here, don't even think about touching a single hair of Jiang Qin. The Peacock King's attitude towards Great Master Ran Feng was obviously much better. After all, the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus was not just for show. Chapter 800. Today's Buddhism was no longer the same as it used to be. Great Master Tian Ho could only choose to remain silent in the face of the Peacock King's strength. However, he immediately looked at Great Master Ran Feng and said, "Junior brother Ran Feng, you said that as long as we release Jiang Qin, you will hand over the 3 great supreme magical seals. Do you agree?" Great Master Tian Ho had already made up his mind. As long as he could get the 3 great supreme magical seals, it would be the biggest gain. Compared to Jiang Qin, the 3 great supreme magical seals were much more precious. I did say that, but I regret it now. This is the grudge between the Great Lane Temple and Jiang Qin. I won't interfere anymore. You can punish Jiang Qin. I won't interfere. Great Master Ran Feng said with a straight face. The people of the Great Lane Temple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tyrant and De Huang Dog laughed out loud. They didn't expect this old monk to be so shameless. Now that the Peacock King had appeared, they couldn't do anything about it. What a joke! How could the Great Lightning Tune Temple hand over the seal so easily? Since Peacock King was here, it would be impossible for Great Master Tian Ho and the others to deal with Jiang Qin. It was too naive of them to think that they could get the Supreme Dharma seal with what they said just now. Great Master Ran Feng wasn't a fool. He had no choice but to hand over the seal just now. Now that Peacock King had appeared, he was no longer needed. Senior brother Tian Ho, what should we do now? Should we call the experts of the temple? Tian Hong transmitted his voice to Great Master Tian Ho. Great Master Tiandong's face turned pale. He was very depressed after having one of his arms torn off by the Peacock King. However, it was not difficult for him to regrow a severed arm after becoming a great saint. Such an injury was nothing to him. Great Master Tian Ho frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "No need. Let's go." Are we just going to let it go? Great Master Tiandang was very unwilling. There's no need to incur the wrath of the demon race for the sake of a nobody. Let's set our sights on Ancestor Green Lotus inheritance first. As long as we can obtain it, the Tempest Temple will be able to return to its peak. After Great Master Tian Ho finished speaking, he left with the people of the Great Lane Temple. There was no point in staying here. They couldn't defeat the Peacock King. Staying here would only bring disgrace to themselves. He left just like that. De Huang Dog said. Obviously, he did not expect the people from the Tempest Temple to leave so decisively. That means they are wise. The Peacock King said arrogantly. After the men from the Great Lane Temple left, Jiang Chen and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. For Jiang Chen, he was still too weak right now, and it wasn't suitable for him to offend a superpower like the Great Lane Temple. It would be best if both parties could live in harmony. Thank you, Peacock King, for lending a helping hand. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this favor. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the Peacock King. He was a man who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Those who helped him would definitely repay the favor in the future. Plus, he didn't dislike the demon race. The way the demon race acted was similar to the devil religion. They were swift and decisive, especially people like the Peacock King. Jiang Chen was willing to have dealings with them. Good, you are a very good young man. I heard that you have conquered the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains, creating a precedent in the divine continent. Today, you have eliminated a major power like the Tianyi Gate with your third-grade minor saint cultivation. This is really rare. I like domineering people the most. I don't care what kind of major power they are. As long as they offend me, I will kill them. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just report my name to me. The Peacock King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. His words were full of praise. He was also a rare genius in the demon race, but compared to the current Jiang Chen, he was still far behind. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't surprised that the Peacock King was so familiar with his matters. If the demon race wanted to inquire about the Huang dog, they would definitely know everything about him. Moreover, such a big incident had happened in the four domains. Even the major families in the Pure Land would know about it. You, follow me to the demon race. The Peacock King looked at the Huang dog. This dog was the main reason why he came here. If it wasn't for the Huang dog, he wouldn't have the leisure to care about the grudge between the Great Lightning Tune Temple and Jiang Qin. I won't go. What's so good about the demon race? The Huang dog curled his lips. What did you say? The Peacock King's eyes widened. If this was said by someone else, he would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, he didn't have any temper towards this dog. De Huang, the demon race is one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. They have a deep foundation. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. If you go to the demon race, you will definitely be nurtured with great resources. Moreover, your status will not be low in the future. With your current cultivation level, going to the demon race is indeed a good choice. Jiang Chen said. He knew that the reason why the Huang dog didn't want to go to the demon race was because he didn't want to be separated from him. Both of them had been together since they were in the Origin Mountain Range. They had never been separated. No one could compare to their deep relationship. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to be separated from the Huang dog, but he didn't want to delay the Huang dog's future. The Huang dog was now a third-grade minor demon saint. It wouldn't be easy for him to continue to improve his strength. However, the demon race was different. Each of the 8 major families in the Pure Land had a deep foundation. The Huang dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, he would be nurtured with great importance by the demon race. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't have shown up in person. Moreover, with the Huang dog's talent, his cultivation would certainly improve by leaps and bounds after he went to the demon race. It was very likely that he would break through to the Great Sage realm in the shortest time possible. At that time, he would be of great help to Jiang Qin. The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin. Then, he shook his head and said, "All right, I will go with you to the demon race." Today, it was all thanks to the Peacock King's help. So, Yi Shiwen still had to give him face. Moreover, the Huang dog was a demon after all. Going to the demon race could be considered as his final destination. That's right. I will protect you when you go to the demon race. The Peacock King pretended to pat the dog's head again. This master dog's divine might is matchless. I need you to protect me. The Huang dog said in a deadpan manner, "Fuck." The Peacock King had an impulse to beat the dog's head. It was unknown how many people in the demon race wanted to let him, the Peacock King, look at them, but they didn't have the chance. This dog actually didn't appreciate his kindness. Jiang Qin smiled. He could see that the Peacock King liked De Huang very much. With the Peacock King around, De Huang wouldn't suffer any grievances when he went to the demon race. Of course, even without the Peacock King, De Huang dog wasn't someone who would suffer losses. Kid, without this master dog to protect you in the future, you have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, you can always come to the demon race to look for me. De Huang dog left these words for Jiang Qin and then disappeared with the Peacock King. Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, and Tyrant looked at the place where De Huang dog and the Peacock King disappeared. They didn't look away for a long time. De Huang left just like that. Yan Qinyu was a little reluctant. Going to the demon race will bring him endless benefits. As for the Pure Land, we will be going there soon. Jiang Qin said. Little friend Jiang Qin, since the matter has been resolved, this old monk will be going back. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together in front of Jiang Qin. Great Master, after what happened today, the relationship between you and the Great Lane Temple has been completely ruined. Moreover, the 3 supreme seals of Buddhism have been exposed. I'm afraid that the Great Lane Temple will not let this matter rest. Jiang Qin said. He was a little worried. The Great Lane Temple's goal was very clear. Although Great Master Ran Feng had reached the Great Saint Realm, there was still a huge gap between him and the Great Lane Temple. In order to obtain the seals, the Great Lane Temple would definitely find a way to deal with Great Master Ran Feng. Little friend, don't worry. This old monk has his own countermeasures. After Great Master Ran Feng finished his words, he disappeared and left the place. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. Initially, he wanted to ask about Ancestor Green Lotus, but he didn't expect Great Master Ran Feng to just leave like that. However, this also made him understand that it wasn't time for him to reveal the secrets hidden in Great Master Ran Feng's heart. At least, with the current situation, Jiang Qin and Tyrant were still very weak. My master has pinned all his hopes on me. I must not let him down. Tyrant looked at the place where Great Master Ran Feng disappeared. He was a smart person. He naturally knew that his master had a secret in his heart. However, he had never told him about it because his strength was still too weak. Tyrant secretly swore that he must improve his strength as soon as possible so that no one could bully his master in the future. Alright. The matter of the Tianyi Gate has come to an end. Let's collect the power of the stars in the Starlight Tower and leave. After saying that, Jiang Qin flew towards the Starlight Tower. The people of the Tianyi Gate had seen everything clearly. Until now, all of them were still in a state of deep shock. They would never forget what had happened today for the rest of their lives. So many terrifying great saint experts had appeared. Even the great saint of the demon race, Peacock King, had appeared. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin, the main culprit of the destruction of the Tianyi Gate, didn't receive any punishment. This indicated that from today onwards, the name of the Tianyi Gate would be completely erased from Saint Origin World, just like what Jiang Qin had said. There was still a large amount of power of the stars in the Starlight Tower.